Hello everyone, and before we start, here's some quick quote-unquote product placement, which is a joke because I'm not sponsored for doing this. But currently, hello everyone, welcome to IMR my tournament. But before I start, here's some quick sponsors. No, I'm joking. Okay, so here's just a quick promotion. Is that Nello Mello will be hosting IVA, and it will start from around June 2, and it will be all the way until June 11. It'll be lasting for 2 weeks, and this is the largest unofficial SCA tournament hosted, and it's sponsored by NetEast, and the prize pool is 1,000 USD. So if you're interested, come and join, and just come and join and just have fun with the tournament, and earn some money and do whatever you want. Yay! So yep, product placement is over. So just a few quick interests is that I will be casting at this tournament. NX, you here? Hello, NX.
Sorry, what?
Oh wait, Jafet, are you going to be casting here or?
Yeah, sure.
Alright, or sure, yeah, NX, you can wait for next round then.
Okay.
Alright, so guess you're with me today. No, I'm just doing the.
Ranking. You want to know what happened in ranking?
Hold on. Let's not discuss about our rank live on stream, can we? I'm in the middle of a product placement.
Oh, so am I being heard?
Hi. Okay, look, no, if you're checking the stream, look at who the idiot at the bottom left corner is. I don't know who it is. He looks like an idiot.
Oh wait, hold on. I need to check on stream. I'm checking the audio. Increase Jafet audio and mic so if possible.
Yeah, I can.
Yeah. It's still day one though. But anyways.
No, it's playoff.
Oh, it's play. Oh yeah, that explains. Anyways, yeah. Let's go. Invisible John.
Yep. Yeah, that's me. And okay, this is the end of today's quote unquote product placement, bro. I'm kidding. So now let's move on to the matches for today. So actually, the group stage ended yesterday, and we all remember Group A ended with Fruit Juice, and Group B is Asian Minions first place. They get us past from today's matches. And here on out, the matches are going to be BO3 and Oops. I realized there's an issue with the scoreboard. I'll fix that during the break. But today will be the first match will be Group A Calamity. Group A second place Calamity versus Group B's third place Scouts. Here, Jafet.
Yeah, and Scouts, we were a bit. I would say I was a bit surprised when we saw Scouts kind of fall to the third place. We saw this team get to the finals last time. So they won the tournament, right?
Yeah, they won.
These are people that won the tournament, and all of a sudden they're third in Group B, which really just shows how competitive Group B is. And they're up against Calamity. They've been pretty much rising. Their survivors are pretty good. They're Hunter too, so there's a lot of things to say about Calamity. I feel like this will be pretty intense, and honestly, I'm just excited because, like I said, Scouts being the former champions of last year's not last year.
Last time.
Last IMR, we saw just how good they are, and they did win the tournament, but all of a sudden they're kind of a bit in the deficit here, going third place. So, yeah, this is definitely an interesting matchup to see.
Yeah, so Lambo, if you are listening, I believe, let's see, has Lambo started yet? Oh, actually, the things are already starting behind off camera. Things are moving on very, very fast right now, but we have notified that Moonlit has been banned on Scout side, which is a common thing, is that people do not like Moonlit. I guess you just do not want to deal with the roller coaster flying across the map. And Eversleep has been chosen by Calamity, and Scouts here will be opting for their survivors to be going first here, Jafet.
That's pretty interesting because I think that Scouts survivors, they've, at least in my opinion, based on what we've seen last competition, they've kind of, got slightly weaker, or maybe it's just a tough competition. But again, we are in a survivors-headed meta. We don't want to put so much pressure on the hunters. So I guess it makes sense to let the survivors go first, just so then, like I said, it's very hard. It's way harder to win as a hunter nowadays. So this map picks as well. They're pretty standard, like I said. Moonlit's you just don't want to deal with the roller coaster, but now you're going to be dealing with the tram in every sleeping town.
Exactly, man. And the other thing is that now we have to one thing that is note of interest though is that remember how Xenodyne played as a Mad Eyes player, and we got to see that yesterday. Calamity picked released this map, but this map is arguably one of the strongest map for Mad Eye, so I wonder if Calamity prepared for that specific scenario.
It does seem as if the hunter, they did choose they chose the what they call this, the picks, rather, I don't know what, sorry, I'm phrasing it really, but rather they showed the rosters first. So it seems as if Corona is going to be the hunter for Scouts later on when we see the second half. And I guess it's actually also kind of genius because, like you just mentioned, Ever Sleeping is one of the strongest maps for Mad Eye. So they're just straight up picking Ever Sleeping so then to make sure that if ever Zenadine actually comes up again, now there's just no chance to play Mad Eyes. And you can also just ban Mad Eyes, but I do think that's a good choice.
Yeah, but there is one thing to look out though, is that Corona is also known with its breaking wheel, so this is sort of also playing into what Corona is good at. But speak of that, we're seeing the first ban going to be done by Calamity's Hunter, I believe, and it's going to be the Priestess. And based on this Priestess, I can see it already being leaning towards a Wax Artist pick, because we do indeed know, or Bonbon, because yesterday we got to see Curtis, he played Wax Artist and the Guard 26 in 2 separate rounds, so letting out the Seer is actually good because it's actually beneficial for both of his hunters we saw to release the Seer.
Yeah, and Curtis, I feel like there's one of the more underrated hunters right now. He's very versatile, and he's just not really the type of person that you want to. It's very hard to predict what hunter he'll use. I mean,
but hold on, actually we have received the news off camera is that it's actually not Curtis playing for Calamity today, it's Hina.
Oh.
It is Hina.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's interesting because we haven't seen Hina.
Yeah, but I mean, you do remember her from last IMR for certain, for unexposed reason.
Wait, I'm sorry, I actually don't.
Wait, she was the RL hunter that 4K'd you guys 3 times. I believe.
Oh wait, their name's Hina. Okay, I know them better as PB Fish. Sorry, but yeah, no, the Hina, pretty strong hunter when we first saw them back in IMR 2. So they're making a comeback, I guess. We're finally seeing them once again.
Yep. So the first 2 picks are in, by the way. Antiquarian and Mercenary, so honestly not too much to say because Mercenary is probably one of, if not the most stablest rescuer in the entire game. And then the Antiquarian is just pretty much, it's also very popular in this tournament due to the harassment and stuff. So yeah, so far this team comp from Scap is shaping up to be pretty solid, and I do wonder what will Hina be banning next. But we actually also received the news, and it's going to be the Forward and the Seer now, and it's actually interesting that they banned the Forward because the Mercenary is here, and it's actually, I feel like it's unlikely that Scap Survivor will be playing both the Mercenary and the Forward at the same time. So I feel like this Forward ban does leave a bit to be desired, to be fair.
Yeah, and I mean, even then there's also Antiquarian, so like, if they choose Forward, it's like too much of a harass, just too much stunners out of it, and it comes with the risk of possible excitement. But yeah, no, it's very interesting to see that Forward and Seer were banned. Seer is quite reasonable, considering that we do know PB Fish has played, I believe, Undead back then.
I'm not. Yeah, I don't remember.
Yeah, I don't fully remember, but yeah, PB Fish, I believe from my memory, did play a lot of single-hit hunters. So I think, banning Seer is an okay choice here. But yeah, Forward now is definitely very interesting. It's very, I would say it's very 2024 in that sense.
Yeah, for certain. Yeah, Forward definitely. Oh, sorry. Yeah, continue. Yeah.
We see the next pick here, which is Psychologist. So they're kind of responding to that really single-hit hunter.
Yeah.
Because when you ban Seer, it's kind of a call that the hunter's probably going to be single target at best. So I think this is a fine choice by Scouts as well.
Yeah, and also the thing is that, as I mentioned yesterday, the very good combo between Psychologists and pretty much any type of harassers is that if the harassers get injured while harassing, they can just take a Wi-Fi heal and then boom, they're back to full health, back to harassment. Yeah, so Prospector is going to be the last one. It seems that Hina does not want to deal with any type of harassing in this game, so it seems like that will be the case here as, yep. Prospector is being banned, and we're receiving the last one. It's actually the Embalmer pick, and this Embalmer is actually very interesting because Embalmer is normally picked in like situations they want a tie, so it may be leaning towards Scouts wanting a tie with this team comp, but Embalmer also has an opportunity to like have a free escape in endgame by using the coffin and just give it to whoever is the one taking the kite.
it's very kind of, you can say there's no one leading right now. It's even ground for both teams right now. So picking up the Embalmer, I feel like it's kind of a message from Scouts saying that they're confident that they're Hunter Karane, who's we've seen their strength multiple times already. They're confident that Karane can easily win against Calamity Survivors, because if you're gonna go Embalmer, you're kind of just saying like you're probably gonna tie, and like I said, you're very confident in your Hunter in that case. So this is very interesting. But yeah, the Hunter that got chosen is even more interesting because we're seeing a Geisha, and Geisha can go through the map, and Geisha, very mobile character, and against Embalmer's kind of weak against more mobile characters because, of course, your main goal as Embalmer is actually to just try your best to die as far from the coffin, so then when you use the coffin, you're very far away from the Hunter, you spend more time. But with a character like Geisha, you can't do that as much.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. But one thing though is that if we're looking Geisha against this team comp, actually, Embalmer will probably not be that effective in front of a Geisha because one butterfly and they can fly back onto the face. And the Psychologist, while can tanking extra hit, is also cannot kite the Geisha that effectively on Radar. So I feel like here the best target will probably be the I feel like here the Anti-Current is the only one that really has a potential in front of the Geisha, because the Psychologist and the Embalmer both doesn't have a lot of kiting potential.
By the way, Jong, they're just saying that my mic is weak. Sorry for everyone in chat, but anyways.
Yeah, no, it's fixed. It's fixed now. I'm certain it's fixed.
It's fixed? Thank you. Okay. But anyways, as I was saying, Geisha, again, a very interesting choice. I mean, I feel like Geisha's been a character that's just been weird throughout the meta. It just seems as if that she can't really get a stable place in the meta. There's characters that counter her, characters that she can counter in the meta as well. And as you just said, yeah, this comp actually is surprisingly not that great against a Geisha, because sure, Psychologist can tank another hit, but the butterfly just constantly closing the distance, so super hard to kind of transition as a Psychologist. Antiquarian could be okay, since, like I said, Geisha is a single hit hunter, so you're gonna stun right before the hit. But Mercenary, for example, Mercenary can use elbow pads, but at the same time, Geisha can easily catch up with them. That's gonna be pretty important in mid to late game situations when you really have no choice but to chase the Mercenary.
Oh yeah, just a note is try not to talk longer than 30 seconds in case. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, that's the thing with casting. Yep, so actually I agree with a lot with you say Anti-Current if can be a hassle endgame, but as I said, I do feel like the Embalmer would not be that effective, or rather in front of sorry, I was just switching up something. Embalmer cover will not be effective in front of the Geisha, especially talking about endgame, because at endgame, one thing with the Embalmer's coffins is that you cannot drop them inside the gate, you can only drop them outside the gate, so there is a potential for Geisha to have one butterfly and then knock them out of the gate and stuff. So I feel like just looking at this team comp, I feel like it will be relatively easy for Geisha to tie, and if the survivors are opting for a win, then they'll be looking at how does this Anti-Current perform throughout the game.
Yeah, and we're slowly getting to the match, and as you just mentioned, this comp pretty good for Geisha, so I think this is a really good, I feel like I'm leaning towards Calamity here when we're talking about the band picks just first off. But yeah, we're going to be seeing here, like we've just previously mentioned, we're seeing a Geisha. And actually, let's just look a bit on the builds here. So Mercenary is bringing 3-6. Psychologist and Embalmer bringing 3-9, and Antiquarian bringing 12-9. We've seen only one side very much being in meta. But yeah, never mind. Seems as if Embalmer has 3-6, so that's pretty interesting.
Yeah, we don't see that often, because actually from what we've seen more of the meta is that we do see Embalmer actually bringing stuff like 9-12 with no borrowed time. But instead, they're going to be having Embalmer with the Coffin. I guess they were expecting a Camper Hunter, because the Embalmer can use the Coffin to pretty much guarantee a rescue off. So I wonder, was that what they were thinking from the start?
Yeah, and Do you want to talk about a bit of this area selection as well?
Yeah, this is actually a very interesting area selection because we're actually
Yeah.
seeing a V over there. Like normally we see the survivors spawn on next to each other so they can assist, but here they're actually all scattered around, and the geisha is actually like can choose between 3 targets, but probably be chasing the psychologist first just because you do not want to deal with the anti-queer early game, and mercenary, well, self-explanatory.
Yeah, and luckily he didn't decide to choose a corner house, which I do think it's still a good kiting area for Embalmer, but that is where Embalmer is. So, you know how Embalmer has to, transition away from the coffin anyways. So chances are you're still gonna get an early down. But we can't really, I guess you could say we aren't gonna be so worried for the Embalmer there. But now we're gonna get into this match here, and yeah, as you said, probably gonna chase the psychologist too.
Yep, so let's see if that's going to be happen. Yep, that is indeed the case, and the psychologist just will be taking the first target, and we can see that actually just now the psychologist went to decode a cipher. I believe that was a slight misplay, as like if you're the psychologist, you should be anticipating the first chase, as right now the geisha will be inching closer and closer, trying to like mind game with the camera trick to like cut off the distance. One butterfly, and now he's right at the face of the psycho.
Yeah, and decided not to drop down a pallet there. Oh, not dropping down neither pallets, but gets the vault there. Actually quite risky, but luckily that kind of paid off in the end here. Bram is right here, so I do feel like she should just take the hit.
Ooh.
And she does, but no, decides not to go for tram. I think she has 12 too, so I think that's why I didn't go for the tram here. Oh no, it seems as if she might get a second hit. Well, there's no. Oh, there's none. Nice one there by this psychologist to get a pallet send.
Yeah, the psychologist is definitely doing a great job buying time so far. I actually wanted to go for that window vault, but geisha come off. So one butterfly, let's see if he going, what will happen here, but seems like he cannot vault through that window. So has to take a second hit, but forcing a blink now is actually a more of an ideal situation because, but never mind, he ran back into the hunter's face though. The psychologist definitely did make a bit of error in the movements because he sort of just gave a free hit. So if we look at the cipher progress, it's currently only the first wave of ciphers are not yet done, so this is not too good for the survivors if they want a free escape.
Yeah, and I do think that there should have been like a slightly longer kite based of how the blink was forced, but yeah, no, accidentally ran into the hunter, and now Rin here, the mercenary, has to go ahead and take that rescue.
Yeah, mercenary is going to elbow pad, but still have to take a hit regardless after here. And now that the rescue pulls off, the question is that where will the psychologist transition? But running back and open, and actually this is double down situation if the mercenary blocked. I'm not too sure if that's the best idea because with the full geisha, the psychologist probably cannot last for ample amount of time. So this double down will be a severe halt to the cipher progress.
Yeah, and that's what I was about to say. He must kite here till end of tie, but nope, there's the down right here, and that's 2 ciphers remaining. So, 2 people down. Aika is gonna get ahead and just get chaired in the basement as well. So this is not looking good for the survivors here. I think they're just gonna go ahead and sell and maybe try to play for a tie, but as long as the hunter is able to play pretty smart here and just constant after the chair, just pressure the ciphers and go for his downs, especially since she's max presence right now. I don't think this will be much of a problem, but actually gonna go for his Zenith straight up to switch it.
Oh, but manages to fly with the hit though. That was a pretty good move. And hold on, we're seeing the Embalmer actually going for backdoor rescue, and Hina doesn't seem to realize what is going on in the survivor's mind. So that is actually a very good plan because he's now being contained by the anti-Quarian, and we believe in a moment the psychologist will be put off, forcing Hina to go back. This is actually a very good teamwork done by the scout survivor.
Yeah, and look here, Stella here trying to body block, but no, actually they just decided to separate, so I guess they're just straight up going for a tie at that rate. But yeah, we're seeing here Aiko is just now gonna go ahead and go to this pallet right here, and yeah, I think this is actually really good. They managed to recover this really well. Even if Aiko goes down here, this is pretty good for a tie, but no, Stella's actually gonna go ahead and body block now, so this might even be a good scenario for our survivors if they're able to pull this off.
Yeah, but will they be able to manage to pull off the first block? And we can see that the anti-Quarian is also in the vicinity, so the scout survivor doing whatever they can, and they're sending the entire family to protect the psychologist. As you know, like blood is thicker than water, and now the first chase the chase continues on right now. But can they able to protect the psychologist?
Yeah, and here we go again. Zanedine takes the hit this time, but keep in mind, Geisha still has Blink, so they really have to consider here. Must use the Blink. Oh no, he hits Antiquarian here, but no, he still has a dash, so you have to keep in mind that he's just able to catch up to Eichel, and that's going to be a down as well. Wow, what a good job there by Geisha. Quite unfortunate. I feel like Eichel could have went to going inside a bit on the corner house just to not be in kind of an open space for that Geisha to just butterfly. But now, this situation is pretty tricky, but there is just one Cypher left now.
Yeah, but hold on a second. It seems that the survivors have planned for this because we can see the Embalmer gave the coffin to the Antiquarian, so now the Geisha cannot share the Antiquarian, or rather chooses not to, so he'll have to be forced to like sort of go back to the camp and the ciphers. But we can see that the survivors are all scattered apart right now, trying to not getting found near each other. But they'll have to try and find a cipher to kill, which will be tough because if we're noticing, there's actually two ciphers that are right next to each other, and this is a potential threat.
Yeah, and Embalmer just went down, so this is not actually good because... Sorry, you can not hear my mic. But anyways, this is not really good because their Cypher is just 33%. And keep in mind, Mercenary does not have self-heal anymore, so... if he goes for this rescue too early and Cypher's not primed, it might just be a terrible situation for the survivors.
Yeah, but one saving grace for the survivors is that currently the hunter has no teleport, so the hunter will be contained to the graveyard, but it's going to be after that mercenary here. And keep in mind, as you mentioned, the mercenary has no self-heal, so it has to be very careful on what they do. But after the rescue pulls off, the Embalmer will be vaulting through that pallet, just trying to stay alive enough time for the Antiquarian to prime the Cypher. But will he be able to last though? That's the million-dollar question here. But no, going to go down, and because the mercenary has no self-heal, this is actually a very dangerous situation for Scout Survivor right now. And they're forced to pop.
Yeah, and they got the pop off, but luckily Embalmer is still before half, so this might still be possibly a tie on their end. But yeah, this is not looking good. Rain is trying to open the gate, but that's not a good choice because now that's just gonna allow the Geisha to switch to Rain here. And keep in mind again, Rain does not have any self-heal, so as soon as he goes down, and if Geisha knows he doesn't have self-heal, it's just gonna be it for Rain. And it seems as if wow, okay, hold on, that was so confusing real quick. But yeah, now they get the down right there as well, so chair is unfortunately, so I believe that's gonna be that's not actually enough time. Will he teleport? He needs to teleport right now. Teleport for the 4K. He needs to teleport right now. He's running out of time here.
Wait, 77%?
But he's gonna he should have just okay, wait, hold on. Uses the stun here. Must stun. Could stun
misses the last one.
Misses the one stun. That's not good.
Will he be able to get out? This is hard to tell. The gate is out. Flywheel?
No,
not enough.
The flywheel.
So with that, the Antiquarian actually got stopped by the tracks over here, and this is actually looking to be a 4th survivor elimination from Hina in BO1. Oh my goodness, what are we seeing here?
That was intense to say the least. I mean,
yeah.
I feel like, if the Antiquarian had just waited for the Geisha to teleport and then stun, like during the teleport animation, I think that was a bit more of the more plausible solution. And yeah, this is just the real problem is like we just don't have enough ciphers, and yeah, that was just unfortunate here for Scouts. But anyways, let's talk about Hina. Hina just did an amazing job here. He did. There's a lot of times where it was a bit back and forth, but yeah, Hina just took that win in the end.
Yeah, I feel like here, first of all, the psychologist kite probably could have been extended much more, and the second issue is that I believe like the survivors doing that backdoor rescue is very good, but in order to protect the psychologist, they also inadvertently expended most of their resources and like lowered their health bars, which is going to be very detrimental because the mercenary ended up being forced to go to rescue without self-heal. And I believe the mercenary could have maybe like tried to do a bit better job in hiding his tracks. Because the mercenary with no self-heal, that means that the one strategy is for the mercenary to only rescue and not get found before the ciphers are primed, but he got found, so that is very fatal.
Yeah, and I feel like there was just a lot of things that could have went better on both ends, but like I said, in the end, Calamity really took that win. And that's going to be putting a lot of pressure because now Karana has to take that 5K back here.
Yeah, but don't forget though, the difference of today than the normal games is that today this is a BO3, so losing one game is not that fatal yet comparing to like how we've been doing in the group stage for the past few days. But the other thing is that I believe endgame, like when the embalmer gets chaired at the graveyard, the mercenary should not be the one popping at the back gate because it's like right next to the back gate and literally one butterfly and the hunter is in your face. I believe what they could have done is for the anti-Quarian to rush the front gate and the mercenary maybe prop Tinnitus at the center, like sort of hide his tracks so that he did not get found, so that the hunter would have to choose between finding the mercenary or like rushing for the anti-Quarian, and both options there is a bigger opportunity for them to go for one escape.
Yeah, and keep in mind, the dungeon was also at backgate, so if he just stayed middle, constantly give Tinnitus, and he also had one elbow pad, he can just elbow pad to the dungeon as soon as Antiquarian gets out, as long as he doesn't get found by Geisha here. And I feel like that was a better choice on their end. If they had done that, they could have even gotten a 2 escape. So I think, yeah, there's just unfortunate choice by scouts in that late game, but as well, just like I said, good job just by Calamity, just keeping under pressure because there was just a lot of pressure, especially during that psychologist goose chase, you could say, when Antiquarian and Antiquarian Mercenary were body blocking constantly for that player.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of things could have been done better on Scout's end, but Scouts did had a nice backdoor rescue and stuff. It's just that they had like they managed to like delay time, but unfortunately the cipher progress is not being able to follow due to the fact that they did try to decode a cipher near the chases happen and stuff. But a very good job from Calamity from getting win right off the bat, because once again Scouts is coming out as the winners of last IMR, but right now they're actually the ones falling behind and under fire here.
Yeah, and I feel like, this is going to put a lot of pressure on Corona. I mean, like I said, it is a BO3, but, being down by a heavy deficit is not something you want in any case whatsoever.
Yeah, so speaking of, it'll probably show at the screen in a second, but we're now going to be hopping into the BO1 second half, and it's going to be Corone's turn to take the kite. And hold on, let me just remove all the screen stuff here. So we actually received news on the first ban, and it's once again the priestess. But Corona, we know that they he plays Dream Witch and Breaking With, like those are two of the more common picks he goes first. So it's interesting that the priestess is taking the first ban because neither of those hunters like the seer.
Yeah, and even then, you'd still ban a character like Antiquarian, especially since CI loves Antiquarian and just harassers in general. So I feel like, yeah, this is a very interesting choice. I mean, you could have banned Seer. Because it just doesn't really show which character you're going to use, whether you're going to go for Dream Witch or Breaking Wheel. So yeah, very interesting choice. You can't say that he's going for Wax Artist either, which we've known from another tournament that he's been starting to practice this Wax Artist of his. Because you also ban Priestess, who I feel like there's just better bans in general. So it's very interesting, because the only character I can think of that I know Corona has played before is Sculptor, but last time I checked, it's been a long time since he's actually played Sculptor.
Well, actually we're receiving the news of the next two picks, and it's a very interesting pick from Calamity, because they picked the Toy Merchant Batter first, and actually Batter over Mercenary or First Officer. Like, we don't see that every day, so we don't even see Batter being selected that early in general, so it seems that Calamity here is planning to surprise Corona with this Batter pick, and Toy Merchant, as we noted, very strong in this map, just 2-story catapult and can fly across the map, making it very hard for most hunters.
Yeah, and I just want to talk about this Batter and Toy Merchant real quick. It's very interesting they went for Batter instead of Antiquarian, considering we've seen how strong their Antiquarian can be. And their Toy Merchant, pretty strong Toy Merchant. We've seen Zhang, I believe, was the Toy Merchant main of Calamity. And yeah, they've been really good at just placing those catapults in general. It's just been pretty okay on their end. So it's pretty interesting. Like I said, this is the issue with just banning Priestess. It's like, what hunter do you want to use? Because sure, Priestess is a good ban, but with the characters you have, you're gonna have to deal with a lot more. The good thing here is how do you say it? they didn't pick up Seer, they didn't pick up Psychologist, so now we see actually Coronna's next man will be Seer Mechanic.
Yeah, so Corona is playing a hunter that does not like Cypher Rush, so I do wonder what would that be, because Dream Witch and Breaking Will can afford to release the release the mechanic. So maybe it's that Sculptor that you're talking about, because Sculptor is sort of like a campish hunter, and campish hunters does not like to deal with the mechanic. But speaking of, so we've also received the news of the third pick is a Psychologist. So yeah, pretty popular in this tournament, Wi-Fi heal and stuff. But here's just a quick funny thing is that actually Calamity attempted to pick the batter twice, and then they had to put a stop to that because there are no repeating characters.
You know, next thing you know, we're gonna see 4 batters if that was allowed. So luckily, that isn't allowed. So unfortunately, they had to go for that Psychologist here. And we were talking about this, just a while ago. The first match, the Wi-Fi heal plus the Harasser has become a staple meta choice at this rate, just for how effective it is.
So the Prospector is going to be the last survivor being banned, because Prospector just rose in a lot of this meta due to is that he has a pretty large potential with 3 Magnets in a row to like stun the hunter, and also his Magnets never run out. He did receive a nerf, so he no longer can do the triple Magnet stuns in a row, but still he still has a long potential in containing the hunter, and if he is the one being the first chase, he can almost always confirm a rebound kite with the help of his Magnets as well.
Yeah, and we're gonna see the 4th pick of the survivors, which is Gravekeeper. So they're really leaning in the idea that this hunter's gonna be a Dream Witch or a Breaking Wheel, but I also really think that it's not gonna be either of those, because I mean, first off, like I said, Priestess being banned first is just not really something you do, plus Cypher Rush characters being banned. Now, because of this, they don't... I mean, it's not like their Cypher Rush is actually bad here, but they do have a Batter and a Gravekeeper, which do have slower decoding. So, yeah, this is definitely very interesting, because I think, like, this is what Corona wanted. And it does leave with a bunch of options, and it's possible he can go Sculptor, but there's still a chance he can go Bonbon too, as well as, I guess Anne doesn't really work actually in this scenario, but
no.
Yeah, as I was saying, more camping hunters.
No, I play Anne. She does not work.
She does not work.
Yeah, but Sculptor actually, if Corona has a Sculptor Bonbon, now would be a good time to review it, because I feel like the Sculptor and Bonbon pick will be very good, because Gravekeeper are vulnerable, especially if it is a Bonbon. Like, majority of this team comp cannot guarantee a rescue in front of those. Maybe the Batter has a potential to do an instant rescue, but there are no guaranteed rescues such as the Mercenary and First Officer. So I think the thing here with Calamity's team comp is that they're trying to like target what Corona has, but will it pay off, or will Corona be surprised then with a different hunter? That is what remains to be seen over here, Jafet.
Yeah, and right now we're just waiting, and let's just talk about this comp once again. It's a very support-heavy comp. I mean, you see the Batter and the Toy Merchant, but as I was previously mentioning, it's also a very slow decoding comp. Not really very slow, but I would say slightly slower than the average comp we see in today's meta with the Batter and Gravekeeper picks. So I do think, like I said, just we previously were mentioning, camping hunters are just kind of the play here. But is it possible we see a Wax Artist, especially since there's so many characters to, counter Wax Artist as well?
But the Wax Artist here, the Gravekeeper can dive underground. The Batter, like, maybe 50-50, but the Toy Merchant will be a hassle, because the Toy Merchant can like place up a couple of catapults and ensure that the survivors can fly around to whenever they want. So if the Wax Artist is selected over here, I can see him definitely struggling with the help of the Toy Merchant's catapult. So I feel like if we're looking on paper terms, then Corona may choose a Bonbon or Galatea will be better, but in the end it just all depends on the specific hunter. But never mind, as we received through the power of technology on what the hunter is, and it seems that in this specific scenario Calamity has the upper hand, because Corona will be going for his Breaking Wheel, and I feel like the Breaking Wheel will be a bit, actually not that much of a struggle, because the Psychologist still exists, but the Toy Merchant's catapults will be a bit of a struggle, and the Gravekeeper diving underground make the Breaking Wheel impossible to cut someone off mid-rescue.
Oh, sorry, give me a sec.
Yeah, sure.
But anyways, alright, there we go, finally left. But anyways, sorry, my relatives came in.
Yeah, your fave. You know the hunter? Oh, never mind. It seems that Jafet has to deal with some internal issues. So, I guess I'm the sole commentator. Yay!
Sorry, I'm back. Yeah. Okay. Anyways, yeah, we were just gonna talk about it. As a Poland main, because I love my Polands, but this is a comp I just would not be playing Poland with. Sure, there's a psychologist, but keep in mind there's area selection, so you have to worry about psychologist possibly going to a place like Corner House, or possibly what do you call this? Possibly Graveyard. And then you have three other choices, which is Toy Merchant, who sure it's a bit of a 50-50 gamble. Batter, who does pretty well against Poland, and then you have Gravekeeper, who just straight up counters Poland, especially with the pretty old change of this rate, where now you can kind of just stop, you can stop the shovel midway and you still have it. So yeah, this is a comp I just would not be playing Poland for. So I feel like this is very interesting that Corona really chose Poland here.
Yeah, I mean, Poland against his team comp is sort of hard, but not exactly that hard. Like, I mean, I still see some opportunities and stuff, but this Gravekeeper selection from Calamity is very, very good because it ensures that no matter what, as I've mentioned, the rescue will not get spiked, and the Batter also counters the Breaking Wheel because can knock the Hunter backwards after they transform in full presence, and Toy Merchant just to fly around. So I feel like here the Breaking Wheel, if the Breaking Wheel wants a 4K, then they'll have to do some insane maneuvering, or maybe just get the first down in record time or something, honestly.
Yeah, I feel like, and keep in mind, like I just previously mentioned, with the, how do you call this, with the area selection, they're definitely putting the psychologist with a good kiting area like Graveyard or Corner House. So that's gonna make it like 100 times harder, because I mean, I guess your only chases now are possibly Batter and Toy Merchant, who are both still relatively really good against a character like Breaking Wheel. So I do think, like I said, this is a comp that's pretty hard to play Breaking Wheel. Not impossible, but especially with so much pressure, you having to 4K in this match, or else you're going to be down a deficit. It's very bold to actually play Breaking Wheel in this comp, because first off, Breaking Wheel isn't as meta as he used to be, and then now you're also kind of pressured to play a 4K against pretty strong counters.
Yeah, so speaking of, let's actually predict the personas that the survivors will bring, because we all agree that the psychologist is highly likely to be the first chase. So I feel like here probably they'll be aiming for, I think the difference is if they want 1 or 2 tide turners, because Gravekeeper definitely can bring tide, and actually we've seen in this meta, actually now Batter does not bring tide turners sometimes in this meta. Like, I know they locked in behind scenes, but I'm not going to spoil myself. So there is a possibility for Batter to actually have a no like borrow time team comp, but actually Toy Merchant can actually be the one bringing tide, because the Toy Merchant's benefit here is that she also would not get cut off mid-rescue. So I feel like they can either have Gravekeeper be the sole tide, or Gravekeeper and Toy Merchant be 2 tide turners, and then the psychologist and the Batter bring flywheel if they were indeed predicting this Breaking Wheel.
Can we talk about the personas though?
By the way, has the game started yet?
Oh no, you didn't see it? Oh no, the stream again.
Lambo, if you're listening to this, Lambo, if you're listening to this, do your thing, please.
Oh,
I actually
the instant reaction was crazy.
Yeah, she's already prepared for this, because this is like the 4th day. We're already prepared for me not making it, Lamal.
Yeah, I'm sorry for the technical issues. I think PC IDV has just been.
No, I think there's something wrong. There's something wrong with my laptop, but not much can be done about that. So.
Is stream working for you?
Check. And next, if you're at the stream, let me know. Is stream working for everyone, guys?
Okay.
We have no game audio.
Is working for everyone.
We will have no game audio, unfortunately. So that's that.
No game audio. It's okay. We're doing our best here.
Oh, I just realized I forgot to put to modify the scoreboard anyway. So yep, deal with it.
Oh, so okay. We definitely need to work on that. Sorry again to the chat.
No, because I think the only difference is that if I'm not the one streaming, because this is keep on happening with my laptop at this point.
Yeah, but anyways, we're gonna see here. Breaking Wheel spawned. Yeah, this was just previously mentioning Breaking Wheel chose the Corner House spot, but it's actually the Batter here. But no, wait, he's might be going for the Batter actually. Pretty interesting choice, because does not go to the right direction. Now trying to cut off the battery.
Oh.
Okay.
What exactly is this? Jafet, does this bring you back certain memories?
Lots of memories, huh? So, Corona just doing a Jaffa classic here. Oh no!
Oh my god!
What is he? Oh, okay. Sorry,
What?
I don't usually talk really bad of breaking wheel players because I love breaking wheel players. But what was that? Okay. At least I did it like out of a 4K, but that was just out of I don't really know. But anyways, going now for the Gravekeeper here, but now gonna switch. Keep in mind he doesn't even have insolence, so like, what is he gonna do here? He's not getting off this with insolence, but now Psychologist does get one stack. Does have excitement actually, which pretty interesting choice. I mean, you only have a batter wire, not really to be super worried about. But anyways, yeah, gonna go for the Psychologist now right here. I agree.
Yeah, so right now we're seeing the Psychologist just going to be swifting, like doing some shape-shifting left and right here, just trying to, like, avoid and not getting knocked over. But never mind, as the breaking wheel does manage to roll over the Psychologist, uses the trap. Unfortunately, did not work, but able to get that down though. So in the end, Corona here is able to get that down, but based on how much time he lost from like just finding and locating a survivor at the basement, this is definitely not favorable because we can see that the first cipher has already been completed. So right now, the cipher progress is actually looking pretty healthy, and the survivors can play for time, and it's very likely that they can achieve the one escape that they craved or carved for.
Yeah, and keep in mind, there's still... But Gravekeeper's gonna actually get caught early here. He's gonna go ahead and shovel, but yeah, just gonna go ahead and shovel here, and he's probably gonna use the snap to get him off, but luckily just decides to...
Oh, watch out, watch out!
Oh,
this is a dangerous time, watch out, watch out, watch
dangerous
out!
time.
Oh, managed to put off!
But he hits the Gravekeeper instead, which is still a really good choice, but now CI surprise here. She's gonna get to this window, but again, pretty hard to actually kite in this window specifically, but this might actually buy enough time to get to pop off the... Oh no, never mind, that's not gonna buy enough time actually. Oh wait, no, that's gonna buy enough time. Wait, he didn't snap. I guess he was scared that it bought enough time, but now look, Zong is getting ready here to get that catapult, and all Surprise has to do now is just stay as long as possible. But no, that trap's gonna down him. But keep in mind, look, he still has a sliver of that health remaining.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Oh, we can see that Batter actually went for a ball, but actually missed. So I actually was thinking that Corona will be using his excitement over there, but apparently because the Batter missed the ball, so it turns out excitement is not being needed. As now the Psychologist will be at the second chair, and now we'll be going back at the Gravekeeper once again. And keep in mind though, is that the Toy Merchant does indeed have Tide Turner, but I don't think the Toy Merchant will be the one rescuing, as they probably want to have someone without Tide so that they can have the empathy on the Psychologist side. But watch out, there's a chance that this rescue will not work because of that, of like the level 2 presence, as now the Gravekeeper cannot rescue as well, and things went from bad to worse. The Toy Merchant is going to make for it, but can he? They can knock him
Oh no! No! Oh my god!
Oh, but did not hit that one though. Oh my goodness! What on earth I just saw?
What is this game? This game. First we saw the basement, now the tram comes out of nowhere, and again, our Corona here is now back in this game as they still need to finish, I believe, one full cipher, and there's no one to rescue. Gravekeeper does not have enough Gravekeeper's in half health, and his shovel's about to just run out soon as well. This is not looking good for the survivors here, because it seems as if, yeah, probably Gravekeeper gonna go down here, just waiting for the shovel to kind of run out, and bit of lag there, but yeah, now Kuni, it's a Gravekeeper basically. He's not gonna make it here, and now that's gonna leave the Toy Merchant here as the sole rescuer, and yeah, no, he's not gonna be able to pull off that rescue. So luckily, Rainy KK, or rather Corona here, is not gonna be what do you call it? It's not gonna be switching forms, because if he did, that was a free rescue. But yeah, now look, this kind of situation, we kind of were expecting a loss here, but no, now Corona is going to be back here.
Yeah, here's the thing though, is that Ever Saving Town is a very good map for the Breaking Wheel, so it's no surprise seeing the Breaking Wheel being that dominant, but the survivors had a decent start with the Breaking Wheel just wasting time at the early game, and then and then the cycle just did last a bit. But I feel like what mattered was that during the second rescue, their inability to like pull off the rescue. Hold on, that blink is actually going to cut off the Gravekeeper, preventing him to dive underground. So that was a very good move, because now the Gravekeeper has no more self-heal. So that means that the Toy Merchant is the only one remaining, and the Toy Merchant probably cannot last that significant amount of time, even though she does have a flywheel effect.
Yeah, and I feel like this is just gonna be a 4K here. I mean, there's not really anything you can do. Let's pray to God he doesn't look at the basement again. But anyways, we're seeing here Zhang is just hiding, but Zhang can't use any items. She's a toy merchant, so yeah, eventually they're just gonna find us and turn the wrong direction there. You might want to do a U-turn, but anyways, yeah, no, this is definitely gonna be a 4K for Corone.
Oh, Corone is struggling to find someone right now. Like, honestly, this game does bring back a lot of memories from you, does it, Japhet?
This game brings too much memories. It's crazy.
Yeah. Well, for those
John,
of you who
I
don't
don't
know, just a quick recap. Japhet once got tricked by a bot in the basement and spent 3 minutes trying to find a survivor that does not exist at that area. But never mind, because now the crowds are going to be exposed for Zhang. So for Yu Zhong here, so I don't think Yu Zhong will be able to last right now. There is a fly effect to work with to evade the flying spikes, but I don't think Zhang will be able to last for too long, because now no more fly effects, one trap, and down goes Zhang. And I believe we are seeing a fourth survivor elimination in response to BO1, Japhet.
Yeah, and just good job here by Corone. I mean, I feel like the best play here in the entire game was honestly the tram. The tram is like the tram's like the second best play. The best play was looking at the basement. But yeah, Jong, if I don't see like the basement like top one in the top 5 place, if you ever consider making that again, I'm gonna be mad, because that happened to me. But yeah, no, this is gonna be a 4K here for Corone.
Oh, by the way, just saying, people in the stream are actually screaming as they do remember that incident.
Everyone's remembered the yeah, everyone remembers the what do you call this? Everyone does remember the entire what do you call this basement thing.
I mean, those of you who are in, like, those of you who have been watching my channel for a while probably remembers this incident. So anyways, so just I feel like here the game-changing moment was definitely that failed rescue from like 2 survivors. I feel like there are a couple of things to note. The first thing is the batter failed to fly will affect the flying spike. That's very detrimental, because that means that he'll go down 1 hit, and that excitement results in the batter cannot knock the hunter backwards. And also the toy merchant being a step too late. But I feel like here what the survivors could have done better if they do not want to risk it is probably just have the batter to approach even more closer, just to not give the hunter a camping opportunity. Because one thing with Wheel is that if you got found very long range and you don't have some specific tools, you won't be able to pull off that rescue.
Yeah, and I just want to quote someone from the chat. I was looking at the chat when the entire thing was going on. Someone said, Zenadine specifically said, bro got isekai'd after the survivor Zhang got hit by the tram there. But yeah, I do think this is just very... I wouldn't even say if there's anything I can get off this game other than tram is powerful, and
yeah,
apparently I'm not the only person that looked at basement this time around. So yeah, this is just I would say luck is a factor this entire game, but I also would say I think that yeah, the Calamity had just a good chance of winning, and unfortunately Tram said no. So yeah, I guess that's gonna be a 4K here for Corone, which actually now there's again back on even ground here going into round 2, because now points are even as well.
Yeah, so this is actually going to be making a very interesting second round. And before we hopped into break, just one more thing. I feel like one thing with IMR is that Scouts gets benefit from the tram, because I'm not sure if any of you were here watching in IMR Chapter 1, but in Chapter 1, the tram turned a free escape to a 4 escape in favor of Scouts as well. So it seems that tram, I feel like here, let's call tram the Scouts Junior.
Scouts Junior. Oh yeah, in IMR 2 as well, we saw the tram become contributive. I believe it was against Dream Witch. I forgot which one though, actually.
Wait, wasn't that one? But we'll get.
No, that was it one actually?
I think it was one.
Wow.
Yeah, but yeah, we can figure that, but we're gonna hop into a break first. Yeah, we're gonna hop into break, and we'll see you after the break. See you in a bit. Oh wait, I'm finding. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to IMR Chapter 2, and we are currently at Round 2 of Calamity for the Scouts, and things are looking to be very interesting. So what happened is that the BO1 ended in a 5-5 tie as both teams manages to force Survivor eliminate the other side. This means that this guarantees that there will be a BO3 no matter what. And I'm actually very interested to seeing how good the hunters are performing, which side will be the side to manage to score points and get a breakthrough here.
Yeah, BO2 is going to be very different from what we've seen from, BO1, because now there's going to be more bans. We didn't see that during our group matches because, like I said, everything was BO1. So, yeah, this is going to be very interesting. I'm very curious as to how well this would go for which team, and like you just mentioned, this is definitely going to be a breakthrough for one of them.
Yeah, so we're currently waiting on the map picks, but because we know that Calamity was the team that chose the map pick, and I felt like it did not exactly work in their favor, as I mentioned, Breaking Wheel is just very strong on Ever Sleeping Towns. I'm not too certain why they chose that, but now it's actually Scouts going to be making the pick here, and I do wonder what will Scouts be choosing, because in the match against Tibet yesterday, we saw them go with the red shirts. So I do wonder what would be the case over here. And I can see the NX in the chat screaming the Jafet, the ancient lore of the bot. Yeah, everyone remembers that. Who cannot forget that?
Who cannot forget? I kind of hate that no one can forget, to be honest. But hey, if it makes you happy, fine, sure. I'll let it pass, I guess. But I do think that it's going to be very interesting because, like I said, yeah, there's going to be also more map picks, which we just haven't really covered about, because we've kind of seen the same maps, I believe. We've seen pretty similar maps, at least for during group stages, I believe. So, yeah, there's going to be very interesting, and I believe, yeah, they haven't chosen these, what do you call this, the survivors and hunters yet. So for Calamity,
no, I haven't.
Their hunter will be someone else. It's going to be White Fox.
Oh, actually, White Fox is pretty. I think per my memory, White Fox is Curtis, like the hunter that we have been seeing per my memory.
Oh, so I guess we're seeing Curtis again, and pretty interesting that they're switching this up now, because I do think that Hina did pretty well in the first round. So, but maybe she's especially for BO1, right? So,
maybe. So
that's possible.
So what we know is that Calamity banned Lakeside Village. So what will Scouts be bringing? Because if they want to play in Corona's favor, then they probably can go for another Breaking Wheel strong map. But Breaking Wheel is likely going to be banned. But Corona still has Dream Witch, and if it's a Dream Witch that we're considering, then any map is possible. So I feel like here the best move is probably to select a map that is going to be bad for Curtis's Hunter, from what we can see. And it's actually good to be Arms Factory, because I actually feel like this is a very nice pick, because we did see Curtis with the Wax Artist, and yes, as the Wax Artist main, I think Arms is not good for Wax.
Yeah, and I just want to go through all these bans again, or all these roster swaps again. So it seems as if that Calamity did switch two things. First, they switched Hina's Hunter for White Fox, and they also switched Hina's Survivor for Drix. So I believe, I don't actually know who Drix means, but yeah, this is just something you want to keep a note of. And yeah, you're right. I mean, this is going to stop Curtis's Wax Artist, which we have seen multiple times before, but as I previously mentioned, it seems as if Curtis does know a lot of characters, so I will say I'm not really sure as to how effective this is, especially since now that actually leaves Calamity to just ban the Dream Witch, because Corona does seem to be very confident with both Breaking Wheel and Dream Witch. And sure, we can argue that, Corona Breaking Wheel, 4K and Ever Sleeping, but we can also argue that Corona looked at Basement and it was Ever Sleeping Town. So I do think that, yeah, I'm gonna forever put that, by the way, because I feel like everyone just kind of gets mad at, everyone just keeps on making fun of me for looking at Basement back then. This will be put down in history, so Corona, if you for some reason are listening,
yeah, but here's the thing, though,
yeah,
is that the Arms Factory was a target to Wax Artist. It's also a target to. It's also like a double-edged sword situation, because Corona's Breaking Wheel can also not be used in this map. That means that Calamity also does not need to ban it. So there's an opportunity for Calamity to straight up remove that Dream Witch, because you can just release Wheel in the Arms Factory.
Yeah, and it seems as if that it's actually going to be, I believe, Corona is gonna be the first ones, right? Yeah, Corona is gonna be the hunter first. So it seems as if Scots is gonna go first as her hunter, and then we're gonna see Calamity take that survivor role. And
Oh yeah, the screen is wrong, by the way. I'm fixing it. So, but while we are while we are on that, is that yeah, Corona will be the one going first. Oh, you want everything to be a full name, right? I'll do it.
Yeah, I'm having absolute no. No. It's not even that. I'm just having PTSD of these logos, man.
All right, so I'll change the round to first half thing.
Don't worry about. Yeah, don't worry if you haven't seen the band picks yet. So we're just kind of fixing it.
We're fixing it right like at this moment.
Yeah, at this moment we're kind of fixing it. So yeah, don't worry so much about it. But anyways, yeah, we're just gonna talk a bit about yeah, Corona here. All they have to do is ban Dream Witch actually, and I believe they did. I'm not sure. I'm gonna double check on that actually.
Yeah, I have to like finish the. Is the screen ready?
I believe. Yeah, no, that's good enough.
Yeah.
It looks my OCD's just hitting. Sorry, but yeah, now
I'll use it for now. Yeah. So the ban is actually. Oh.
Okay, don't spoil. Don't spoil.
Yeah, no, we're not spoiling it. But first of all, let's wait for the correct ban pick screen to appear, which it is going now. And then the Seer and the Mechanic are the first two survivors being banned. So Corona had a different change of strategy, and actually if it is a Dream Witch that he wanted to play, I'm not sure. The Mechanic ban is interesting because often the Mechanic would, or rather the Dream Witch player would not want to get rid of the Mechanic because the Mechanic is like of open target, is pretty much like holding a huge neon sign saying chase me first.
Yeah, and I feel like it's also I think it's also a countermeasure because I mean, like I said, if Dream Witch got banned here, then you know banning Mech is also a pretty decent choice. They banned Mech, right? By the way, Seer Mech.
It
shows Priestess, that's why.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
anyways,
I'm banning it. Yeah.
Yeah. Can I say the Hunter ban now?
Yeah, it'll appear anyways. But it's going to be the Violinist.
Yeah, and that is a surprise. I mean, we know Corona used to main violinist. I feel like he's an inspiration to many violinist mains, to be honest. But Corona hasn't played violinist in a long time, and I feel like the ban was completely unnecessary. I feel.
I mean,
and just
in the end, it really depends on what specifically happens. But I guess here, Calamity is just wanting to respect. It's like respecting Corona, what Corona has for certain.
Yeah, but yeah, that does let the what do you call this? It does let the Dream Witch out possibly, but they did pick their first two survivors. I'm sorry if the ban pick screener is taking a while. Though it takes a while.
Barmaid and Mercenary are the first two, right?
Yeah.
Actually, yeah.
Barmaid and Mercenary are the first two.
This is actually a very good pick because I guess they are expecting that Dream Witch, which is why they selected the Barmaid, because Barmaid is a very good counter. But I think there is a difference between the Barmaid and Psychologist pick, as a Psychologist is more reactive in terms of countering the Dream Witch, while Barmaid is more proactive, because Barmaid you like proactively give the wine to the teammates. But there is a risk behind that, is that there is a possibility to fail. Meanwhile, Psycho pretty much doesn't fail because the empathy is always there.
Yeah, and it's kind of just it's a riskier, but you can also say a bit more rewarding because you can now have two goblins as well, plus the speed boost. So it is risky, but I do think it's also rewarding and slightly stronger counter to Dream Witch in my opinion. So I do think this is a pretty good choice. Though now we're gonna actually see it. Yeah, no, dancer.
Yeah, no, it's appearing. No, it'll appear now. It's the Antiquarian and the Prospector. So Corona here will be saying no to any type of harassment because seeing that the two strongest harassers in the game have been banned, but actually here Calamity will be picking the Psychologist next. So Calamity is like going to full on counter. It's like saying no. It's like challenging. I challenge you to use Dream Witch against this team comp, and this must be Calamity's strategy. Ban the Violinist and go full on counter against Corona's Dream Witch because the two strongest counter against Dream Witch is out, and I don't think any Dream Witch player wants to play the Witch with these two survivors in the game.
Yeah, and yeah, Psychologists and I believe, yeah, you mentioned Psychologist and Barmaid too, really strong characters against Dream Witch, but that does leave room for, again, possibly a Bonbon or a Sculptor. And now since this is second round now, so I feel like the conditions here are a bit more different. Where sure, in the first round you got that Breaking Wheel open, second round you got Arms Factory as well, so I do think it really just leaves room just to play the Sculptor and the Bonbon. I'm gonna say this constantly the entire stream, am I? Because yeah, no, I do think Korone is probably gonna hopefully go for Sculptor or a Bonbon, because I just think that's the better option here. I mean, you could still go for Dream Witch, but that's two full counters, and Breaking Wheel just isn't that great or isn't as strong in Arms Factory. That's coming from someone who's played Breaking Wheel and Arms Factory.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Breaking Wheel is good against this team comp, but this is Arms Factory unless we have someone who is that crazy that they're willing to risk Breaking Wheel in Arms Factory, which actually happened because you remember you had to like 4K and you actually Arms Factory in the pulled out your Breaking Wheel and they actually pulled off.
Yeah, and Corona did ban Batter, but in exchange, the survivors did pick up Prisoner, so there's now Cypher Rush as well. There's actually a really good comp. It heavily counters Dream Witch, which I just feel like Corona was gonna bring. You still have Cypher Rush, meaning to say, yeah, using a character like Bonbon and Sculptor wouldn't be as effective. Still works, but wouldn't be as effective. And Arms Factory kind of counters, pretty much, actually not even counters, pretty much counters Breaking Wheel at this rate.
Yeah.
So, yeah, really good kind of ban methodology here by Calamity. And that really puts, I guess you can see now why they went for that Violinist ban. It's all coming together. It really just is working, actually, because now there's two counters. But we also saw in the first round, actually, you know, Corona played Breaking Wheel against a really strong comp against Breaking Wheel and did get the 4K. So you wonder whether he's actually going to play Dream Witch despite the two counters.
Yeah, I do wonder, but here, if it's not Breaking Wheel, I do wonder what are their other options. I don't think the Witch will be coming out, honestly, it's just way too hard. I feel like what we might be seeing, though, is maybe Chip Hunters, as Jafet has been very excited throughout. The Galatea can actually be good against this comp because just chip, and maybe the Clerk too, because there's no harassers in this team comp, so there is a possibility for the Clerk to like go berserk because no one can really kite the Clerk that effectively. Like, I know the Psycho and Barmaid can tank extra hits, but not that effectively considering the Clerk will be bringing Blink, and especially the fact that there are no harassers. This means that no one can really stop the Clerk if it comes out.
Yeah, and I feel like that's just kind of, it's a really pretty interesting, because I also feel like there's still a possibility, like we did mention this, there's still a possibility for Breaking Wheel Arms. I mean, you know, sure, it's hard, but this comp is actually pretty susceptible to Breaking Wheel, so he might just go for the risk, play Breaking Wheel on Arms, and then, you know, he has so many options to chase here. He can chase the Psychologist, he can chase the Prisoner, he can chase the Barmaid. Just don't chase the Mercenary. That's like the worst thing you could do here. But yeah, this is pretty good comp here, or pretty good comp to go against for Breaking Wheel. But it is Arms Factory, so you really have to consider that. And I think we're hearing the news. Do you wanna
hold on? Let's see. Oh yeah, Jafet's favorite Chip Hunters are finally coming out, and it's going to be the Bonbon. And actually, yeah, like I agree with the selection of Chip Hunters because it is a way to tear down the survivors fast. So if it's a Bonbon, the Mercenary is able to pull off a rescue, and actually Psychologist can also pull off a rescue too if she still has her empathy though. So the camping would not be that good, like would not be that strong, but the chasing would probably be better considering that both the Barmaid and Psycho doesn't really have a lot of effective kiting items.
Yeah, and I just want to talk about it. I mean, Bonbon, yeah, probably one of my favorite characters. But anyways, I think one of the things you have to realize here, you're playing Bonbon, very tie heavy, and is one of the issues with the Chip Hunters right now. They're mostly tie heavy. They're not really something you need in a winning condition. You're in even ground right now, and I would say it's relatively risky to push another tie going into BO3 if that is what they want to go for. But yeah, this is a very interesting, not really interesting choice in the sense that it's a bad choice. I feel like it's an interesting choice in the sense that, Break Bonbon's a very tied character. It's very easy to tie with against Bonbon rather, and not okay, maybe not easy, not as easy, but it is relatively easier compared to other characters, and that really puts a lot of pressure because if Karane wants to win, he's gonna need to do more than just camp and chase. He needs to do it pretty well.
Yeah, I agree with that. Bonbon is very hard to win because of the survivors can easily just fail. So if the survivors they can either get wins from stuffing rescues or just when the first chase is too hard for any possible thing to happen. It's either one of those two situations that I'm not too certain about. So here's the thing is that I feel like Bonbon's better target, if the best is probably the prisoner if can find it, and yes, I did not make it and nope, I did not make it in the game again, so thanks Lambo for the stream. And hold on, Jafet. Yeah, you can talk while I figure that one out.
Sure. Yeah, let's just talk about these personas. I mean, they went for 212, so I guess that they were thinking. Bonbon does not really suffer against 12. I would say does kind of 12 is pretty okay against Bonbon actually, because we've seen people kind of do amazing timing with the flywheel these days. I mean, people are just good with flywheel now. It's kind of stable. But yeah, no, I feel like when they were going for this, they were planning it might be a Dream Witch, so maybe they had brought out that 12 for that same reason. But yeah, we're gonna see this area selection here. Okay, they are thinking as to this area selection, and are they gonna go for it? Are they gonna go for the? Yeah, I feel like everyone knows what I'm saying when I see this. Oh no, they're going for the L. They're going for the L. Okay. Luckily,
very funny formation. I know.
A very funny formation. It could have been funnier, but anyways.
The Bonbon here is definitely going to be targeting the prisoner first because the prisoner is the fastest decoder at this team. So he'll probably be the best target for Bonbon in this scenario, and plus he's the closest. But I believe prisoner here, we don't know the personas just yet, but I think he probably brought broken windows, so he can probably loop around the factory for 1 or 2 loops before transitioning out. So it will be a bit of a tougher case for the Bonbon to try and chase the prisoner down fast, but we'll have to see, can the prisoner manage to evade the bombs early game because he only has 1 electro charge.
Yeah, and though he does have a factory here, so that's going to be a bit of an advantage on his end. But yeah, Karan is probably going to go ahead and chase for this prisoner, and yeah, he's about to, and surprise, just going to connect the cipher. He's probably going to decode a bit just to turn on. Oh, he did not turn on, so that failed kind of miserably. But anyways, yeah, we're going to see here. Just making some distance here for the prisoner, and now now we're gonna see the chase come here. A 5-second bomb. Don't really like that because he could just easily vault.
Watch out for this chain bomb. Does not work. So
barely missed.
Yeah. Hold on. A bit of a weird screen, but okay, we can see the prisoner is going to be making the vault, and with the help of the broken window, it's going to transition very far away, not going to give Bomba any chance to chip him with a chain bomb and slam this pallet down just to create more distance. As currently the Bomba manages to pull off the first bomb and hopefully connects the second bomb, but manages to evade it, and that's actually very good because if that hits over there, it would be a disaster, and the prisoner will be using electro charge just to make sure that he can make it to this pallet.
Yeah, and he's managed to cut off 1 bomb because of that as well. So now forced to use that blink here, but 1 chip remaining, so all Korane has to do now is kind of just hit 1 more chip. Oh, he was about to pressure the cipher. That was a pretty interesting choice, but decides not to. And now just 1 more chain bomb here. Will he get it off? Yep. Does get it off. Wow, an amazing actually chain bomb right there. And Basement is here, but not gonna cheer on Basement, maybe too worried that the prisoner is probably gonna struggle out. So
yeah,
and Mercenary has the wanted order as well. So yeah, this is a pretty good scenario for Bonbon, but pretty much looking like a tie.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing though, is that the first 2 ciphers have already been done. So and the third one is about to be completed, I believe. So actually, this is looking to be a near free cipher cut, and I believe the survivors will probably attempt just an upper half rescue or maybe sell completely. So we have to see the mercenary's movements around here, and will he be trying to make that rescue? And I believe he will be like at least getting closer just to give a bit more of pressure. But see, we'll have to see how this plays out. But I feel like that this prisoner did make a pretty good kite because he pretty much like evaded a few crucial chain bombs just to survive longer, as the rescue will be in play here.
Yeah, and now it's not yet getting chipped, and only 2 bombs remaining. So he must get these 2 chips here. Misses the 1 chip, does not have any more bombs. Misses the remote bomb here. Now must try to go for this prisoner here. Gets the stun right here, and they're gonna be able to make to this pallet. He must try to down it with the bombs, but 2 ciphers remaining. This is not looking good for Corona right now.
Yeah, there's actually a chance for the survivors to survive, because we can see that just now the barmaid cipher is at 50%, so there is a possibility for the cipher to be enough if this kite lasts for even longer, as the bomb will be here, or the mercenary will be here trying to block for the prisoner, and if able to pull off that block, so now the prisoner is able to survive for quite a significant amount of time, as right now Corona's time is dwindling down and down here as the ciphers are getting closer and closer, and right now still not being able to land any damage, finally connects a remote bomb, but the prisoner is still alive.
Yeah, this all it just takes is one more chain bomb, and there we go. Gets another chain bomb, trying to force the heal right now, and we're seeing here 95% on barmaid cipher, but now it's trying to chain here. Gets oh my god, gets the pop!
That is so intense. End game. That was a very intense pop at the end. And actually, I feel like Corona got a bit too greedy at the end with that hit, because he could have just instantly dropped, like the prisoner goes down, just instantly puts a bomb there. And because he got that hit, now we're approaching a 4-man end game, and things are not looking good for Corona at all here, Jafet, because he actually has no detention.
Yeah, and it seems as if they're all at the other gate as well anyways, so just looking like a tree escape right now for the survivors. And oh my god, the basement's right there, not basement, sorry, dungeon's right there as well. Can he go for dungeon? No, does not get the dungeon, unfortunately, but that's gonna be a tree escape here for Calamity.
Yeah, what an amazing performance from Calamity's side. And honestly, I can just go on and on how well the Calamity survivors played in this game. First of all, is that the prisoner did a very decent kite early game, because he managed to like have some pretty good movement and evading a few remote bombs that allowed him to survive when the hunter blinked. The second thing is that the mercenary manages to pull off a no damage rescue, because we can see that the Corona unfortunately wasted a bit too much bombs during that camp. That was detrimental if he had no bomb for camp, and that endgame just managing to able to block, and Corona's decision to hit at the end blew up in his face.
Yeah, and I do think that was such an intense situation, because I felt like, yeah, if Corona had gotten the chain bomb on the prisoner a lot earlier, like when they were at Shack, or when they were at Factory, when they were early body blocking earlier on, then that would have worked. And I actually would call a lot of geniusness actually on the side of the survivors, because what actually happened was, after Mercenary took the first hit, they didn't actually try to rotate instantly. Instead, Prisoner connected the 2 ciphers, allowing the barmaid to give progress to that middle cipher, to make sure that middle cipher's close to getting popped, because, you know, if that barmaid manages to pop her cipher, the issue now is that the last cipher's at middle, which is where the survivors were kiting. So this was just a lot of good plays here on Calamity's end, and I think that Calamity really deserved a streetscape right here.
Yeah, for certain. So actually, right now, things are not looking too good for Scouts, because Scouts now, after the Hunter Gang Free escaped, the pressure is on the survivors to do the same in the next round, because if they do not do so, then they're going to be falling behind, moving on into the last round. Seems like Jafet has gone a bit silent. So yeah, currently I feel like it's definitely in the lead. Like things are looking very, very good for Calamity, because now the hunter only has to play for tie at this round, and they're going to pull off the win. So Scout Survivor must pull off a free escape, and how would they be able to do that against Curtis? This is actually going to be an interesting thing, as I believe Lambo is going to be starting the band pick soon. So yeah.
Yeah, and I just sorry, I just did something. I was trying to get a charger, and also there's like a thunderstorm right now, so if you're hearing a bit of that, yeah, no, it's not that great. But I mean, there was just there's a lot to say about this match. I mean, good kite, good rescue. I mean, dude did not get. I mean, Bonbon is a character that's really good at at what do you call this, at stuffing rescues, and the mercenary didn't even get hit during the rescue. It really
Yeah.
shows how well, like, I mean, they were just in this game. They're just dominating. They were more mechanically skilled. They had the better game sense. There's just a lot of things to really mention here, and that's not to say that Karan is bad in any way. Karan did a good job, but Calamity is just doing better right now.
Yeah, and actually, as I said, this is huge considering that Calamity or like Scouts is the winners, but now Calamity is currently in the lead. So now, as I said, pressure back on Scout Survivor. I wonder how would they be able to try and pull it off. So now we are going to be moving on to the second half of this round. So let me hold on a second. Let me switch to the band pick screen and clean it up. So currently we are actually received the news. I will change it. But the first two bans are the Seer and the Antiquarian.
Yeah, and that's actually the most standard bans that it could get. I mean, Seer and Antiquarian, I mean, especially since Art Factory, you don't have to worry about a character like Priestess. Toy Merchant, you don't really have to worry so much. There's not a lot of things you can do as Toy Merchant and Factory as well. But, yeah, so banning Seer and Antiquarian is just a standard choice here. And I do think, I don't know if Curtis has played, I don't know if Curtis plays Clerk, but I actually think that Curtis will play Clerk, or also it's possible to go for a tie character like Anne, possibly Bonbon as well, but I mean that really worked out poorly for Corona, so yeah, this is a very standard ban procedure here for Curtis.
But actually we're seeing some pretty interesting picks as Scouts has picked the Mechanic and Acrobat first. It seems to me that Scouts' plan is want to Cypher Rush the heck out of the Hunter, but Mechanic is mostly a tie character. Like, sometimes can't be gambling for a free escape, but normally more of a tie. So I feel like this is not the most ideal situation. Acrobat, on the other hand, a very decent character on his own, but if I were Scouts, I would probably want to stable up the Rescuers and pick the Mercenary first, because if you're not going to pick it, then the Hunter will be banning it, but we actually received news that the Hunter does not ban it anyways, and is opting for a Barmaid and Prisoner ban, so it seems like he's want to say no to Cypher Rush.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's a very interesting choice because I think that left out also the Mercenary getting picked. There's the Psychologist could have gotten picked during that time. What other characters could have actually gotten picked? There's a lot of other meta characters that could have gotten picked. But yeah, Barmaid and Prisoner. I mean, banning Barmaid over Psychologist, you have to be either mind gaming the living hell out of Scouts or you're a Dream Match main.
Hold on a second, let me grab some water. You can continue and grab some water first.
Yeah. Jong's gonna grab some water, maybe I should later on as well. But yeah, and also banning Prisoner and Barmaid, I mean, if you're a Dream, which is not your typical bans. I mean, sure, Antiquarian Seer maybe, but then you ban Prisoner, and all of a sudden you're half confused as to what the Hunter really wants to play here. But anyways, yeah, I was about to say, first the Hunter ban, and yeah, they kind of forgot about the Hunter ban. They did ban Fish Lady. Guys, who's Fish Lady? I'm kidding. I know who Fish Lady is. You don't know who Fish Lady is. It is none other than Naiad. Arguably the most annoying Hunter in the game, though that's honestly biased because I keep getting terror shocked by her. But anyways, yeah, Naiad, pretty interesting ban because I don't remember if Curtis has ever played Naiad the entire tournament, so maybe they have some secret information, maybe they just hate Naiad. Then again,
I'm back. Naiad, right?
Yeah, no, we just got the ban here, which is none other than Naiad. And speaking of picks and bans, another character has gotten picked, not showing in the screen because John got a bottle of water or cup of water, depends on where you live in, to be honest. But yeah, now we're seeing Mercenary get chosen as well. So,
well, bans 3 and 4 are Barmaid and Prisoner, and Mercenary is getting chosen now, right? Oh wait,
yeah,
wait.
Mercenary got chosen.
Wait, let me check. Oh yeah, Mercenary got chose female. Wait. Oh yeah, Mercenary got. Oh yeah, because Lambo got the order wrong. Mercenary.
Yeah.
Mercenary got chosen. Female dancer is the last ban, and what's the
Do you know what they mean?
And so we don't know what's the last pick yet, right?
No, you don't get it.
Okay, let me check.
It's Doctor. Look at the image. What is that? What is that job? Okay, for context, basically what's happening is in our tournament bans and picks, also, yeah, I was about to say this, later. Okay, hold on, I'll explain that later. But yeah, they were showing, like, an actual picture of a doctor, like an actual IRL picture of a doctor. And
Yeah,
as,
that was
like,
funny.
when we were asking their last pick, and Zhang just did not get that. Also, I just
Oh,
want to clarify.
I saw it. I saw it. Yeah.
Yeah, I accidentally messed up pronouncing Acel? Actually, because EY is so hard to pronounce. Is that Acel or Icel? I think that's Acel, right?
I think. Hold on. I think you can know it by checking out. Oh yeah. You're not in their chat. I'll check it. Hold on.
Sorry, but yeah.
Acel. Acel.
If they're watching the stream, I hope I'm pronouncing your name right. Acel.
It's Acel. Acel Lambo called you out for it.
Yeah. Yeah, Lambo was calling me out. That's the thing. I don't know if you pronounce A as A or A, right? For some reason. But anyways, yeah. Acel here. Sorry. So, anyways, we're gonna see here. We're just waiting for the Hunter pick right now. They've actually already locked into personas. With this comp, Doctor, Mechanic, Acrobat, and Mercenary. Very interesting comp. It's like they really want to counter. They really
want to counter
Dreamwitch.
something. Yeah.
They want to counter
Hermit
Dreamwitch,
or maybe
but then
Hermit.
proceeded. Yeah, it's actually possible that it is a Hermit, because I was about to say that they are trying to counter Dreamwitch, but then at the same time they're not playing Psychologist, so like it's not really bad.
Or maybe they
But,
want
yeah.
to counter any potential surprise Joseph picks too.
Yeah, I mean, we did only see, I believe, from Curtis. I'm not sure if this is Curtis, by the way. Chat can clarify
is.
for me.
Wait, what
Yeah.
on earth is? No, this is Scouts, not Calamity. Yeah, because in context, Scouts are sending some pretty interesting images in the band's chat, and there's one that I'm not sure what on earth it is. So
it's another game, Tekken 8. If anyone knows the game.
but the clock. Okay, no, don't leak it. Don't leak it.
Yeah, no, I'm not leaking it. I'm just saying. I'm happy to see this.
I'm like talk about looking at the future. I'll say this.
Talk about, this is gonna be remembered. So I guess it's gonna be a pretty memorable match, hopefully. But yeah, this is an interesting choice. I mean, they're up in the lead and they're risking like this. I mean, all I'm saying is that's a pretty interesting. And yeah, I don't think this is Curtis. This is a different name. Is it?
Wait,
Is it
hold
actually
on.
Curtis?
No, White Fox. Wait, is White Fox Curtis or hold on?
No, I don't think White Fox is Curtis. That's what I've been saying.
Oh, Lambo, invite me in the game, please.
Yeah, it's a completely different person. So we've been thinking that White Fox is Curtis.
No, hold on. I'm in.
Yeah, sorry to the chat if anyone thought White Fox is Curtis.
If not.
But
Oh,
yeah,
by the way, I realized I never swapped the screen. Let me swap it real quick.
Oh wait. Well,
I'm gonna swap
I
it.
Mean,
So
can we talk about?
yeah, but
You can see the pick already, right?
yeah,
So-
the pick has been leaked. It's the photographer, but I'm not sure if I agree with the photographer because I feel like Scouts definitely had the number here. I think now we know what is that doctor pick for. It seems like Scouts definitely did their homework.
Scouts did do their homework here.
But the question here is that there is a doctor, like a huge neon sign of saying that I'm countering you in front, and yet you're still going to be risking that photographer. I feel like this is not the most ideal situation for Calamity here, especially right now. Calamity only needs a tie.
Yeah, and I also feel like it's a pretty interesting choice because I would say Calamity, they're kind of risking so hard if they're gonna play photographer because I'm getting voice cracks every 5 seconds. Sorry, but like, yeah, they're risking a bit if they're gonna play photographer because really, you just need a tie. You don't need to go so extravagant about it. But hey, I'm a big fan of photographers, so I'm not gonna be super mad. But yeah, it is gonna be a very interesting match. I mean, they do have a doctor, which we've just previously mentioned, really good against a character like Joseph. I mean, one of the counters to Joseph, and I guess we now know Scouts has been doing their homework. I mean,
well, lots of people are screaming in the chat at this photographer thing, and nice, I made it into the game this time, so cheers.
Yeah. We were seeing. I don't actually remember which season this was from. Was this the I don't remember the photographer skin. Sorry, I only know the cat one.
Ah well.
Yeah.
Hold on. So we are looking at this personal pics, and keep in mind, Doctor does not have borrowed time.
Ooh. Okay, that's interesting. I mean, it's not like bringing borrowed. I mean, we've seen more and more now in this meta that we're kind of defying what has been considered like a staple, and that's one of those staples is borrowed time. We've seen some scenarios where not bringing borrowed time is actually beneficial, but I mean, I do think this is gonna. It might bite them. It might not. But are they actually? Let's see if they're gonna go for the same. What do you call it? Same area selection.
Actually, I'm not agreeing with this because if they already know as a photographer, they probably should have gone for the four corners. Because the four corners, it would be impossible for the photographer to find everyone, and just to increase the distance between every survivor. So the photographer will need to waste a lot of time traversing, because now everyone is stacked on top of each other. There is a risk for the photographer to find multiple survivors and get hit very, very fast.
Yeah, and I think this is a very interesting choice on their end, because also I believe this spawns near the camera, but to be fair, I haven't really seen a photographer in area selection ever, actually. Yeah. So, because as you mentioned, if people know it's a photographer, well, then they'll just instantly go four corners and then photographer's group. But I guess not this time around, and it seems as if that no, never mind. They're actually kind of spawns a bit further from the camera here, I believe, on the right side. Oh no, actually the camera's not there either, and they're just gonna try hiding, which I don't really know. I mean, it could work, but it's like you just mentioned.
Hold on.
Gonna spawn nearby anyways.
But he's not going to be entering the camera. We're going to walk in real life, and actually, there's a survivor hiding right nearby. Can you see? Spots the doctor immediately. So actually, this is a photographer that will be chasing raw foot, but does not get the first hit and gets done. So that was unfortunate, because if he gotten that hit, then this would have been a disaster for the survivors.
Yeah, it's so interesting that he's actually gonna go ahead and plan on chasing this doctor. I mean, to be fair, I would have understand if it was not doctor and they had chased a different character instead, but no, this is the doctor we're talking about, and he actually went camera world here, and I feel like he's getting too hyper focused on this doctor. Actually, I mean, look at this, he's just constantly chasing the doctor. This doctor's just gonna constantly use all the pallets here. Gotta get another pallet stud too, and yeah, no, this is just not. To be honest, it's not really a great game plan here for the hunter.
Yeah, that's why I do question this Joseph pick and the game plan, because we see that he just walked past the bot and he did not see it over there, which is actually pretty funny, as now he's actually spending time playing mind gaming himself, not being able to see the bot right on top of his face, 2 centimeters in front of him.
Oh my god, hold on. The bot just straight up the code. Okay, now he sees the bot right here. He's just gonna go ahead and down it. I mean, that was sure as hell a sequence of events. But yeah, no, this is not looking good for photographer, and this is what I was saying. Why are you? It's not really a good choice to go photographer here, because now you're kind of risking the lead you already have, and this is the mercenary that he's chasing next, and he doesn't know that yet. So this is not looking good. But Rain is close enough. Rain was about to run to the hunter. Now just needs an elbow pad here. And he's gonna go to ASO.
Yeah, going to ASO now. I mean, the mechanic actually the mechanic will be the one taking the chase here, but nope, going to opting to take a camera, just, trying to slow down the cipher progress. ASO had already hit it in advance, but I believe White Fox this time will be able to catch the mechanic at the camera world. Yup, going to catch in the camera world, but I'm not sure if it would matter a lot, because at this point of time, there are a lot of cipher progress on a lot of ciphers already, because this is the second camera world, And even though if he shares the mechanic here, the question is that one, can he be able to find the mechanic in the real world? And two, can he be able to stop the cipher in time? Which both of them are unlikely at this scenario too. But manages to find the doctor though, so this is one good news for the Joseph now.
Oh, he didn't even. Okay, he didn't even. That was odd. And no, he was about. Okay, that was honestly kind of trippy. But now he's just gonna go ahead and charge his doctor, which is a good choice because if he just let the doctor out, I mean, she's just gonna heal herself, so
yeah,
it doesn't matter. But now, if doctor's shared, she's gonna go down. She might have to use self heal, or someone else has to heal her first. So now we're seeing here 3 ciphers remaining. I believe cipher progress is pretty good all throughout anyway. So this is not looking good for the survivors. But
hold on,
no, he's going through the the what do you call it? The
no, because the thing though is that he knows the direction of the doctor, because just now before he hit the doctor he went back to the real world image and had a quick glimpse on which direction the doctor went into, so he must have predicted the approximate direction and managed to pull off the first chair. But then again, currently only 3 ciphers remain, and I believe there's a lot of cipher progress on at least 2 of them too, so this is still not favorable, but now definitely can play for a tie when needed, because we can see that the acrobat's not going to be rescued, and actually we can see that no one is actually approaching closer right now.
Oh no, Mercenary is just right there actually, and now he's gonna go for the rescue here, manages to get the rescue in time. I would have just gambled for a Terror Shock there in my opinion. Oh, I thought he was going for the Mercenary, but he kind of missed there. He was trying to. And now, Sala's just gonna go ahead and take the hit. Probably would say camera first before, okay, he's just gonna go for the doctor. That's also a possible choice here. But yeah, I would say down, okay, after the chair, you just, chair, then go ahead and
don't know if I will agree with the movement just now, because I feel like he could have immediately taken camera to just like slow down, because right now he's not even taking any pictures, and I don't know if I will agree with this though, because by taking the pictures it's going to guarantee slow down the cipher progress and like make them put pressure on whether pop or not. But now you're just allowing them to get a free rescue.
Oh, but no, they didn't body block the doctor. That's not a good choice. But no, okay, oh wow, they're just, okay, that is, to be honest, that looks kind of disgusting. Anyways, yeah, no, now look, doctor's so far away, so actually this is still okay in their end, because now they're just gonna be able to pop the cipher, because doctor's pretty far away.
86%, hold on. Don't count this out. There's a possibility. Let's see. Will he be able to pick it up in time? Will he? Let's see. Enough? Oh, 1 second behind. But actually, no. But actually, I feel like it still would be a free escape though, because so far everyone.
You must switch to teleport right now. His only chance of switching to teleport. He cannot check this gate or else he's gonna run out of time. He must switch to teleport, and he's gonna go ahead and finally gets to teleport. But no, gate is not yet open, and the Zenadine's right here. He's injured as well. Now mechanic here. He's gonna go for the full health mechanic, but I believe dungeon. Okay, never mind. Dungeon's not there. But yeah, dungeon I believe is at middle. I think. But,
I think it's at middle. But actually, no, it's actually all the way at the factory.
It's all the way at factory. So now this is looking like a lot more like a tie now, because look. They're all injured, or they're all gonna get 1 hit except for a Mercenary who technically would get 1 hit. But
I did not even realize that this photographer did not have the detention until like the start of the end game. So actually now this will be a tie situation, because the acrobat is going to go down in 1 hit regardless, and the Mercenary can come and rescue, but it will be a very dangerous move. And I'm not sure if they would want to risk that move there. So,
look at this.
Yep, going to be patrolling around just to try and find anyone. Acrobat going to sneaky high. It seems that here they want to push for that free escape, but can they be able to do it though? Because right now, White Fox's best move here is to just stand in front of the chair and just stay guard.
I feel like their only way in order to get a tree escape is if Rain had actually opened the chest beforehand.
Which he didn't.
Given... Wait, did he?
Wait.
He's not switching.
Wait. Because here, White Fox has to be careful not to overextend though, or else the acrobat will be going for a backdoor rescue.
Yeah, and now, there we go, Zen is gonna go here and just gonna go ahead and take that rescue right now. Asal rather, my bad.
Hold on.
Gonna go ahead.
Wait, I actually think that he is, like just now he wanted to target the Mercenary for a bit. I think it's better to just keep your eyes on the mechanic, because the Mercenary actually still had an elbow pad just now. So now the mechanic will be going down, and White Fox actually managed to pull off what he came here to do and manages to get a tie. And who would have thought that the decision to not bring detention actually would work in this photographer's favor?
Wow. Okay, that was. Alright, can we just talk about how incredibly confusing this game was? Oh wait, sorry. I'm gonna talk about that later. I need to do some technical issues. Sorry, John.
All right, so I'm going to talk about that first. Is that this photographer early game things were looking very very bad for him because in the early game he did not manage to catch anyone in the first photo shoot, and he only manages to get the doctor, which getting that doctor down was very good at his side because he manages to like go outside the camera image, knows where the doctor is going, then chairs the doctor a photo world, and then go back to like chair a doctor at the real world and stuff. But at this point, it's still possible for a free escape for the survivor's end. But in the end, when you see the survivor opted not to body block and gambled on the survivor being enough, and that actually blew up in the face. So actually, I feel like that was a bit of a misplay from the scout survivor end that screwed up a potential free escape. But it was looking to be a free escape at the start of endgame because everyone was close to the back gate. But we can see that because Calamity's photographer here actually did not have detention, and that actually worked in his favor because he still had that trump card to teleport endgame, and because the mechanic is a weak kiter, the mechanic cannot kite a photographer that has no chasing skills.
Yeah, and I feel like the better choice was actually if they were wanting to do the plan with, trying to rescue the mechanic. Because, in the end, one of them is gonna go down. I feel like the choice was actually to straight up just bring, mercenary shouldn't be opening the other gate. I feel, and instead she should already be rotating, opening a chest, maybe trying to get an item, so then he can give that to the mechanic, and then be able to, if it's an elbow pad or a football, if you get that lucky find, then there's a good chance you can still get that tree escape.
Yeah, I agree with that. Things could have been done better if there were still items to use, because there's no items after the rescue. The mechanic just cannot get out of the gate because they have like no kiting abilities and items, and plus they have the inbuilt like slow pallet fault and drop and stuff that is also not going to work. So currently, with that, Calamity manages to take BO2 by a score difference of 5-3. Hold on, let me switch it. Let me switch the scoreboard real quick. So yeah, we are going to hop in the break right now as currently Calamity is in the lead and Scouts must get at least a 5-3 to stay alive. So what will happen? Finally, BO3 will hop in the break, and we'll see y'all after the break. See you in a bit. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, so welcome back to the Manor Regulars Chapter 3 between Calamity and Scouts. So currently we can see that Calamity is in the lead by a score of 5-3 with one round, but don't count Scouts just yet, because a two-point trail can actually be reversed easily, as we are heading to round 3, but Scouts must win this round as they cannot afford to tie. If they tie, they'll be out of this tournament for good, so they must win at least by 5-3 to bring it to overtime, or, you know, just a larger point defect to gain the win. So, right now, Scouts is the one falling behind. Calamity is actually the one with the map advantage here. So, things are definitely not looking too good for Scouts, so hold on a second while let me go and use the power of technology to see what will be the pick. And actually, we received it off camera that the map pick for the final or potential final map pick for Calamity is going to be the Moonlit River Park. So this park will be the potential last match of today.
Sorry, I'm
And
back.
Scouts
Hello.
chose for their survivor to go first. And hey, Jafet, we just received news that Calamity chosen Moonlit River Park as the third round map, and Scouts opted for their survivor to go first. So they must plan for their survivor to like try and get a free escape, and then the hunter to get a free K to just or like a tie to like drag it on or something.
Yeah, and you know, we're seeing White Fox be playing Hunter again. And it's pretty interesting because I did say that sure White Fox did get a tie, but I will say it was a very interesting tie to say the least, especially with the way they played that early game photographer. But yeah, we're seeing here this time around, I believe, yeah, you're right, it is survivors of Scouts that are gonna go first. So yeah, no, I feel like the game plan here, I mean, is possibly maybe they want to go for a tie with their survivors. Free escape would be way better on their end, and then maybe Corona can get a 4 kill. But Corona we saw last match, did get free escape as a bonbon in the last match. So this is going to be definitely harder than it actually is. And I believe that they get a 5-3 as well. It's going to be an extra round, so part of me wants to say no, but if that's the case, if that's what it takes for Scouts to win this, well then, let them do what they need to do. But yeah, I feel like with Calamity on the lead right now, this is really good though for Calamity.
Yeah, there was a bit of confusion of the ban pick orders backstage, so I was just dealing with that. So currently, the hunter will be the one to be banning first. So we see from Night Fox just now the photographer, but I highly doubt that the photographer will be picked here because Moonlit River Park is an even worse map than Arms Factory was possible due to it being a small map. But Moonlit River Park being the largest map in the entire game, like Joseph, is just not going to work. So I do wonder what other hunters does White Fox have in his arsenal?
Yeah, and I feel like I honestly thought White Fox was just a specialty hunter on their end. And I'm surprised. I guess Curtis is not playing today, I believe. Yeah, Curtis is not here, so... Oh, I was about to accidentally join it. Calamity's VCS, I was saying that, but yeah. I do think that's very interesting because... yeah, no. I do think that White Fox might have something else on his sleeve, but considering he played Joseph, of all characters, during the second round, that's a pretty interesting choice. Which I feel like it really shows me that he's very unorthodox, and maybe we're gonna see another weird hunter. Maybe we'll see Halember for damn sake.
Oh, please tell me that's a joke.
Yeah.
Anyways, the first 3 bans are the Seer, Patient, and Toy Merchant. Seer and Toy Merchant I can understand, whatever River Park and stuff, but what exactly is this Patient ban? We don't see that too often, because Patient is normally not a priority pick on anyone's sleeve or a priority ban. So this Patient pick must mean that the hunter hates this Patient. But what? I believe that I can only think the hunters that hate Patient are those who are walking on foot. So maybe a Wax Artist, because Wax Artist does not like flying stuff.
Yeah, and I feel like also that does leave room for Priestess as well as Antiquarian. So yeah, it's possible it is Wax Artist because those are 2 characters that Wax Artist isn't as afraid of compared to other characters.
And
And Patient is a character that Wax Artist is kind of afraid of as well.
And speak about that, you're completely right because I just checked, and it is indeed the first two are the Seer and the Antiquarian, or rather the Priestess and the Antiquarian. So you are completely right on that one. But if White Fox is aiming for Wax Artist, then this is actually working in his favor right now because Priestess and Antiquarian, like Wax Artist can play against Antiquarian, and Priestess is tough but not completely impossible. And we have received news of the first two hunters being banned. The first one is going to be the Naiad, and the second one that will be appearing on the screen in a minute is going to be the Breaking Wheel. And this also makes sense too because Breaking Wheel is very strong on Moonlit River Park, being such an open map. And Naiad, I guess, is a hunter that White Fox has that Scouts is not willing to let out. But if Scouts or rather Calamity is aiming for the Antiquarian or the Wax Artist at the start, then this ban is actually looking good for him.
Yeah, and I just want to mention, I mean, it's kind of interesting that we're seeing a lot of Polands actually in this tournament because we were talking about how Poland's kind of dropped off the meta, but there's a lot of Poland mains actually, including myself. So yeah, just respecting the Poland character here in its entirety of the tournament. And Calamity's actually going to go ahead and ban Mechanic and Acrobat as well.
Yeah, Mechanic and Acrobat, it seems that because the Patient and Acrobat are what we call the kiters now, it's actually interesting here that White Fox does not want to deal with the kiters, so I'm very interested in if it is indeed the Wax Artist that we have been predicting, or is it something else completely, because Wax Artist not that afraid of a Mechanic, but so at this point I'm actually a bit conflicted on what exactly is White Fox trying to do here, because now I'm not too certain, will it indeed be a Wax Artist, or will we be surprised by something else once again?
Yeah, who knows, maybe a photographer would appear again out of nowhere. But yeah, it seems as if that, I believe Survivor chose, yeah. Okay, hold on, for context, I don't know what they're doing right now, but they sent this really funny picture of Mercenary.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we can't show it on screen, or on stream rather.
Yeah.
But yeah, this Mercenary does get picked here, and we were just waiting for Calamity's last ban, and yeah, pretty standard actually on both ends so far. We see Priestess Antiquarian as well as Mercenary. We see pretty interesting bans from Calamity. I mean, Mechanic Acrobat, I mean, I guess it's a lot of respect for the characters that Scouts has played, but you know, Mechanic typically a tie, and I doubt that they want to get a tie at this scenario right now. And
Calamity, actually tying for Calamity is acceptable, because that means that Coronem must get a free K or more at the last round. It's rather Scouts are the side that does not want to tie, because if Scouts gets a tie, then the pressure is on Coronem to get a free K. So Scouts wants to get a free escape here, as we receive news that the last Survivor ban is going to be the Psychologist. The Wi-Fi healer is finally out of the mix here, as Psycho has been very popular in this tournament, so we won't be seeing that. So do wonder, what are we expecting from this team comp?
Yeah, and let's just talk about, they just banned a couple here, but anyways, I do think that Scouts, if they really want to win, I think they could possibly go for, yeah, they could go for Prisoner. Oh, okay, they just said, Jesus Christ. I swear, I'm so sorry. I just can't take them seriously right now. So, another context here for everyone in the chat. They just sent an IRL picture of an actual person getting arrested. So, if you don't know what that means, that's a prisoner. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, it's like, this is some of the greatest humor I've seen in my days, but anyways, yeah, Prisoner is, I was just about to mention Prisoner actually. Really good choice because yeah, go ahead.
You can mention this after, but I guess I don't know if I agree. I know they want to Cypher Rush, but there is a risk behind this move. I actually was expecting more of an Embalmer, because there is an opportunity for Embalmer's Coffins to have a huge effect in endgame for free escape. Because I don't know if I would agree with the Prisoner, because Prisoner is like a very good open target for whatever the Hunter tries to go next, and because I think getting a tie for Calamity is acceptable at this point of rate. So Calamity can pretty much go for those tie hunters, get a tie, and for the survivors to play for a tie.
Yeah, and I guess they're just trying to play a bit more versatile here, just picking up the prisoner as well. I mean, sure, we could argue that Embalmer is a better option, but I would also say the prisoner is the easier option to kind of pull off, in my opinion. I think it's easier to play a comp with prisoner than to play a comp with Embalmer, at least in the scenario. Especially since in first round that Embalmer didn't really get that useful at all. So I guess they're just really not wanting to stray from that Embalmer strat anymore, and they want to instead play for much more, not, I wouldn't say slightly conventional, but I feel like a better way is just a much more easier team comp here.
Yeah, I'll agree with that, but I think in the end, then the first kite is going to matter much, because here's the thing, they only have the anti-Quarian as a soul harasser, but most of the survivors here are in danger, or like has the potential to go down fast. Like Priestess and the Prisoner has the potential to go down fast if not played right. And yup, I am a seer because I just received the news of the Hunter, and Jafet, you're going to have a huge blast commentating on this Hunter.
Can I say it?
Yeah, it will appear anyways.
My favorite Hunter of all time, Wax Artist. And wow, I mean, I feel like this was just expected. Again, all Calamity needs really is a tie, right? They have done well against Cardone. They managed to trace get Cardone a while ago. So all right now they need is just actually a tie if they're confident enough. And this is the perfect time because Wax Artist, really strong tie hunter, and not only that, this comp is just perfect for Wax Artist.
Exactly.
Priestess doesn't do as well when they're up against Wax Artist matchups. Anti-Quarian kind of gets countered by Wax Artist with a hot wax. So Prisoner's a pretty weak target in general, and even Mercenary in a bit. I mean, in the mid to late game stages, he kind of is chaseable actually if you're a Wax Artist and you know how to aim that wax really well. And that really just puts like everything off the table because sure, this is a conventional comp, but Wax Artist breaks everything conventional. This is what we've seen multiple times, and why Wax Artist has become one of those staple meta characters recently. Is just Wax Artist is just really good against most of the metas right now, especially since we're so harasser heavy as well.
Yeah, and another thing though is that Priestess Long Portals does have potential in this map, and also the roller coaster strategy, but I think the mechanic, or rather the Wax Artist with teleport, should be able to counter that just well, because I feel like it's very viable for the Wax Artist to go for a teleport, because the thing is that he can easily bring Quenching Effect teleport to who he wants and chase him down fast. So I do expect to see maybe a up-down teleport or a fast path breaking teleport here. And yes, I made it to the game, so good news for me, yay. And now we are going to be jumping into what might be the last game, because don't forget, Calamity is in the lead, so if Calamity somehow gets a 4 escape, even though it's unlikely, then the game will end on spot. But I'll say
you mean 4
escape,
right?
4 kill. No. Oh yeah, Calamity 4 kill, my bad, yeah. If Calamity gets a 4 kill here, then the game will be over on spot, but tie is already acceptable, as that means the survivors will only need a tie as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna be super excited over this, and we're seeing. I mean, what do you think about this area selection? Because honestly, sometimes I actually don't know much about Moonlit River part.
No, I think this is the most standard one as well. Like they have a Anti-Quarian can kind of last stop well. Prisoner can take a roller coaster if Hunters spawn near him. Priestess just a support. But seems here Calamity's White Fox will be opting for the Anti-Quarian at the end game, has his eyes on the prize, and the pressure will be all on how did this Anti-Quarian take the first kite.
I mean, this is okay, but as a wax artist, Fort Stop's actually a pretty good spot for kiting wax, because surprisingly, the wax in Fort Stop, like the wax spots in Fort Stops, are a bit interesting to say the least, a bit tricky actually. But yeah, we're gonna see hopping on this match. If Calamity gets a 4K, it's all over here for Scouts. So yeah, we'll we'll just get right into this match right here, John.
Yep, so White Fox actually, we can see that he actually does not have teleport as we were expecting, but rather has a trump card blink and will be heading towards Xenodyne's Priestess, who will be taking the first kite. And we can see the Priestess already looped up to the 2-story, not going to be giving line of sight and will be vaulting out, but seem to be reacted a bit too slow, allowing White Fox to close up the distance a bit though.
Yeah, and I like this play here by White Fox. He's gonna block out that window, and I believe Xenodyne, he hasn't. Oh no, he actually
knows it.
That was a pretty. He knows it, but I also don't really like this rotation. You could have just used another portal to just teleport down, but this does put her in this spot, which you can just decides to go ahead and use another portal here. And he actually gets to a pretty good, relatively okay spot, but he's just gonna go ahead and break the powder first, and Xenodyne here's just gonna get stunned. Quite unfortunate actually. If he realized that Xenodyne was there, he didn't need to stun and just hit, and that would be 93 wax. But
yeah.
No more portals for Xenodyne here, and so this looks like it's going to be actually a pretty relatively fast down with Blink ready now.
Hold on, but the anti-Quarian is here ready to harass, but White Fox realized it and will be spraying him with wax. But here it's going to opt for the Blink, and down goes the Priestess, and now the anti-Quarian will be struggling though, because the anti-Quarian cannot exactly harass effectively in front of a Wax Artist. And now here's the play for White Fox, is they easily chair, and now the anti-Quarian cannot decode because he can just Wax Bomb that Cypher, or just spray the Wax. But actually we can see this Cypher is actually a lot due to the Prisoner connecting. But now that Cypher being cut is not good for the survivors at all.
Yeah, and we can see the kind of weird wax spot there. You just saw how like there's just an invisible wall. I've had this experience multiple times now. So yeah, we're seems as if that Karan is gonna be going for the rescue here. And yeah, this is the issue. It's like, sure, you can go ahead. Okay, you can go for the hit, but as soon as you try to stun here, which he will, now you're 86 wax, so you can try to stun again, and he actually missed there. But now you're kind of 86 wax, so you can't really harass here. Anyways, Xenodyne's now going to be rotating. Pretty good rotation actually for Xenodyne. He's going to use the portal to go up right here, and then just go down as well. Almost ready for another portal. Actually, just got ready right there. And now we're just gonna see here. Probably gonna go for another drop down, but no, he's gonna get stunned here, and that's gonna be another down.
Yeah. Actually, I feel like White Fox could have like considered waxing the four stealth Cypher before achieving the Priestess though, because that Cypher got popped, and that is not exactly the most ideal situation. But considering that White Fox only wants to play for a tie, this is actually acceptable for him right now, as we can see that 3 Cyphers still remain, and there is probably 1 Cypher that's about to be done, so it's really only around 1.5, but it's not enough because Scout Survivor want a free escape for now, as the Mercenary will be coming in, and the Mercenary will have to protect the Priest at all costs, but it'll be hard because considering that White Fox now is in full presence.
Yeah, and this rotation I would also say is not necessarily a great idea. Anyways, he's gonna go ahead and probably he 96 wax, you could just wax him again. Oh wait, no, he actually just straight up left. That's not a good choice here. He does have a tie. Oh, that's what I was about to say. He had flywheel, but he messed up here, and yeah, he's gonna go down. Also, Antiquarian went through the oh my god, wait, hold on, that Cypher. Look at that Cypher right now.
Hold on, watch out for the Antiquarian, you have to watch out.
Antiquarian. Oh no! Wait, oh my god! Oh no! Oh my god, that's not good because she also gets chair near the Cypher as well. So
yeah, actually, I feel like the Hunter could have directly abnormaled it if he was more aggressive, because here he's going to chair play safe, but I feel like he could have considered abnormaling that Cypher, then this would have been almost like game over, because now the Priestess can easily, or rather the Mercenary can easily finish up that Cypher and go to the rescue though, so I feel like that's a bit of a misplay on White Fox's end.
yeah, and I feel like he can actually switch to Rin here, but keep in mind he still has 2 elbow pads here. But anyways, we're gonna see here. Yeah, you can actually wax through that if no one knew already at this rate.
Hold on. Watch out.
He's not gonna do the super advanced hot wax trick. But anyways, this is still very effective nonetheless. But Cypher's actually primed, and now we're just gonna see here. Rainy KK, or rather Corona, does have flywheel here, so he's probably gonna try to use flywheel at the right time here. Will he use flywheel? Oh! He didn't get the flywheel off. Okay, I thought he did. But anyways, yeah, that's gonna be Rainy KK's second share. Will he go for the teleport is the biggest question here. Goes for the teleport, but that's the Prisoner. Oh, wait!
Wait,
oh, no,
can he crawl?
Oh my god!
Can he crawl? Hold on. Yeah, actually...
He crawled! Oh no! But Rain is right on the other side.
Yeah, that's why I was thinking that he should not have teleported to the front gate. Here's the thing: is that there's no if you teleport to the back gate, there's no chance for the person in the front gate to make it the rescue. But by going to the back, teleporting to the front gate, there is a chance for the person back gate to rescue. So this might actually blow up in his face right now. Here, Jafet.
Yeah, and Rain's probably going to the gate right now, while Rainy KK's, or Corona rather, is going to the dungeon, which I believe should be near tent. Yeah, right, the one near tent as well. Look, Rain is now going to the gate pretty far, but no, he shouldn't switch. No, he shouldn't switch.
Hold on, so let's see what's going to happen here, because I believe that the Mercer will be about to make it out very soon, as right now Corona is already at the dungeon, so let's see, can he make it out? But he can actually just stay guard, because now he had to make sure to not give out any distance, though.
All Rainy KK has to do, I mean, if I'm just being honest, he can just wait for Flywheel here if he really wants to. But yeah, that's pretty risky. And now we're gonna see Rainy KK. Oh, he's making a bit of a misplay right there. He can't be too aggressive here, or else he's gonna just get waxed to death. And now we're seeing here Rainy KK. Oh my God, 85 wax here. Will he get the dungeon? Will he get the dungeon?
Oh!
He get the dungeon because of the. Oh my God!
He must have accidentally tapped on the wrong thing.
No, it ran out of time. It ran out of time in time. Wow. Oh my God.
Honestly, I felt like what he should have done is that he had the wax bomb. He should have just cut off the hot wax back to normal wax and then just like confine him on spot. I felt like every move that the hunter made at the end game was all wrong, because the thing is that if he teleports to the back gate, there's no way the prisoner can make it for the rescue. But by teleporting to the front gate, it allows whoever at the back gate to go for rescue, and this just blew up in his face completely, because now things are not looking too good, because now if Corona gets a tie, then we're going to head to overtime.
Yeah, I just want to. That was just so unfortunate, because the way that hot wax ran out right on time, just as they were about to pick up the survivor, was just that was just unfortunate. But yes, you're right. As you've mentioned, there's so many things they could have done right in this endgame, and now everything is just at Corrada's hands. Sure, he did get 4K'd last game, but I mean, there's still a lot more to talk. There's just Corona. All he has to do is actually just tie, and we can go to extra round, which I pray to God not. But you know, there's also all the Calamity has to get a tree escape if they want to win. And Corona only has to tie in order to get extra round and 3K or 4K if he wants to go for if he wants to end the game.
Yeah, I really hope that it does not go to overtime, or else my voice will be gone. So yeah, your chat, if you're there, just manifest for Jones' throat.
Yeah, let's just manifest for Jones' throat real quick. That was such a good game. I feel like there's still a lot of respect for White Fox. I mean, he did an amazing job in the early game, did a great job in the mid game. Just really unfortunate late game decisions that really costed the match here. And I think, this is just going to put a lot of pressure on Calamity survivors now, because if they do lose, if they don't get a tie, or, if they don't get a win, this is going to go to either X round, or they're going to fully say goodbye.
Yeah, so we have to see, because I actually am not too certain on the decision to teleport the front gate, because even if he downs whoever is there fast, whoever at the back gate would have saved, and they would have escaped through the back gate anyway. So I honestly really...
Oh, okay, wait, hold on. I just wanted to clarify in chat. So, so Scouts is going to be the next hunter, and what's going to happen is, if Scouts 4Ks, 3Ks, or ties the game, they are going to tie the game, right? I believe?
If it's a 4K or 3K, then Scouts win. If it's a 3 escape or 4 escape, Calamity wins. If it's a tie, then we'll go to tiebreaker.
Really?
Yeah.
Look at the score.
5-5. 5-5, 3-5, 3-1.
Sorry, my math is wrong. Yeah, he's right. So yeah, if Corona gets a 4K or 3K, Scouts will be advancing. If Calamity gets a 4 escape or 3 escape, Calamity's advancing, and if it's a tie, well, we're gonna be going to another extra round.
Which hopefully does not happen, as my throat cannot take it.
So yeah, I guess you guys should root for which team you want to win because I mean we're both gonna lose it if this goes to X round. We're kinda,
Yeah. hey, maybe.
we're kinda tired.
No, imagine the chat manifesting for Ty just to see us suffer.
Just to see us suffer. Yeah. But
anyways, we received the first 3 survivors being banned. So it's Seer, Priestess, and Mechanic. And yes, I know the screen is wrong. I'll change it up in a bit. But Seer, Priestess, Mechanic, pretty standard. Because Corona here needs to have at least a tie, and also he ideally would want to like have a win. Like ideally want to like, if possible, want to end this game on spot too.
Yeah, and I believe they banned. Wait, what did they ban again? They banned Priestess, Seer, and Mechanic. So, yeah, no, that's pretty standard. But yeah, Mechanic bad. I feel like that's just like a way to say at this rate, Corona's gambling it all in now. He's just either he's gonna go get the win or he's gonna go take the loss because Mechanic is a pretty tie survivor, right? So yeah, this is gonna be a very interesting choice here. They actually chose Toy Merchant and GK on the side of Calamity.
Yeah,
as well.
Gravekeeper. It's actually pretty interesting that they're not going to choose the Mercenary or First Officer. It seems that they want to like really go hard counter on any potential Dream Witch or Breaking Wheel. So I am wondering, would they be banning the Breaking Wheel and Dream Witch or the Violinist? So, Violinist and Breaking Wheel will be removed for this round. So they're going to be releasing. But hold on. If they're going to be releasing the Bonbon, then why would you exactly pick the Gravekeeper? I feel like this is a bit of a questionable move, seeing that the Gravekeeper gets completely shut down by Bonbon.
I also feel like they're letting go of the Dream Witch, which still makes sense. I guess right now they aren't so worried about the Bonbon because, you know, there's what do you call this? They do have what's the word for it? They do have a Gravekeeper if it's a Dream Witch, and they did win last match during the time it was a Bonbon. So I guess they're not so worried about that Bonbon pick. They're just gonna go all out on the Dream Witch though.
Yeah, maybe, but then again, there is still that Bonbon once again, if Corona wants to prove himself, but if it's a Bonbon, you have to risk the Toy Merchant though, because Toy Merchant, Flying Survivors, Bonbon is a walking, like, we have a term for it in Chinese called walking chicken, and he has nothing to do with, and chicken cannot fly, right? So he has nothing to do with Flying Survivors. Yeah, that's a dumb joke.
No, it's not actually. But yeah, no, Corona here, I don't know if it's showing on screen, probably taking a little while.
Yeah, you can say it first, Acrobat and Psychologist.
Yeah, banned Acrobat and Psychologist, which I guess it's pretty interesting because Acrobat is really good at Moonlit River Park. Psychologist is leaning towards a Dream Witch though.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's a pretty interesting choice here. And Calamity also chose Cowboy. Which
Cowboy, huh? Interesting move.
Dream Witch, I mean.
Oh, but it may be bad against a Dream Witch, but it's actually good against Bonbon. Bonbon doesn't have much counterplay, so I think the plan here is for them to have like just do a jack of all trades and cover it all, because Gravekeeper is good against Dream Witch and Cowboy is good against Bonbon, so maybe that's what Calamity here is planning for.
Yeah, and I think that's an okay plan, but at the same time, I also feel like, yeah, I mean, they did win against Corona's Bonbon in Arms Factory, and this is Moonlit. Bonbon has penguin legs. And and there's like also Toy Merchant you have to consider as well. So I feel like them trying to cover so hard on Bonbon, I do feel like it just opens the door for a possible Dream Witch as well, because like I said, I mean sure there's so far it's just Gravekeeper that is kind of the counter, I guess, against Dream Witch. I'm not sure about Toy Merchant as how good Toy Merchant is against a Dream Witch. But they actually ended up choosing here Composer as well, after Prisoner got banned. I forgot that Prisoner got banned, sorry chat. But yeah, Prisoner did get banned, and the survivors chose Composer, and that's a pretty interesting comp, because it's like a mix of Can Cypher Rush and Can Cypher Rush, with the fact that they have 2 slow decoders, and then all of a sudden they also have Rhythm Game Master, Composer. So yeah, no, this is a pretty interesting comp, to say the least.
Well, it's a Bonbon though, but Bonbon, let me think. If it's a Bonbon, then Bonbon, like no one can really guarantee a rescue from Bonbon in this team comp, but the cowboy does have a potential to like give the bonbon a harder time. And the other thing is that both the cowboy and the composer kite through transitional kiting because they have inbuilt acceleration or just like fast moving skills in them, which bonbon will struggle to catch up. And also the toy merchant exists. So if it's a bonbon, then they'll have to deal with the hardship of chasing, but in rescuing wise, they're going to benefit. For the Dream Witch, I feel like it's the opposite because Dream Witch here should be able to chase a cowboy and composer with the help of patrollers. So Dream Witch actually is more viable against this team comp if Corona still has it, I believe.
Yeah, and I feel like right now we're just waiting a bit. But let's also talk about other possible options outside of Bonbon and Dream Witch. I mean, there is a possibility that you can play Sculptor, I guess. Who is slightly faster than I believe slightly faster than Bonbon at least, right?
Yeah, for certain.
And I will say, and also does actually pretty well. I do think he does decent against Sculptors if you manage to cut off the lassos, but if Cowboy is able to rotate a lot earlier, it's actually a bit more in Cowboy's side, so a bit of 50-50 there as well. There's also possibility of Wax Artist actually, which sure there's still Toy Merchant and Gravekeeper, but Cowboy and Composer are all characters that don't really do well against Wax Artist as well.
Yeah. So Wax Artist may be possible, and Wax Artist does have the potential for free 4K. But if you're a Wax Artist, you have to deal with a Toy Merchant and a Gravekeeper diving underground, which may also be a hassle too. So, wait, what on earth is this? Okay, this is getting more confusing because the thing is that. I'll say it.
Dude. No, I get it.
I'll say it. In context, they sent a photo of Jesus with his followers. So yeah, it's Dream Witch.
It's Dream Witch, if you get the point, because followers.
Yeah. I guess I did.
I don't really know what to tell you, but yes. That is the worst way to say you're playing Dream Witch, by the way. But yeah, anyways, as we were just talking about, Dream Witch does do well against this comp. I mean, Cowboy and Composer ain't doing super well against a Dream Witch. Sure, there's Gravekeeper, but in general, you're not even chasing Gravekeeper anyways, so why would you play Gravekeeper? And also, as you just mentioned, against Toy Merchant, I guess there's a possibility for Patroller. So, yeah, there's that.
But the thing though is that the Toy Merchant can counter the Patroller because while flying dogs does not affect flying things, as dogs cannot fly. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't actually know that.
Yeah, dogs. I mean, a Patroller cannot stun someone off a catapult mid-air.
Hey,
Imagine if you can.
It would have been amazing if we can.
Yeah, no, dogs cannot fly. If you cannot fly, you cannot affect flying things. The end.
Just imagine if it just stops them dead on their tracks.
Who knows?
Just straight up lagged in the air.
Maybe, maybe not, but yeah, this is the potential last game. Hopefully, for the sake of Invisible Jones' throat, it will be the last game. As I'm getting tired, we still have one more match, which effect will be up. So yeah, just a context to those of you who missed. If it's a tie, we're going extra time. Free escape, then Calamity wins, and free 4K. I almost said FH. Scouts is going to win.
Because of the tag, it's super confusing. But yeah, we're gonna see here. This might be the last match. This might be not.
Hopefully for the sake of my throat. Hopefully the sake of Jones' throat.
I mean, chat, who are you guys rooting for? I mean, comment in the chat right now.
Yeah.
I mean, put the hype. I mean, we had so much hype in like when Karani was looking at the basement, which I will not forget, by the way.
Yeah.
But where's the hype now? It's the last match, or possibly the last match. But yeah, this is gonna be a very interesting game here. And for a second, I thought, did you get in, Mark? Or did you get in, John?
Wait, is it starting? Match? Hold on, I was just changing the scoreboard. Yay, I did not. Okay, I guess we're both using Lambo's stream today.
We're both using Lambo's stream for the possibly final match.
Hopefully the final match.
Hopefully. I love we're both saying hopefully the final match.
I mean, yeah, I don't want to sound biased, but I'm thinking for myself here too. So hold on, let me move around the stream stuff.
Sorry, both our sanities are kind of going insane, especially with how much plays we've seen today, like tram, like basement,
Yeah,
like
honestly, I like the fact that how the moment this entered BO3, things got up to a different level.
yeah, it's just very interesting because this is a matchup. Scouts is the defending champions. Scouts won IMR 2,
Uh huh.
and now they're at risk of losing it all.
What? Hold on. This team, this
Whoa,
selection, we don't see something like this very often.
this is the most bizarre selection. And I feel like it's an attempt to bait the hunter into going for the gravekeeper, I guess. But this is a very bizarre selection. Like,
Yeah. And the thing though
I,
is the cowboy cannot kite out. As we mentioned, the cowboy cannot kite. And Dreamer
oh,
here is going to be between the gravekeeper and the composer. And because the gravekeeper would definitely be setting up the second
mhm.
stop for the composer. So the question here is that Corone will have to consider between whether he wants the composer or the gravekeeper first.
I definitely would probably go for Compulsory just because you can lead shit and then, just I guess you can go to third stop. But another thing you have to consider is Cowboys actually there at third stop. So I guess that's the methodology behind their picks. I mean, it could have went really badly if Karani had went on third stop, but it seems as if that won't be the case this time around. So we're now gonna be
Oh,
seeing this matchup here. This is
but
gonna be
by the way,
yeah.
just NX said that like just now you're asking to vote for who you want to win, and NX said that I vote for Jafet due to the basement,
Come
breaking
on,
with
you
basement.
cannot. Hey, it wasn't even me this time. But anyways, yeah, we're gonna be seeing this composer here. He's just gonna go on the tram. Oh wow, he's just straight up using it. But second stop was not pressed up. Will they press it
It
in
is,
time?
it
Yeah,
is, it is now.
yeah, they pressed it right on time as well. So yeah, now Rainy KK or Corona rather, because Corona's name is honestly super confusing. Will probably be going for Oh, actually no, he's gonna.
Oh,
Oh, he's gonna try to go for Gravekeeper, but unfortunately doesn't get the hit here. So now, will he continue going for Gravekeeper? That's an interesting choice, actually.
well, I think there is one benefit of going after the Gravekeeper is because the composer did not have a chance to pick up the leech mark. That means that the composer cannot decode very safely because there's always the composer's leech to like sort of give pressure, as now the Gravekeeper will be taking the first hit, and because of the presence is already up, so now the Corona here can instantly spawn a second leech, as the Gravekeeper has one more shovel, so probably can tank one extra hit, but will not probably last for too long at this point.
Yeah, and now using the shovel right here, so so far this looks like a pretty good. Oh, is he gonna switch targets to Zhang actually?
I think he will, because I think the plan here is to wait for the Gravekeeper to come out, which the Gravekeeper already did, and it's pretty smart to save the shovel, but watch out, the spawn follower is falling behind Yu Zhang, and will he be able to get a sneak attack? Seems like he will be able to catching Yu Zhang at the worst timing. Now Yu Zhang is going to be injured in half health now.
Yeah, and keep in mind there's still the leech here, but he's actually de-leeching now, so I feel like, not that much of a worry here. But anyways, we're gonna see here, will Yu Zhang vault now, actually?
Yeah, actually, I'm not too certain why didn't Dreamwitch try to like block off the window? Maybe because the leech cannot
Maybe
make it
he
in
was waiting
time.
for the main follower, actually,
Yeah.
but he accidentally messed up with leeching up the, Oh,
Well, here is going to be a second catapult, but the thing though is that this catapult is not going to be too effective. As we can see that
Yep.
he like the bird suit got his wings plucked out, its wings plucked out as the toy merchant failed to fly away just now. So with that, this is going to be the first down. 4 ciphers remain. Cowboys in the face. The Cowboys are going to
Cowboy
give
just
out a
got
free
hit.
hit. Like that, the Cowboy was not aware enough. That was unfortunate though. But the Cowboy's back to harassing. So now the Korena's plan will probably be sending another lead, the toy merchant's leech here to have a double leech situation to make sure that he can pull off this chair no matter what.
yeah, and geez, that was just so goddamn. Honestly, that was slightly disorienting. Oh, he got it. Oh, but Cowboy gets down here anyways, so now he's probably gonna just chair the Cowboy instead. And keep in mind, Toy Merchant still has his leech, so I mean, this is a good scenario actually uh, for Corona, because so much people they were so focused on healing up each other that
watch out,
they
watch out.
haven't really finished their decoding yet. Oh,
Yeah, the cipher is actually kind of slow because we can see that the Gravekeeper and the Composer early game just ran around in order to delete each other. So that means that the cipher progress is not too fast. And right now, 3 ciphers still remain. I actually think it's only 2.5 ciphers being, or near 3 ciphers being done. So this is like anything can happen. But there's one saving grace for Corone right now is that the survivors are low on items. Gravekeeper's out of shovels. Toy Merchant has only one catapult remaining. And this is over half rescue!
Too.
Yeah! This is actually a huge misblunder on Calamity's side because now the Cowboy is going to potentially die very fast, and then this will potentially be a 3 to 4k situation if this Cowboy cannot last for long.
Yeah, and unfortunately enough, Spawn Follower kind of got stuck here, but I'm pretty sure that the Leech of, of White Fox is also catching up. And keep in mind, he has Trump card available now, so that means he can switch to Blink and down this White Fox as well. So this is not looking good for the survivors. 2 ciphers remaining though, so actually the cipher progress is surprisingly okay, not really bad in a sense. But yeah. Oh, but the tram?
The tram is here though, but White Fox is going to not
here?
opt for the tram though, which I'm not too certain about that. As I feel like, but here the Composer wants to block that Patroller. Will he be able to? Like, we can see that there's a lot going on in the screen, but is able to get off that bite. So let's see what will happen here now. As there's only 3 bites and the Composer is looking to block.
Oh, but no, what? Oh my god, what is that?
Blink, I think Blink now.
Blink.
Yeah.
That is amazing game there by Corona. Good job there. I even said nice on accident. Sorry.
Yeah, no open.
I'm not being biased. I'm sorry, but that was just a good play there.
No open bias on stream, please. Yeah.
No, sorry. That's not bias, guys. I love Calamity. But anyways, yeah, this is looking like a good scenario here for Corona. Calamity really has to heal up here, and that's the problem. They need to heal up because they have 2 full ciphers remaining, and yeah, Corona doing an amazing job here. Survivors of Calamity just trying to hold on, but keep in mind, Corona only needs a tie in order to push this to extra round.
Yeah, but I actually at this point I do question would there even be an extra round though, because if we look, the cipher progress are far from enough, because no matter what, this Gravekeeper is going to be after half rescue, and there's still 2 ciphers. Like, I know the cipher, there's probably one of them with a lot of progress, and the thing though is that Gravekeeper also is a question if the Gravekeeper can pull off this rescue, because there's a possibility for him to get cut off, because yep, 1 hit and the other Leech is waiting for him in front of the Cowboy's chair now.
Yeah, and no, this is just not gonna work here under, and then that's gonna be a down here, and this is just looking like a 4K.
Yeah, and even
hold on, sharing actually, but hold on. It seems as if the but the Spawn Follower, he's too far actually.
And actually, the Toy Merchant manages to go for a backdoor rescue. Like, that was a very good move. Just gave them to survive another day. We can see the Toy Merchant is actually going for the Gravekeeper.
Backdoor rescue. Wow, this is really good on Calamity's end, trying to make the Hope live here. And now still 1 cipher remaining. All Calamity has to do right now is just honestly just play passive. Go for the heals. Go for the don't decode the cipher so much, because for example, if Composer gets caught here, by the way, which he still has to leech, he's dead on chair, and this is not and just has to Corona just has to maintain pressure here, as now Toy Merchant is decoding 1 cipher here.
Yeah, so right now, Corona will have to be very careful. I think as long as Corona can get a survivor down fast, it'll be good. Because the thing is, the Composer cannot decode, as we can see the Composer will obviously be deleaching right now. So I think here, as long as he can get the next survivor down, will be fine. As currently, we can see that there's no more pallets here, and the Toy Merchant has nothing to utilize. So 1 blink, but misses the blink though. But let's see, can he vault that pallet? I think he can. Yep. Can vault that pallet.
Shocked.
Yeah, I mean, he cannot vault that pallet, so that's unfortunate. But now the thing though is that this is still acceptable, because we can see that earlier there are no cipher progress on the last one. They still have 1 entire whole cipher, so that is still acceptable for the Dream Witch.
Yeah, and also they're just bundled up here at the chair of Toy Merchant. The only other cipher is actually the one near Fort Stop. First stop. I was actually curious, because I felt like the better play was just to take the tram and then regroup here, so that you guys can heal up. But yeah, decides to stay at the area instead. And again, Gravekeeper just gets caught in the mids, and now he's gonna go ahead and probably pressure the cipher here by the Composer, which by the way hasn't even started yet. And this is not looking good, because now Iluvan, I don't know how to pronounce it, sorry again, but the Gravekeeper here, he's gonna try to go for the rescue now, and that's the problem is because he's just gonna pressure that cipher, and now it's after half, and if Toy Merchant goes down here, we're for sure seeing an extra round. And he misses the blink though, but he gets that down as well, and that's gonna be. Wait, if he chairs the grave, can he get the chair on time? That's the question.
There's no way the composer can make the save. There's no way. So
yeah, no. Can he get the chair? As in, like,
I'm certain he can.
Chair?
I'm certain he can because that's actually not a long distance at all.
Really?
So yeah. So now the composer is the only one remaining. It seems like Corona does not know where did the composer go, but I feel like the better place to just wait nearby the chair because we can see that the composer is actually making his way towards. No, it seems like he wants to go for a dungeon.
But he needs to rescue the Gravekeeper in order to get a chance of even getting the win.
Yeah, because if you're gonna go for a dungeon now, then it's game over on spot.
And that's it. That's the game.
Yeah, I believe this is game right here and now because as the composer is going to be exiting this, I believe we are going to have a winner. So after a very back and forth and intense with lots of cool games, congratulations to Scouts for managing to defeating Calamity and advancing to the semifinals where they will be playing against Asian Minions once again. And oops, I forgot to loop that, so let me change that real quick.
Yeah.
But this was a very intense game. Very, very intense.
And I wanted to talk about this because it's just like, we saw Scouts struggling a while ago, and all of a sudden they made a big comeback here. Impressive game actually on both ends. I mean, there was so much to note on this matchup. I mean, we could talk about Corona Basement, Tram.
There's just so much.
Photographer.
Hold on. Let's go to the interview VC first, and we can talk about that. So
can I interview a bit as well?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Yay!
But honestly, I'm here now. I really feel like there's a lot to talk about. As Jeff mentioned, the tram, the clutch escape from Corona, the photographer, just a lot of things, and even the Bon assist too. Lots of memorable things. It's just amazing how much this tournament has increased and the intensity spiked the moment we hit BO3.
And it's gonna be Corona. Hello,
hey Corona! Hello!
Hello.
Hello! So you guys just won and that was so intense. How does it feel?
Backbreaking.
I guess Jesus saved the day for you guys as well.
True. The minute I sent the Jesus pic, it's a good sign.
It was a sign.
Yeah, honestly, there's just a lot of good things happening. I think one of all, even though that's sort of a bit of a hiccup start, we can see that the first game, the tram actually came into your favorite, and that was honestly very funny to watch.
Mm-hmm. All right, the tram. That was unexpected, actually. I
Yeah.
thought, I can delay a bit more, but I didn't know my trap would delay to the point where the tram would hit the.
Yeah. Also, the thing is that in BO3, I believe everyone was screaming at the screens when you managed to make that clutch escape towards the end, especially you went down and then. Right at that moment, the hot wax ran out of time, and then he couldn't pick you up. That was a very clutch dungeon escape. But everyone thought that it was over.
I thought, I'm not gonna make it actually into the dungeon. But for some reason, I keep, I mashed my button on the dungeon escape. And then somehow it would.
Yeah, and your hunter also, your dream witch that appeared, or Jesus that appeared in BO3 ended up saving the day. So tell me that how you managed to pull that off, because we can see you exhibit a very strong field control at the last game.
I know that the decoders usually love first station, so I pressured there first. But I did not know that they would automatically use the roller coaster. So I would while my last follower will be chasing the composer, which will lead to almost no decoding for him. I would pressure the gravekeeper. Then I was actually supposed to down the gravekeeper, but he used another shovel. So instead, I just chased the toy merchant since gravekeeper most likely won't be able to decode after that. So meaning basically my early game, I gave them almost no time to decode and usually just running around. Also, the cowboy had to harass.
Yeah. Jafet, you have anything to ask Corone?
Why did you look at the basement in the first round?
Oh, I saw what was this? I saw trails and then Batter going down the basement. I thought he went down the basement. I was like,
The
let me check
hallucinated
first.
mismatch.
Let me check thoroughly because there are some people who actually go into the locker.
Exactly. See, John. See, my play last time was reasonable.
Yeah.
I got confirmed by one of the best breaking wheels. I think that confirms everything.
It
That play I
definitely
did last
is
time.
that 3 minute surge. Like, I don't know if Corone saw that, but that was so funny.
Don't tell Garane. Tell that to Garane. That was early days. Hey,
Yeah, in context, he got tricked by a bot at the basement and searched for someone that he thought was at the corner house, but no one was there for 3 minutes.
yeah. And everyone was screaming at me in chat. So that was the greatest
Yeah.
experience.
Anyways, Corona, you guys will be up against Asian minions and next week. Are you guys confident for it?
I don't know. I'ma just wing it.
Just wing it. Well, you guys
I'm-
are the defending champion, so good luck.
Thank you so much. Thank you also, Japheth. Japheth.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome, bro.
Alright, to the
Anyways.
chat, that was a very intense game with Scouts defeating Calamity. Calamity, thank you very much, but your time ends here. So we're going to be hopping into a break, and after the break, we'll hop into the second quarterfinal match between Tibet and Shadows. See you in a bit, guys. And Jafet, Jafet, you'll be up next, so
Yeah.
Yeah.
In chat, say good luck for me.
alright, see you in a bit. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second half of the quarterfinals between the second game of the quarterfinals for Manor Regulars Chapter 3. I am your caster, Invisible Jong, and now I'm joined by a different caster for today. So want to say hi?
Hello.
Yep, this is NX. He'll be joining me for the second half. And this is going to be Shadows, who is the third place of Group A, against Tibet, who was the second place of Group B. So right now, these two teams will be fighting off to see who is going to be advancing to the quarter or the semifinals, where they'll be facing against Fruit Juice.
Yes, and right now, from what we've seen in the previous matches with Shadows and Tibet, like which team do you think has the actual advantage, the potential advantage?
Well, actually, from what I've seen from the Shadows, is that their survivors seem to be on a weaker end because, as we recall, they only got a 1 escape in 3 games, where Scout Survivor were capable of re-escaping, or rather, Tibet Survivor were capable of free-escaping Scout's Hunter yesterday, even though it was Zenodine and not Corona. So I think that if we're just looking on paper terms, it seems that Tibet has a slight upper advantage, also considering the fact that Tibet was second place of Group B, while Shadows was third place, but then placement doesn't mean much because Scouts was third of Group B and they won Calamity, so yeah.
Yes, but right now I kind of forgot what kind of hunters and survivors they picked, because I remember they had a specific set, and now it's from what I recall, it's now all up to BO3, right? Like it goes up to BO3.
Yeah, it is BO3 for certain. Every game onwards is BO3 until the finals. It will be a BO5, man.
Let's go! I can't wait.
So, anyways, right here though is that we have we are going to be receiving the map pick. Is that? Wait, no, Landbo, no.
What?
Oh, Landbo got messed up. Landbo got messed up with the rounds, and then she attempted to ask for banning free survivors. I'm like, no, not free.
All right, ban 3 right now.
Yeah. So, anyways, the hunter will be LV for today. Not just that, and LV we so far seen Wu Chang, and we have seen him playing Wu Chang and also the Night Watch, and we know that the Sacred Heart Hospital, that I'm pretty sure that is appearing on the screen right now, has been selected by Tibet. So I do wonder what are they planning here, as we are going to be waiting on the first ban from LV's side. And like we're waiting for the first ban, and literally I received a news called, I was quite saying just don't ban.
Just don't ban Lucky Guy.
Yeah.
Well, from what we can tell, usually in both of our point of views, you also have to agree, Sacred Hearts Hospital is basically a survivor-sided map, right?
Yeah. Oh, I just
because
realized that the thumbnail was a bit weird, so let me change it.
Okay.
Yeah, because I'm not supposed. This is not IVA, so I'm not supposed to be promoting it, so I had to change it. Yeah, I did not mean to promote IVA because I'm not IVA, so don't want to treat this as an IVA. So yeah, I had to change back the thumbnail, Amal.
Okay, so basically right now, because Sacred Hearts is a survival map usually, I feel like they are going, both teams, or basically the team that picked the map, will be prioritizing on their survivors to actually guarantee a win most likely, instead of even a draw or a loss. Because because after that their hunter is gonna have potentially a little bit of stress, but at the same time, because of like you said, their hunter is which hunter is Wu Chang and Nightwatch?
Oh, that's LV, and LV is the hunter that's playing today.
Yeah, so for the hunter that's playing right now, Nightwatch will be good usually at the front gate areas, but in areas such as the ruins beside Shack, or those places will be a little bit troublesome. The only good thing is that Nightwatch can have that so-called speed boost. But Wu Chang, usually, I'm not really sure about Wu Chang, because me personally, I don't really wish to play Wu Chang if I was even given the opportunity, because especially in the tournament level, Wu Chang is difficult to use.
Yeah, but anyways, we received the news through the power of technology on the survivors pick, and the first one is going to be the Antiquarian, so nothing to say, pretty standard, as LV seems to not like the Antiquarian and would rather get rid of it first.
Yes, and anti-current, like, because usually now with all the characters coming in more and more, like, if you ban one harasser, the other team's probably gonna just instantly pick like a whole different harasser, which might either be like, can be something that the hunter can counter or might not be, because anti-current, the reason why most hunters ban anti-current is because of the way they can harass, because if you unfortunately chase anti-current first, if she hits you into a wall, you can't attack her for a while, so your time is wasted.
Yeah, and actually we received news on the first two survivor being picked, and I believe it's going to appear on the screen in a second. It's going to be the Priestess and the Prospector. So Priestess strong at the Sacred because the hospital is like Priestess' home where she can just like crawl through walls like a wormhole. And the Prospector is like the number 2 harasser right behind the Antiquarian, so no surprises here. As Tibet here will be prioritizing on sort of the stunning issue. So we also received the next 2 survivors being picked, and it is going to be or rather being banned by LV, and it's going to be the Mechanic and the Prisoner. So LV is going to be saying no to any sort of harasser, or rather decoders. Yeah.
Yes, and right now, from what we can see, it's actually quite shocking that the hunter didn't pick to ban Priestess first, because Sacred Hearts is mainly technically seen as like the Priestess map, so if a survivor goes back and forth in the bottles, the hunter might actually lose whoever they're chasing. So for the hunter to open up Priestess is actually quite a shocking thing to see.
Yeah, and not banning Seer just now is going to haunt LV now, because now the Seer is going to be the next survivor being selected here. So currently, this is looking to be a very solid team comp. Seer, Prospector, Priestess. Seer's out provides support, Priestess Portals provide support, Prospector the Magnet provides support. This is a very, very support heavy map, or a support team comp from the survivors end right now. So the options given for LV to choose right now is very limited.
Yeah, but right now from what we can see, like, why would usually the hunters that wouldn't want to ban characters like Seer, Priestess, those type of hunters are like hunters that have some sort of advantage against those characters. Like maybe for Seer the advantage is the Bonbon, but from what we can see, Priestess didn't get banned, so it might not be a Bonbon. So what kind of hunter can counter both the Seer and the Priestess for both of them to actually not be the ones that get banned?
I don't even know at this point, because it's commonly agreed that among most of the hunters, the 2 hunters that are not afraid of the Seer are the Wax Artist and the Bonbon, but neither of them are good in this scenario, because one of them, as you mentioned, Bonbon is bad against Priestess and Sacred, and the other one is the Wax Artist is not good at Sacred as well, due to the fact that there are lots of high wall areas and obstacles, meaning that it will be very hard for Wax Artists to spray wax around.
Yeah, and if it is a Wax Artist, let's think of it in this point of view. If it is a Wax Artist, then the only places the hunter can really go to is the front gate area, where the survivors can just keep rotating and just doing all the other ciphers first. So doing that can actually just mess up the hunter overall and will force the hunter to go to ruins. So even with a Wax Artist, it might be very risky.
Well, we just received news on the last ban, and if the mercenaries are finally just going to be removing, like the Stablest Rescuer, the rock of the team, we're not going to be seeing it today or in this game. So we're waiting on the last ban. I believe currently Tibet are missing a Rescuer, so we may potentially see them finish up with either the First Officer or the Gravekeeper, but no, I'm wrong about that, because I just saw the Discord, and the last survivor being selected is going to be the Batter. So just to ensure, like, this is a double harasser team comp if we look at this carefully.
Yes, and from what we can see, there is no rescuers at all. So because of this, it's going to be... Hey, wait, give me one.
Okay, what is the thing with everyone announcing their personas publicly? Screw it, I'm gonna delete it for them. Oh, for context of those of you who did not know what happened, like I asked for them to like announce their personas, and then they announced it live on the public chat where the other team can see it. I'm like, no, not there. You're supposed to be discreet. You're supposed to announce your persona in private, not taking like a microphone and announcing it to the whole wide world.
Yeah, I can't wait for one of them to actually just type that they don't have 3, and then the hunter's just gonna chase them at endgame.
Who knows? Maybe this is a strategy to bait the hunter, to trick the hunter thinking in, hey, I don't have 3, but screw it, I have 3, this is a trick, yay!
That's one messed up strategy. Oh.
I'm playing mind games with you, Lamau. So,
But
yeah,
right now, from what we can see, they don't have a single rescuer, and usually for a team comp that doesn't have a single rescuer, meaning they are very confident in actually kiting for a long period of time, because without a rescuer, you really do need to kite for a long period of time. If not, you're gonna have a lot of issues with the rescuing section.
Yeah, I agree. No rescuers. This may be a potential problem if a strong camper hunters appear, though. And there's another like risk is that because if a strong camper hunters appear, no one can pull off the rescue. Like let's say Bonbon, no one can rescue effectively in front of Bonbon. But there is a strategy for the prospector or batter to go for an instant stun. But in those specific scenarios, you're going for an instant rescue. Then this means that the time gained from the survivor's decoding while a teammate's on chair will be very limited, though.
Yeah, but right now, okay, let's say if it is a hunter that's good at camping chair, we do remember they have two harassers for Tibet, so they might actually use those 2 harassers to just come at the same time, so it'll be like a double rescue. And even although, like, let's say the double rescue pulls off the person, it works and everything, but then the issue is now Cypher Rush might be a little delayed, so it really leads down to the first chase being as long as possible.
Well, we received news on the hunter is going to be the clerk, but I'm not sure if I agree with this. Like, I know that LV was an A-badged clerk, but the thing is, you have 2 harassers, and clerk is very weak against harassers because there's just nothing that she can really do if the harassers are there when a survivor goes down. And the other thing though is there is also the Seer's Owl, which is normally like acceptable, but the thing adding on the harassers and the priestess portals, I feel like LV's clerk will have a very hard time against this scenario.
Yes, and remember, clerk's most advantageous thing that's been used the most common
And it's
is
move out.
when someone pushes. Oh, sorry. It's when someone pushes the ballot down and the clerk has the recording to bring it back up instantly and swinging at the survivor. So that is like the clerk's one of the main thing, especially and also the vaulting the window part where the clerk can record the vaulting of her own window to delay the thing.
Yeah,
But now,
go ahead.
now because of the thing where there is a seer, a batter, so like let's say a batter pushes down the ballot, if the clerk brings up the thing, the batter can just hit her and push her back, so he'll still gain the distance. Seer also has the owl can also delay the thing.
Yeah, that's why I feel like clerk will be very weak against this team comp. So I think it all depends on how confident is LV with his clerk. Because if we're looking on paper terms, I feel like Tibet Survivor here definitely will have the upper hand over Shadows. So right now, I will imagine that the clerk's best target will maybe like go for the Seer, just 1 extra hit, or maybe like gamble on the priestess to force out the portals early game so that the priestess cannot provide support. Because like if we look at this team comp statistically, there's no favorable target, but there's just only like some of the better case out of the worst.
Yeah, and right now for what's happening, I really feel like this might actually end up in the survivor side, because remember this map is survivor sided, and then for the hunter to pick a hunter that is gonna have trouble catching up with any survivors, and especially in a survivor sided map, it might be very troubling for the hunter.
Yeah, I agree. This is a potential risk that has to be dealt with here. So, hold on. Oh wait, I just realized that we have no. Hold on, let me go and see who is around to VC monitor too, because apparently if Furious Twin. Oh wait, Furious Twin is still around. Let me get them here.
Drag them in. into the shadows, VC. Drag them into the shadow realm.
Oh. Oh, okay, they're going to bed. Ah, that's fair then. I guess we just have to risk it. Because the thing is that Landfall has to stay here in case my thing falls apart again.
Hopefully you are able to enter the game.
Yeah.
Now watch me not being able to enter somehow. Okay, we are entering the game. You good?
I haven't seen it yet because I'm just busy, like, you know, typing. Let's see. Oh yeah, I'm in.
Alright, so right now with this team comp, remember it is a disadvantage for the hunter currently, but it all leads up to how the survivors play, how they rotate, and how they work in the team. Because if the teamwork isn't that good, then it might as well be a win for the club as well.
But individually from this team comp, actually every one of them has the potential to cut very long against the clerk. Because the priestess is very strong in hospital, Seer has an owl, prospector, bachelor, harassers. Individually wise, I feel like everyone is already strong enough. So even if the teamwork is not that good, it may not be that punishing, I believe. But this is a very interesting. Oh, never mind. It's something else.
Yeah. Okay, so the priestess wanted middle from the looks of it, and the better ended up picking the front gate area, which originally the better did just steal the priestess middle, which was quite funny to watch.
Yeah, I feel like the batter over there was saying touch me, like touch me in order for me to let it to you, to let the sender to you. I feel like it's like.
Yeah, it's like touch me or no hospital for you. But
Yeah,
right now, from what we
live up
can
to
see,
name.
from what we can see, the hunter did pick that area where it's closer to the prospector. But from the looks of it, I actually doubt the hunter's going to even find the priestess in the hospital because it's gonna take forever.
Yeah.
So she's most likely just going to go straight to either the better or the prospector at this rate.
I feel like the prospector may be the more favorable target considering that it's closer, and there's also the Seer in rotation, but never mind. It seems like you have other ideas, and never mind, I was wrong about that again. We'll be approaching the prospector, going to looping around. Prospector just staggering around, making sure that he will not get red light tricked. As the clerk will be getting a recording now, just potentially to use it later on to clog off any windows.
Yes, but right now the better is actually predicting. The prospector is actually predicting all of this like red light trick from the hunter. So it's actually going to help extend the kite by a lot. And you can see the hunter's actually, the prospector is actually going inside hospital, and he already used the stun where hunter broke the pallet. So right now it's just
What on earth was that?
Actually managed to dodge the swing, and hunter's missing the swings as well. But right now you can see the hunter just decided to chase priestess because priestess is technically considered the weakest among everyone.
But
and
that
hunter
blink!
cancelling the portal, but right now you can see Better already preparing to harass. But
that's not going to be that effective here. But seems it seems the hunter lost track of the priestess for a split second there, so honestly a lot of things just happened in the few seconds just now here.
Yeah, but remember, Hunter does have the pallet break, so he is gonna catch distance. But Better is already harassing at such an early stage. And one ball of his big get broken. But at least he managed to buy time for the priestess to actually gain a significant amount of distance, going to an area that no people are actually decoding to help with the cipher rush and no cipher delays.
Yeah, but watch out though, because there's actually not a lot of areas to kite in this area, because the thing is that the owl's gonna be forced out though with the flywheel effect, and I think that is a bit of a waste on the survivor's end because the flywheel effect and the owl are used in conjunction, so that's definitely not the most favorable, as now the priestess will be going down.
Yes, and priestess pushing down a pallet out of panic while Hunter was recording her was a very unfortunate thing on the priestess side. And knowing the Hunter, usually Hunters should have 2 recordings of survivors interacting with things, right? So that means Hunter has another pallet where it's gonna be very issueic.
So right now the situation is that there are still 4 ciphers remaining because due to the fact that the Batcher came to assist and the Priestess came to assist, the cipher progress is actually very slow throughout this game. So this is actually not too favorable for the survivors at this point of time, and they have to consider the best course of action as the Batcher will be making the rescue. The good news here is that there may be a rebound if the Batcher does it well as he gets knocked backwards.
Yes, but right now, you can tell the Batter is already preparing to harass, but if the Priestess goes down and the Batter goes down with her, it's going to be a very difficult tie or even a win scenario for the Survivor side. As you can see, the Hunter already knows that the Batter is there, so she's just going to try and break his ball and... yeah, it's going to try and break his balls and just going to chair the Priestess.
And next, why did that sound very funny?
I'm sorry, I was listening to what I said and at the same time reading the Batter's name, so it made it so much worse.
Oh my god. Oh, no 18 plus stuff. But anyways, we're back at the game. This is actually a very good situation for the Clerk right now because the thing is that there's not a lot of ciphers being gone, and the other thing is that the Batcher only has 1 ball remaining. So it seems that the only potential here is for the Seer to like help block the Priestess for a significant amount of time, but they're currently separated, so this is not the most ideal. Blank.
Yes, and remember, Hunter has Blink. But the Priestess was not able to use the Porter, unfortunately, due to the... I think she didn't expect the Hunter to actually blink that quickly.
Prospector!
Prospector was able to harass, but right now, we have to hope that Prospector's harassment can help well enough, but it doesn't seem like it because Priestess is going closer to the cipher. I mean, the chair.
Yeah, but if, you have to watch out though. One thing you have to watch out is one more balloon, and I think this one, there's a possibility for the Priestess to struggle free. Yeah, you can only balloon 2 survive, balloon max 2 times. If it's a 3 times, it's going to be a struggle free. So I feel like the Hunter here should have tried to bait out a magnet rather than just go for a drop every time.
Yes, and now you see there's 2 ciphers left, but one cipher is already at 90%. But you can see all the survivors are at low HP, but thankfully Hunter did lose the Priestess for a moment, and Priestess is at her most favorable area, Hospital.
Yeah, and the current Priestess still has 1 portal to work around with, so this is going to be very good for her, as currently the Clerk is just desperately trying to find where the Priestess is, just going to have his eyes on the prize, and make sure the person dead on chair does not stay out of sight as the Prospector is back into harass. This double harassing team comp is actually paying off right now, but how long would they manage to last even longer?
Yes, and right now from what we can see, the Hunter already saw the Priestess. Unfortunately, they were not able to fake with the trail. But Hunter is having a little stressful situation because, right now, Batter's doing the last cipher and his cipher is being pressured. Meanwhile, the Prospector and the Seer are both harassing, where the Seer is gaining hour for the Priestess and the Prospector is actually helping with the stuns.
Yeah, so actually this is a very good situation for the survivors. What a turn of events of this game, NX. Because now through this very good teamwork, they're now everyone's back online. The Prospector is just proving why is he one of the strongest harassers in the game. It seems that now LV will have a change of mind, no longer going to be caring about the Priestess and going to be on the Prospector. But watch out, the Seer's declared nearby, so may switch to the Seer as well, which may be happening now.
Yes, but from what we know, the Batter cipher, which is at beside Shack area, that cipher is also at a decent progress. Meanwhile, the Seer cipher is also above 60%. So because of this, Hunter has to pressure 2 ciphers, not just 1.
Yeah, but if the Seer goes down, things may change though. The Prospector is back here, but can this one go? I feel like the Seer may go down. The Prospector actually cannot harass effectively as they only have this 1 single magnet that's not going to work out a lot.
Yes, but remember, right now, the Batter and Priestess are both healing. And Hunter teleported towards Priestess. So now Hunter's not even thinking of pressuring the areas, but right now Hunter is thinking of playing musical chairs with all the survivors.
But this actually is not going to work in his favor though, because the thing is that the cipher near the front gate has a lot of progress right now, so the survivors can easily just go back, and now the Priestess, we can see the Priestess is here ready to rescue as the cipher is already at 70%, so the Clerk will have to block off the cipher, which it seems that she's not going to be blocking off it. That's not that ideal though. I feel like she should definitely try to block off the cipher at this point of time, which is going to achieve that block.
Yes, but right now now ciphers are locked already. But Hunter did get hit by the Priestess ballot. But she will be getting hit, and remember, Priestess is dead on chair. So and she did get hit. So now the hunter has to down the priestess before the cipher is prime, and the hunter is able to do that, and the cipher is still locked at 99%.
Yeah,
They're
but
forcing the pop, and they managed to get the pop while priestess managed to escape.
because the thing is that the clerk should have used her recordings just now. She still had recordings, did not use it, and that is gonna come at halt and manage to pull the stun. And this is huge now, considering that it will gain a lot of help the survivors at the gate to gain a lot of progress, as they're going to do a double decoding, meaning that there's just no way that this clerk can like lock off the gate at this point of time.
Yes, but now the gate is still locked. The gate was locked, and the hunter has 13 seconds before the next teleport is ready. So hopefully the hunter is able to actually... Oh no, the hunter's unfortunately not able to. There's still 5 seconds before the next teleport, and all 3 survivors managed to get a 3-man escape.
Yeah, this double harassment team comp completely worked in Tibet's favor, because actually in early game it looked like a 3-4 survivor elimination for LV, but then that one time where the prospector manages to force off a balloon rescue changed the entire game. So honestly, looking back, as I mentioned throughout the game, the correct play over there was to bait up Magnus, because you can only maximum drop twice. If you drop a third time, it's a guarantee that it will be a struggle free.
Yes, but honestly, in my point of view from what was happening in this scenario, right? You know when Priestess created the world portal to join the battle? Honestly, if Hunter didn't teleport away and Hunter camped the Seer, the Prospector won't be able to rescue properly. And at the same time, Hunter can just constantly use the recordings to pressure the Cypher so that there will not be any Cypher completion. So there won't be any worry of the Cypher actually popping when Prospector goes to rescue.
Yeah, I think he must have thought that the Cypher progress at the ruins had the high progress, but actually no. But actually looking back, because he knew that the Cypher at the front gate had a lot of progress, so he probably should not have teleported and should have just stayed at where he is and maybe saved the ability for endgame.
I think in this scenario, the Hunter had a little panic, where the Hunter actually got worried that there are 2 ciphers being worked on, one might actually be primed before the other. So because of this, I believe they actually started doing panics on that.
Yeah, which is unfortunate because the clerk had such a good start. And also let's talk about that exchange in the birdcage, because I wasn't able to properly say it. But just now, there was a misplacement, because the plan was actually for the clerk to pass through the portal and then get stunned, but that stun did not work out. And then the clerk goes for the swing, which does not miss, and then the priestess goes for the vault, which the clerk could have gotten terror shot but did not. And it's just kind of mind blowing in what happened in that couple of few seconds, honestly.
Yeah, and a lot really did happen in just a few seconds off. It is unfortunate for the Hunter to have such a scenario where they panicked and actually left the Cypher that had the higher progress than the other.
Mm-hmm.
But it is understandable, because you are trying your best to get a win, and it's a panic state to know that maybe the other Cypher might be completed as someone comes to rescue the Seer. So, and at the same time, they are both healing over there. So, because of that, the world portal is still there. So someone might just heal up and then go. So I believe that Hunter was actually trying to teleport there before they finish the healing to actually get the priestess quickly.
Yeah, you're right about that. So, clearing now the pressure is back onto Shadow Survivor, because now they want to ideally get a free escape, because if they do not get a free escape, then it's going to be or not game over, but they're going to be losing the first round, and that's not the most ideal situation. So, because we have seen throughout the tournament that Shadow Survivor does have a weaker performance, so if the Shadow Survivor are planning to step up, now is going to be the time.
Yeah, and right now it really ends off with how Tibet and Shadows are going to end off, because now it's Tibet's Hunter side, and from what we know, the Hunter did try their best. Unfortunately, chose the wrong. Actually, not. I wouldn't say wrong Hunter. The Hunter did actually do a good cancel for Priestess Portal. I think once or twice.
Yeah, no, he did very well in pressuring and changing and stuff. The wrong move is that he just had a few misjudgments, especially the ballooning thing.
Yeah, it's the end game scenario where the end game scenario actually made everything more of a panic.
Yeah, for certain. So I believe I cannot see it right now as I'm busy setting up setting up. But I believe Lambo's already doing the bans for the next round in the chat, I believe. So yeah, let me just hurry.
Yes, okay, I can tell you the bans. Like for the first, okay, so Tibet chose 2 bans, one being the Seer and the Entomologist.
Oh wait, they don't get to ban too. Hold on.
Oh no.
Oh no,
This is where.
Oh, Priestess. No,
is-
no, you missed the first one.
Wait, where is the Oh, sorry. So they went Priestess first. My bad.
Yeah, Priestess. What can I say? The hospital is literally the home of the Priestess.
Yes, that's true. So it's priest. Oh, but the 3 bands actually came up quite fast. I didn't even notice. Would be the Priestess, Seer, and Entomologist. The Priestess and Seer being the usual default character bands, and Ento being an interesting one.
Well, the Antiquarian and the Mercenary are the first 2 survivors being selected from what we know. So, and yeah, I think here, Shadow Survivor plan is to just play it more stable, to just make sure that everyone is going to be more tanky and stuff, so no one can go down fast. To just like extend up the first kite in order to have a better solid foundation for free escape.
Yes, and from what we can see, the survivors also have their 3rd lock-in and 4th lock-in too.
Yeah, but let me be done with the bans first.
Okay.
Anti-crime. Okay, Seer and Entomologist. So, yeah, I think the Seer, makes sense. Seer maybe not that prioritized ban in this meta, but you still need to get rid of it. Entomologist, well, let's see, Entomologist. I mean, the Entomologist can have the potential to be strong in this map due to like clogging, like the beast can clog a lot of stuff. But I do wonder, what does this Entomologist ban mean? Because we don't see hunters ban her often, and I'm thinking of what hunter that is afraid of the Entomologist, and I can only think of the Naiad.
Well, another hunter that I can think of would actually be the Ripper.
Ah, yeah, Ripper, but imagine seeing an actual Ripper in this tournament.
I would have.
Yeah, but Enchantress is the next first survivor being selected, so... Oh, Enchantress! If Fury was here, she would have been very happy. But anyways...
I'm happy.
Oh yeah, you are also Enchantress main, NX, I forgot.
Yeah, my S-Clutch, man.
Alright, Prisoner... Prisoner, Ban, and Psycho pick, so... Oh, and next I like how you had to like instantly like nudge everyone to announce your persona publicly.
Yes. Everyone has to announce their persona in the public chat, so the hunter will be able to choose who to chase.
Haha, very funny.
But right now, remember the biggest, most dangerous duo for survivor side would actually be the mercenary and psychologist because of the Bluetooth device.
Wi-Fi heal, yeah.
Yep.
So, if we're looking at this team comp that I'm looking at, this is actually a very solid team comp because the solid team comp, mercenary and psychologist are tanky, Antiquarian has the swipes, Enchantress stuns, like a pretty support heavy team comp of stuns and stuff. But then this actually opens the door for some of the hunters that are not afraid of an enchant. For example, Bloody Queen is not afraid of the Enchantress, or even the Antiquarian as well. Or maybe some chip hunter, long range chip hunters like sculptors also potentially stand a chance.
But having chip hunters against characters like Enchantress will also be like a little bit risky because like early game you want to do the chip damages, and doing chip damages against Enchantress will just let her have the stuns against you.
Hold on a minute, ladies and gentlemen. I have the pick, and this is very, very interesting as I'm gonna show it live. It's going to be the Gamekeeper. I do not know. I never expected one of this thing in.
Whoa.
So let's think about the Gamekeeper. Well, Gamekeeper is not that favorable against Enchantress because after you hook her backwards, Enchantress can instantly stun. For the Antiquarian, the same may apply is that before the hit registers, the anti-current can knock them backwards. So
Yes, but there are occasions where, like, because of a potential ping issue, like even if your ping is a little bit higher than the hunter themselves, there is a chance that you might accidentally reset the hunter's attack, which might make it even worse for the team.
yeah, but yeah, like Enchantress has a downside of that, but I believe in this tournament playing level, we probably would not see that. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, no worries, I made it into the game this time, so I guess it's a yay for me. And so we're now going to be hopping into this game, and I think the best target for the gamekeeper will be the psychologist, just so that you don't have to like deal with anyone, like any stuns or pushes backs early game. So
Yes, and also we should take note, like if you look right above the gamekeeper to the right, there's a button for you to press, and it's actually gamekeeper's birthday today as well.
happy birthday! So let's see, can gamekeeper get a birthday? And honestly, just now I had a strong nudge to touch that button. I know why. It's touch me.
Yeah, exactly. I was tempting you to do it.
No, I'm not doing anything dumb live on stream and next.
Yeah, but from what we can see, it is gamekeeper's birthday, so let's hope the gamekeeper actually gets their wish of getting a 4K in this scenario.
No, I am rooting for Shadows because they are like one of their members. Like I know them in real life, and even they're not here. But I'm gonna say this, even though they're not here, Fluffy, 我夾住你㗎，你陣間上場嘅話，我夾住你㗎。More Cantonese, yay!
This is biasness, I'm telling you.
Who cares? This is my tournament. Fire me from my own tournament.
This is
If you can.
biasness in own tournament.
Fire me from my tournament if you can.
Sadly I cannot. This
Yeah.
is unfair mod. I think this is called mod abuse, if I'm not wrong.
I'm the boss, so who can stop me here?
This boss abuse, that's worse.
Anyways,
Okay,
the
from what we
gamekeeper.
can
Yeah, I'll go first. Anyways, the gamekeeper
sorry.
here will now be approaching. We can see if the anti-current is going to be swinging around the hook, ready to hook him towards like the hunter the moment he sees a survivor. And the anti-current here has to be careful because he actually plays a trap ready to catch his prey, but the anti-current knew it, so it's going to be evading that and evaded the hook. A very nice move, as the anti-current is currently doing a good job in not getting caught early game.
Yes, but right now you see anti-current is using a lot, like using her stunts. Why would Hunter? Oh, Hunter's doing that to actually tempt her to push down the pallet, which actually decreases her speed boost but she's not falling for it.
Yeah, so currently the anti-current will be using up his stick and just going to be like doing a quick jog with her stick to just increase the gap. As the gamekeeper is struggling to catch up because his hooks are not that effective in the factory due to the just a lot of obstacles and walls and stuff. So the anti-current is staying alive, but can he evade this hook though? This hook will be very crucial. Not being able to do so, but Fly Wheel's way effect.
Yes, and I forgot that Flying Wheel is actually one of the biggest counters for gamekeepers. And Hunter whipped out the excitement. I didn't even notice Hunter had excitement in this scenario.
I noticed it just now, so actually this is not too bad of a kite because the first wave of ciphers are almost to be complete. And the other thing is that forcing out the ability now is just like very good because the other survivors know that they don't have to be aware of blank. So that is not too bad of a kite if it's like enough for a tie, but if it's a free escape then they probably need to do a rebound kite with the help of Enchantress.
Yes, and from what we can see, okay, usually gamekeeper's best scenario and best bet would be to stop the rescue or at least get a terror shock, because the hook thing can actually, once it deals a terror shock, it does do a lot of damage. Like that.
Whoa!
So that's exactly what I mean. Doing a terror shock when against someone rescuing because of the hook, it is going to even stop a mercenary of all people.
Yeah, because I felt like the mercenary came here way too late. He wanted to delay, but what ended up happening was even worse because now not even the rescue is gonna happen. So he's going to be trying to stop the psychologist here because there's a slowdown making the psychologist very hard to rescue. And yep, the stuff is going to happen. So two survivors in a row failing to rescue. So currently, Shadow Survivor are just dropping like flies.
Yes, and from what we can see, the hunter just ends up wanting the psychologist but missing the hook, unfortunately. But honestly, I would rather the hunter just actually no, honestly right now mercenary still has 3 elbow pads, but psychologist has that extra health bar, so the only worrying part is if she gets rescued.
Well, the enchanters can still go for a rescue, honestly, because the thing is that there's still that empathy as you mentioned, and the enchanters can use the stuns to hope for a rebound kite, so that is the saving grace. But the enchantress will have to complete her cipher first, and there's the risk that she'll get cut off mid-rescue.
Yes, but from the looks of it looks like the Hunter's going straight for the Mercenary first instead. And Hunter's already at max presence, so this guy has technically infinite hooks, if I'm not wrong about that.
Yeah, he technically has infinite as long as he keeps on hooking, but now it's going to enter cooldown. We can see the enchantress will be making the beeline towards the psychologist, and the gamekeeper realizes it, is going back, and let's see, will this hook catch the enchantress, and will the enchantress fall victim to the hooks as the other teammates did earlier?
Yes, but right now the seems like the Enchantress isn't going to fall victim to the hook, as Hunter doesn't seem to want to hook it. Because remember, Psychologist is now like technically full HP, but if she takes one hook, she's going back to the half HP standard.
Yeah, but this hook is not going to hit though, so oh never mind, it's gonna get hooked here, and down goes the Psychologist once again. But the Enchantress is still in the vicinity, but Gamekeeper bringing excitement is gonna pay off now as the Enchantress can't do much.
Yes, and it seems like the Enchantress is aware that Hunter has excitement, so she decided to just leave overall.
Yeah, because he used it earlier, man.
Yes, and now this is up to both of the survivors, where there is one cipher left, Hunter knows that there is one cipher left, and Mercenary has to do the last cipher, which is only like around 40%. Oh, not even 40, 30.
Yeah, I feel like the thing is that the ineffective or bad rescues from Shadow survivors just too fatal, because right now we can see that the Anti-Crim made a very good first kite, but because no one was able to pull off that rescue, they're not able to like capitalize on that. So now it seems very likely to be a forced survivor elimination, because the thing is that there's still like one near host cipher.
Yes, and remember from what we saw just now, oh, and Mercenary getting down. Yeah, but from what we can see, Enchantress did already drop down instantly, and most of this timing is that the ciphers, right? All the cipher locations, they are all technically in almost a straight line, except for just one, which is at the other side of the area.
Oh, and look, this Gamekeeper is inching closer and closer to his prey right now, and it's gonna get the stun off, like get the slowdown off, and down goes the Enchantress, and with that, the Mercenary, let's see, can the Mercenary self-heal in time, though I'm curious. But no, opting to chair the Enchantress, or maybe to just bring the Enchantress closer to the Mercenary, I believe. Because if you're gonna chair it now, then there's a risk of the Mercenary self-healing and getting a one escape.
Yes, and remember, the Mercenary still has 3 elbow pads, so the Hunter really has to go and hunt down for the Mercenary, which is quite a questionable move, because Hunter did know where Mercenary went, but why would the Hunter chair the Enchantress?
Oh, I think it's because the fact that he heard that the Mercenary cipher was around 60%, he did not want to risk it. Maybe.
Yes, but look at this, the Hunter already found out where the Mercenary is at. So this might be a very risky scenario, especially but there's also a hook outside the window, so if
No, there's a
Mercenary
trap.
gets the window.
Yeah, Mercenary must know it, that's why he used this elbow pad. But he's transitioning to a weird area though. This area, there's nothing much to kite around the area on the Mercenary right now, so I feel the Mercenary won't be able to survive for long. He has to use another elbow pad or gonna get hit.
Yes, and Hunter did have excitement, which I believe the Mercenary forgotten.
Uh-huh.
And from the looks of it, the Mercenary is hoping to at least use his elbow pads to make it to the dungeon before the Enchantress died.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, it doesn't seem like it's a possibility.
So with that, I believe congratulations goes to Tibet for scoring an 8-1 in BO1, which is a very detrimental lead, and this is not looking good for Shadows due to the massive point gap.
Yes, but now we can say it. Tibet did very well in this scenario, because the Gamekeeper and the Survivors were both able to score very high points in how they do their tactics. And now we have to just hope that in the next round, Team Shadows are able to catch up, or it's going to be bye-bye Team Shadows.
Yeah, hopefully they'll be able to catch up, so... Yeah, but currently, as I said, I felt like the rescues from Shadows were like often not ineffective at all. Like we've seen for this tournament, they often failed their rescues and stuff, so... Yeah, 2 failed rescues in a row is just really too fatal for the survivors to really come back from at this point, so I feel like that was unfortunate.
Yes, and we can tell, usually the most riskiest type of hunters, like, because the moment the gamekeeper showed up, because the first card was very well, I already had a feeling that this gamekeeper is the type that's not for chase, it's meant for camping. And it
Ah,
did it so I wasn't technically wrong because the gamekeeper did pressure the chair where mercenary did come a little bit too late and panicked rescue.
yeah. So with that, currently Tibet is in the lead in 8-1. So if scouts or rather shadow those will want to come back from this, then they'll have to like do to like really step their game up and show their true skills. So with that, we are going to be hopping into a quick break. And after the break, we're going to see you back with more IMR action. See you in a bit. Welcome back, everyone, and we're now back against Tibet versus Shadows. And as you can see on the screen on the scoreboard, things are not looking good for Tibet or Shadows at all, because currently it is an 8-1. So this means that it'll be very hard for Shadows to make a comeback based on points. So their best action here will probably be getting 2 wins in a row, like the next 2 round wins. Because the thing is that if you get a tie in one of the 2 rounds, that means the other round must be 8-1, which is very, very hard.
Yes, and right now from what we can see, because of this because of Tibet having like a very high advantage point now, I feel like they are going to be playing a more less risky and a tie kind of hunter to actually make sure that everything's gonna go well on their end.
Yeah, I'll agree with you. Because the thing is that they already have massive lead, they can just play it safe, make sure they don't lose, like tie 1 round, then they nearly almost have the win.
Just give me a second. Checking.
Oh, there's a funny thing because Lambo publicly said that Nyashi is Jafet, so now they're gonna public target ban Jafet as everyone knows his breaking wheel, man.
Yes, and honestly, I love kiting his breaking wheel. It's my most favorite hunter.
Oh, and also if Jafet is here, like my most favorite moments while commentating is definitely his breaking wheel based bot basement moment, because that was just way too funny. I was laughing so hard the entire time.
I think the last survivor during that time was the forward, was it not?
The forward was down, but then he actually got a bot and hid it in the basement. And as a result, Jafet thought the cycle was at the corner house and spent 3 minutes looking for it, but it was the bot at the basement screwing with him.
And Psycho was all the way at Graveyard, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah. That's one of the best moments.
That really brings back a lot of memories.
Yeah, and imagine Jafet just listening to us talking about this, and he's like, "Why you have to like get my trauma back?"
Jafet, it's okay. I'm your favorite trauma. Don't worry about it.
Oh, was that you? I don't even remember. I don't think that was you.
No. It was another. I think it was another tournament. It's still your tournament, but it was another one where, I technically I ruined his breaking wheel mindset.
It was Rising Stars. It was Ruka's tournament, but I was the one commenting and streaming.
Yes, and it was that. Then it was like at Chinatown and Red Church where I kited both of his mains, which is the Wax Artist and the Breaking Wheel.
Wow, then Jafet must hate you a lot now on how bad you kited him, Lamal.
Jafet, please forgive me. You're still my favorite hunter.
Jafet just listening to us and how he wishes he can just jump in the VC to talk back, but he can't.
Watch him actually jump in the VC and just say, "I hate you guys."
Who knows? Maybe he'll actually jump in. I dare you to jump in, Jafet, if you're listening.
Jafet, it's a sign. Jump in right now.
Okay, so never mind. We do receive news on what's going on. So the ever-seeming town has been selected from Shadows after Tibet has banned the Red Church, which I'm not too certain because I don't recall Shadows liking the Red Church. But anyways, moving on of that, is that the ever-seeming town is definitely selected in favor of Jafet's breaking Nyashi or Jafet's breaking wheel because it's pretty much a public thing at this point that he plays breaking wheel. But actually, even though it's a high chance that this breaking wheel will be banned, we can also see maybe a wax artist going to be in play because we know that Jafet likes the breaking wheel and the wax artist, and both are good at this map, and you cannot ban both of them now.
Yeah, and because and this sort of map, having this kind of wait, sorry, I'm blanking off. You continue.
Yeah, because like Ever-Seeming Town is a very open map. That means that no matter it's wheel or wax artist, there will be like a lot of open areas, so that the breaking wheel can easily land spike, or the wax artist can easily spray wax all over them. So I feel like here is a very good move for a Shadows to select for Shadows to select the Ever-Seeming Town. So the thing that I do wonder is that what strategy would Tibet be using? Because like it's pretty much known that Jafet has wax and breaking wheel. So who would they want to be playing against? Because at this point they can just easily play for ties and just keep the lead moving on into BO3 if they cannot win this right now and here now.
We can. So we already saw what like you can see what Jafet has decided to ban, right?
I haven't yet because I am busy like working on the screen, but now I can go and check.
Yes, and we can tell, like, remember the player that is playing better is actually called Touch Me. So Jafet actually ended up banning the better as one of the bans and said
Priestess.
I'm not letting, yeah, and then he says I'm not letting Touch Me touch better.
But the better player Touch Me really wants people to touch him, and then Jafet's like, no, I'm not touching your batter, so I'm going to be touching me, quote unquote touching me for the banning batter button.
Yeah, but right now you can see their pick is still going to be under a half harassing kind of pick.
So hold on, I am trying to receive news. Prospector and Postman, yeah, I mean it makes sense because Jafet is known to have a wheel, so we are wax artists. But I do wonder, would they be banning the wheel or would they be banning the the wax artist? Like, it's pretty hard to tell. It pretty much depends on which hunter that Shadow Survivor have more confidence against.
Yes, and in my point of view, like in my opinion, I would actually prefer having the Breaking Wheel ban. I mean the wax artist ban, because wax artist has a hot wax which can really like affect the team like body blocking scenario. Breaking Wheel also can, but the thing is early game Breaking Wheel isn't really that like considered strong, as long as like the survivors pick like second story or graveyard and then like away from middle area, then the Breaking Wheel really is gonna have a lot of trouble like pressuring or stopping them fast.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. So, but it really depends on what Tibet. Okay.
Okay. Now we both are seeing this, right?
I mean, actually,
So-
Jafet played a large variety of hunters, and Sculptor was one of them. But looking back, Sculptor was not one of the comfort picks from Jafet right now. So I'm not really certain what exactly are Tibet aiming for here with the Sculptor ban. I guess they're saying that they're very confident against Jafet's wheel. That's why they want to get rid of the Sculptor, who has one of the higher potentials for 4K, I guess.
I feel like they've had like having doubts on what he actually means, which is quite funny to look at because like somehow it's Ever Sleeping. So Ever Sleeping Sculptor, despite Sculptor being good to some extent, Ever Sleeping would be like the best ideal for Breaking Wheel and Wax Artist mains.
Yeah, I agree with that. So now actually Jafet can choose between Wax and Breaking Wheel depending on the team comp. So he actually removes the Seer, but the Psychologist is also going to get banned. And actually this is an interesting thing though, because the thing is, Breaking Wheel is not afraid of the Psychologist, so I'm not too certain what exactly is Jafet aiming here by that Psycho ban. I guess he just wants to like keep himself like open of options in case that he wants to opt for a Wax Artist in the end. But the thing is that even the Wax Artist is not afraid of the Seer, so I don't understand why is he banning survivors that his hunters are not afraid of.
Maybe because this is still this BO2, and despite them having Shadows having a losing area, I believe that Jeffet's planning on playing a different hunter this time, potentially.
Well, Patient is the next one being picked, and honestly this Patient pick is pretty good because it's a very strong character, and it actually removes a lot of the decent survivors that Jafet has, because Jafet also has Bonbon Clerk that we did see him play, and those are not favorable in front of the Patient. So actually this Patient pick is very good, and currently I feel like Jafet is having a weird ban pick that Tibet is definitely gaining advantage from. Oh, and next is manifesting for Enchantress ban because his Enchantress gave Jafet trauma in a past tournament.
Yes, I need. I'm giving him the PTSD to ban Enchantress.
It'll be funny if he actually bans it though.
I saw him. I saw him typing for a moment, and then he suddenly untyped.
Tis, tis, tis. Who knows?
But right now, who do you think Jaffa is actually going to play with all these bans and the picks?
I'm not too certain because if it's comfort pick, maybe really just go for the wheel though because the I'm or maybe the wax artist. Wax artist may be better. Wheel may struggle against postman or prospector, but wax artist maybe not so much. So if I were Jaffa, I would lean towards a wax artist ban, like a wax artist, a ban pick for the wax artist at this point of time. He bans the mercenary, the stabilist rescuer, so I do feel like it may be a wax artist because it seems from this ban here he's like leaning towards the camping hunter, so maybe it's the wax artist.
I'm sorry. I'm reading the. I'm reading the chat.
I like how everyone is manifesting Enchantress picks.
I'm just scaring him. But right now, yeah, Wax Artist is good against this kind of team comp, especially having the patient. But the most riskiest part is if it is a patient. If the patient gains far enough of a distance with his hook, then the hunter, if it's a Wax Artist, he's going to not be able to catch up with that distance, you know, and then the Wax is just gonna go back down.
Yeah, and here's the thing though, we received news on the last pick is the patient and the entomologist. So yeah, I think Tibet, this team come from Tibet is very good against either the wax artist or the breaking wheel, like has potential and stuff. So it seems like that Tibet actually has the benefit from this specific ban pick, as I felt like Japhet's BP this round was a bit weird. So we're waiting on the Persona's pick, but I do wonder what would Japhet be picking. I think the Persona matters because Breaking Wheel does not like Flywheel, while Wax Artist does not like Broken Window. So I think Japhet will have to guess on what Personas the Survivor would bring and choose the Hunter accordingly.
Yes, and now it is a very big debate on like what kind of hunter, because I don't believe the wax can. I mean, I don't believe the Entos bees can counter the wax, right?
Not
But
exactly.
it can slow down the hunter by a lot.
So we're still waiting on the picks right now, but I think how the personas being selected by Teva and the hunter that Japhet chooses in the end will be very, very crucial. As I believe let me check, I think the hunter, the Teva's already locked in. Yep, already locked in right now. I already know, I won't say it obviously. So we are waiting for Japhet. No, I'm waiting for Japhet to lock in his hunter, whether it be wax or breaking wheel, or he'll just make us look like idiots and choose something else. Who knows?
I can't wait for Japhet to pick Hell Ember.
Hell Emperor meta.
Honestly, yeah, I'm very curious. If he doesn't pick Wax or Breaking Wheel, because this team form counters those two, then who is he gonna pick?
I don't even know because wax and breaking wheel are two best options. Like there's no other better. Yeah, it is going to be the breaking wheel, but I just do not understand the Psycho ban because like breaking wheel likes Psycho, so I just don't understand.
My favorite Breaking Wheel, man.
Yeah, but then the thing with like ban picks is that even though if a BP looks very weird, if it works out, then it's the best BP. If it doesn't work, it's the worst BP.
I can't wait to actually see this like Japhet actually go into a basement again to check for survival, like what Corona did.
Hold on, this is the same map, Annex. Do not forget, this is the same map.
Well, I can't wait for the same scenario to happen once again, but this time, imagine the survivor did actually enter into a locker, and then this time Japhet's like no, it can't happen again, right?
And then it does happen again. Yay!
What is this?
So, yep, we are now waiting for the people to enter, or like the players to enter the lobby, so let's wait a bit. But breaking wheel against this team comp, I think actually all survivors here can potentially give wheel a hard time. Entomologist can actually kite the wheel around by using his bug steering wheel form. The postman can slow down the breaking wheel with the help of his doggo. Patience hooks can be used to like get out of trap range. And prospectors harass, like every survivor here has a potential against breaking wheel. So I feel like Wax Artist might be a bit better in this scenario.
Well, honestly, with this, like, if Hunter does chase Patient first, right? When the Hunter comes out of the wheel form, then can you imagine how it's gonna be like when... Because I've seen scenarios where Patients actually try and hook away from the Hunter, but the breaking wheel is like fast enough of a reaction where they're able to just cancel the hook with the stun.
Ah, yeah, I've seen something like that before. But then it really depends on the like mechanical skill of each player, which we won't realistically know. So I feel like here the best option may be the postman. Just you don't want the postman giving out lots of like rescue letters, decoding letters, and also hope letter endgame, because postman can give a lot of letters that has a potential huge effect at endgame wise. So it's highly likely that the postman will be the one taking the first kite, I believe. Oh, and NX go up.
Yep, I'm up. I was just scaring Jafet.
Lamau.
Wait, but from this style of team com, I actually believe like, because you said Ento can like kite the breaking wheel for long with the bees helping. Break Patient can use the hook and just escape the areas. So I feel like they are going to put like maybe Postman at Graveyard because Hunter is gonna struggle there, and maybe Prospector like somewhere at corner. As long as like the weaker survivors are like a double story area, they're considered the safe.
Yeah, I actually agree with you over that. So there's a lot of strategies that Tayfat can do in order to counter this breaking wheel team comp. So I feel like Jafet here, if he wants a fourth survivor elimination, then he'll have to push very hard in order to get 4K, considering that this team comp is not the best for Jafet's breaking wheel right now. And oh yeah, we have everyone in the lobby finally. So the game should be starting a bit, but how Jafet scores in this match will affect the last game as well. Because currently it's 8-1, so Shadows first of all can afford to lose this round. Secondly, if they lose this round, if the entire this round is still going to be bad, so that means that they want Jafet to score as high score as possible and them to win that round accordingly.
Yes, and remember, he really needs to get like a win, like instead of like even a draw. So at this rate, from what I'm seeing, he has to hope that he's able to actually stop rescues instead of just like downing survivors by default. He has to actually stop a rescue to actually have that higher chance on actually getting a win.
Yeah, and hold on, it seems that I forgot to make the scoreboard transparent, so I'm gonna fix that real quick. But we are going to be seeing the persona, so NX, want to walk us through it while I change?
Sure. Right now with the character picks with what they have, we only have one survivor that actually has died, which is actually the patient of all survivors, which is quite... Actually isn't that shocking. And the characters that have... there's only one character that actually has Flying Wheel, which is the weakest character against most hunters, which is the Postman. Prospector surprisingly not having Flying Wheel despite him being the only harasser, which is fine. And Entomologist having Broken Windows as well.
Yeah, so this is actually a very... Let's see, this is what I call a zigzag team comp choice. Because everyone is scattered around the field and I am not understanding this pick at all, as everyone are scattered apart and there are no good picks. And Jafet here will be selecting at the front gate, so the Prospector Cypher will be blocked off, so the Prospector must move out. And now he can choose between the Ento or the Patient and whoever he wants to go for first.
Yes, but right now the Hunter did get baited to actually go like in between the Ento and Patient. But remember, the Postman isn't in Graveyard, and Hunter is a Breaking Wheel, so he can actually speed off. But right now, Ento is at considered the weakest area against the Breaking Wheel.
Yeah, so now we are in the game right now, and let's see who is Nyashi's first target here. And it is going to be the entomologist. The entomologist will be the first victim of the breaking wheel. And Nyashi here just going to be rolling around, just showing out some drifting skills, driving a car, just hanging around, trying to roll over and cause some car crashes, and is able to get the first chip very fast. So now the entomologist here will have to watch out, NX.
Yeah, I'm not, okay. But right now, from what we can see, he actually went out of the wheel form and just went back in, which actually is wasting quite an amount of time. But this is in hopes that he can possibly get an extra spike. Yes, he did. And now this is all up to the Ento, because remember, if Ento gets down too fast, there's going to be a lot of issues in the end game type.
Yeah, but I believe the reason he swapped out of wheel form is because he brought confined space. He just wanted to block off that window. But now the entomologist managing to make that vault, because Japhet missing that trap will be pretty fatal. And is he able to get that vault? Oh, very good move from I Was Quack here, managing to bait a hit, so forcing out that blink, and that'll be very good, as now there's no blink for Nyashi to use, so there is a potential for rebound kite.
Yes, but right now, we can already tell one Cypher is already about to pop, and Patient is the one that's actually going to rescue, since he's the only one with tide. And from what we can tell, usually breaking wheels, when after they chat someone, they immediately go into wheel form and they just look around. And unfortunately, Patient gave away his location a little bit too fast, so the rescue pace is going to be a little too quick.
Yeah, I feel like the Patient could wait a bit longer. I guess he didn't want to get delayed. So the Patient is going to get a hit here, and now he only has a quarter of health remaining, so this may be fatal in later rounds. But I believe, Japhet wanted to go for that double down there, but unfortunately did not work out, so now he will be switching back to wheel form, back to car driving lessons here, and will be going back to the entomologist.
Yes, and as we can see, the Hunter is just one hit away from getting his max presence, which can be very, very bad for all the survivors. And Ento doesn't even have flying wheels, so she will be going down in this issue.
Yeah, so the rebound kit is not enough, and actually this is a potential winning situation for Japhet over here, because the ciphers are far from enough. We can see that there's still 2 ciphers around the half, and the breaking wheel has such high mobility in ever-steaming town. There's a potential, but we can see the prospector is actually going in for a sneaky rescue. I think Japhet did not see it. Does see where the prospector is now, and is going to be showing the spikes. But prospector here is in no hurry to pull off. The survivor here is going to delay a bit, and the prospector will be down. And we can see that the last 2 ciphers have a decent progress, so this may actually be a tie or more, depending on how long the entomologist can last.
And right now, from what we can tell, Ento is just 1 spike away, and she's going to double story where she can actually extend the kite very long against the breaking wheel. And from what we can see, Japhet probably saw it coming, and he did predict her coming through, and he's probably going to snap at her to down her.
Yeah, but
or maybe not.
No, the corner house is not a good place to snap, but I think this is a good place to snap. Yep, the snap is going to be in place. The last cipher is at 91. Can it be able to pop in time? No. As Japhet will be managing to chair the entomologist, but we can see the ciphers are enough the moment the acceleration decoding appear, because the thing is that the decoding team comp, the decoding speed of this team comp is just way too fast.
Yeah, so unfortunately for Ento, she didn't bring flying wheel. So because obviously you wouldn't predict such a Hunter. And at the same time, Patient is 1 hit away, so Hunter might actually blink on him.
Yep,
Hunter did blink on him, so it ends up with actually being a draw for this team, for both teams.
Yeah, so congratulations to both teams to get a tie. So, but getting a tie is definitely fine for Tibet, because now the Hunter only needs to get a tie, and then they'll be highly likely an advantage. Meanwhile, for Shadows, they must get a tie, because if they get 3K or more, it'll be game over on spot.
Yes, and not a tie, they have to get a win at this scenario.
Yeah, no. I mean, a tie means that they can survive, but then even if they tie BO2, they still have to return the 8-1 debt at BO3, so ideally they will want a free escape right here and now.
Yeah, so it's basically a very big gamble, and now because of the draw scenario, I feel like the Vet's Hunter is just going to play a more passive role, which is just to pressure the chair and actually prevent rescues from happening.
Yeah, I think right now, Tibet's Hunter will probably be playing for a tie, and then on top of the tie that he gets, try to like expand from it. I think that would be the best. That would be the best potential strategy right now. So we are going to be seeing, because like once again, Shadow Survivor's performance in this tournament was relatively weaker. So they have to step it up now and to try and get a free escape in order to like still have hopes of winning, or else they will be out of this tournament, as this is a single elim, as we recall.
Yes, and right now we have to hope that it does at most at least end with a draw. If not, it's really going to be over for Team Shadows.
Yeah. So I think now things are looking good for Tibet, because Tibet only needs to, like as I said, tie is basically a near guaranteed win, and a free K or more is game over. So I think that Tibet can definitely play slow and steady and don't need to go for crazy risky gambles, as they're the ones in the lead here.
Yes, and right now we have to hope that they like Team Tibet, like if for your for your supporting side, yes sir, yeah, your supporting side Team Shadows. We have to hope that Team Tibet doesn't pick some messed up hunter that can actually camp chairs very well, such as a Bonbon.
Yeah, we'll have to see, because one common thing with Shadow Survivor is that actually they keep on failing rescues, I noticed.
Yeah, but the gamekeeper part was sort of understandable. The only issue was yes, the mercenary that time did come a little too late for the rescue.
Yeah, so let's see, would they be able to learn from their mistakes and improve for it, or would they fall victim to let the same thing repeat again? As I'm going to be changing the screens right now. And NX, can you let me know if the band picks are starting?
Yes, give me a second. Alright, so Tibet has already chosen their two bands. Wait.
Yeah, it's two bands.
Yes, so they have banned Priestess and Entomologist.
Priestess and from Teyvat, right?
Yep, from Tibet.
Okay.
And
Priestess and Entomologist, I think this is leaning towards the camping hunter, seeing the fact that... Oh no, I'm actually not too certain. Like, what exactly is this Entomologist band and releasing the Seer? Like, Nayat? Oh, maybe hoping for a Gamekeeper again, maybe, because they banned the Ento just now. Maybe they want to play the Gamekeeper again, and Gamekeeper does not like Ento. Maybe.
yes, and remember their Gamekeeper was very good, but we can also hope that they are going to ban... they banned the Bonbon, so that means they are actually no longer... They don't want a hunter that can risk a die. They are trying their best to find a countermeasure for the Gamekeeper this time.
Yeah, so... Yeah, I think it's likely that they'll play against a Gamekeeper, but if they're playing against it again, then this time they must make sure that they don't fall. So, hold on a second while I work on the screen.
Okay, and by the way, Team Shadows actually chose the two survivors already, which is the Seer and the Prospector.
Yeah, I think Seer makes sense. Seer's Owl can block one Gamekeeper's hook to make sure that they cannot hook you over, and sometimes, like, even though if you cannot use it the first cut, you can just give it a rescue to ensure like a safe and sound rescue, which is the weakness of Shadows, I believe.
Yes. So having the Seer is actually very advantageous for Team Shadows, and hopefully this Seer is able to give the Owl, like, because usually there are some survivors that, like, when the hunter camps and wants to terror shock you when you're rescuing exactly before 50% at 49%, then usually the Seer will just spectate and then give the Owl, so the survivor doesn't have to panic at all and just instant rescue.
Yeah, I will agree with you about that. So, the Seer and Prospector ban. Prospector, just harass and stun. I think that's a pretty good survivor to have, especially in games like now where they want to like fight for a free escape. So we'll have to see how this plays out. A Shadow Survivor will have to truly show their strength right now. But hold on a second, I'm trying to like still put it on the screen. Okay, let me see if they're... Oh, the female dancer and anti-Quarian are being blocked. So, female dancer is actually very strong has risen up the meta because she's very strong. There's a lot of places where she can put music boxes in this area. Especially, every single town has a lot of alley areas. And by placing the boxes at the alley and the pallet areas, then this will create a whole zone that where the survivor is invincible. So it makes sense that Tibet does not want to deal with that throughout this game.
Yes, but we can see Tibet's last ban, which, wait, if you already picked the third survivor, have you?
Not yet.
The third survivor is actually my favorite, Enchantress.
Again.
And yeah, Enchantress. And the last ban would actually be, interestingly, a forward.
Wait, I'm not too certain about the forward ban because if we look at this team comp, this is already a support heavy or a stun heavy team comp with both the Enchantress and the Prospector, so I'm not too certain on this forward ban because I do not believe that Shadow Survivor will opt for triple stun team comp, especially from what we know, we did not exactly see them a lot with like forward throughout this tournament. So this forward does leave a bit to be desired, but I imagine that the Hunter maybe does not want to deal with any stun heavy team comps.
Yes, and but for them to ban forward is a very interesting pick because I don't recall us ever seeing Team Shadows actually picking a forward.
Yeah, and Team Shadows will be picking the Embalmer. I guess the Embalmer will make sense because they probably want to like have the coffin respawn. Like Embalmer, first of all, is a survivor that is used for tie situations, which is going to be good for Shadows who need a tie. And the Embalmer has a possibility to go for a free escape in endgame by transferring the coffin to someone else as well. So this Embalmer pick is actually very good, but I do wonder what would the Hunter pick be here, seeing that there's no rescuers in this team comp actually now that I'm looking. So maybe a camp heavy Hunter, I don't know.
Yeah, if the Hunter has banned all these style survivors, that means they are really hoping for a heavy camping. And might actually be once again a Gamekeeper, because remember, Gamekeeper didn't get banned.
Yeah, maybe, but Gamekeeper... Actually, there is a risk with Gamekeeper Prospector is that for them to hook the Prospector over, get a hit, Prospector Magnet cancels the stun. There is a potential risk here that you will want to look out.
Yeah, that is true. But remember, the Gamekeeper that time was very good because of the like counter for rescue, and now Team Shadows doesn't even have a single rescuer, if you haven't noticed that.
Yeah, I noted it just now, so I do wonder how would this play off, because like the beneficial of having no rescuers is that the decoding speed will be very fast, but in terms of that, the room of errors for rescuing will be very, very low, because the thing is that with no rescuers, then they will be struggling to pull rescues off, so this gives camper hunters an even larger chance. So I feel like this game, it will be like a race between speed versus camping for certain.
Yes, and right now, from like because of this, I actually feel like Team Tibet, like because they don't really need to pressure too much for a win, they just need a draw. Like they don't really have to worry, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like because Bonbon got banned, and Gamekeeper usually is if I get this terror shock, then I consider win. But if you don't want to risk too much, then I feel like the Hunter might actually pick a more like you said, a pressure type. So like, and since that there was an Ento ban, right?
Wow! Hold on. Shh. Do not leak this.
Okay. Oh wow! We were just talking about this like a round ago, right?
Tell me, NX, did you time travel to and knew that this will be coming up?
Yeah, I actually saw the future. That's why they kept banning that character. Yeah.
Oh yeah, but you are right. Now the Ento ban completely makes sense with this Ripper. I did not expect that coming out though. So let's think, Ripper against this team comp. I mean, I think it's 50-50 though, because first of all, the Ripper being chosen means that it will be a good test to the raw skills of Shadow Survivors, because like most of the higher tier survivors are very good at dodging foggy blades. So first of all, we have to see the shadow survivor have the ability in doing so. And the second thing though is that if they have the ability to do so, then Tibet's hunter here will have a struggle, because in close range, both the enchantress, the prospector can have item to sort of screw the Ripper over.
Yes, but we have to remember the issues that Enchantress and Prospector can face against a Ripper, because like Prospector's magnets will make a Ripper face directly his direction when he's getting attracted or retracted. So because of that, if the wall that Prospector's bringing Ripper in is very small, the Ripper might get, like, even if Ripper misses the foggy, like if he aimed the wrong direction, but if the magnet pushes him towards the Prospector, then the foggy blade will still hit the Prospector, unfortunately, in that scenario.
Oh yeah, you're definitely right about that. And let's say let's think about here though is that the Ripper camping potential, because we talked about a lot of camping. So here actually, let me think. There is a potential for the Ripper to stuff camps, but if the survivors like play the situation correctly, they can also still sort of pull off rescues too, because the thing is, Enchantress gaining stuns through the foggy blades, or Prospector using a magnet to shove the hunter backwards to ensure that they do not get normal attacked. But it's really 50-50 depending on the specific scenario.
Yes, also our match started already, so...
Oh, I'm in. I was just too excited.
Okay, so... But the thing also is, Enchantress is also like a bad thing against Ripper, because usually if Ripper gains the distance towards Enchantress, when a hunter is near Enchantress, they would usually be most likely to use their stun, right? So if Ripper does shoot a straight line, and then Enchantress stuns the Ripper, the Foggy Blade is still going to hit her, so it's going to be very disadvantageous.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. So this is one thing that should be looking out. But based on this team comp selection, we can see that the Ripper will be spawning close to the Prospector, so it seems like this Prospector will be taking the first kite. And the Prospector's magnets can push the hunter backwards to avoid normal hits, but what matters is that if he has the ability to dodge Foggy Blades.
Well, usually most survivors, like in the higher tier logic, most survivors have this logic where they will spam push down pallets, and the moment they realize the Ripper wastes the Foggy Blade, they will camp the pallets like there's no tomorrow.
Yeah, for certain. But never mind, we are in the game right now, and we can see that the Ripper will be walking towards this two-story at the center, and it's actually going to be approaching Asa, who funnily enough, the player's name is Asa, but not going to be pursuing him, and rather just going to be like patrolling around, catching someone out of line here, and it's always going to get closer to both the Prospector and the Enchantress, and seems to have finally committed on a target.
And for a moment, it looked like the hunter was like a little bit panicking on who should I chase in this scenario. And hunter does see the Enchantress, but I think he's too fixated on the Prospector.
Yeah. So now he finally gets on the Prospector. Will he be attempting this Foggy Blade? There's one magnet though, so let's see. Will this Foggy Blade be coming out? Or no, it seems like he wants to force at least a magnet out first. So yep, the magnet's going to come out, and the second magnet is in play here. But watch out, this is a Foggy Blade range, and this is exactly what happened. Cancels the attack recovery as well. So now there's a potential down, but not gonna happen as the Prospector is able to stay alive. But that's exactly what you mentioned before the game, NX.
Yes, and from what you can see, the Ripper could have downed the Prospector a little earlier, but the hunter had a little rush in, and the Foggy Blade unfortunately missed because of the angle probably. So now Prospector's just going to keep looping the hunter, and from looks of it, hunter didn't see the pallet pushing coming in, so wasn't able to swing on time.
Yeah, the Prospector had a pretty good pallet mind game here, able to loop and go merry-go-round around that certain small terrain for a while. So that's very good. And the other thing is that because this hunter has teleport, so he has no ability to assist him in chasing. So not able to dodge his Foggy Blade, so this will be the first down. And currently 4 ciphers still remain, but I believe the first wave of ciphers is about to be complete. So this is a free cipher kite. So now what matters is that if the rescue is able to be pulled off.
Yes, and I feel like the one that should be rescuing would be the Seer instead, because the Seer does have an emergency owl just in case, but he's still decoding and the hunter is coming closer to him.
Yeah, but it seems that that he's going to go back, is afraid of anyone going for a sneaky rescue. So the Seer will be the one heading to rescue. I think right now the Seer should not stagger around. He should just make a beeline for it. You still have your owl. You don't have to hesitate, because if you hesitate now, there's a potential for a failed or over half rescue. Oh, able to Foggy Blades, and it's an over half rescue. That's exactly what I was mentioning.
Yes, and now the Seer actually has to body block the Prospector. If not, they are going to have a Prospector dying. But thankfully right now there's still 2 ciphers being worked on. Both ciphers are around the 30-40%. So, and as you can see, the Prospector really is kiting while the Seer is just trying his best to gain the owl.
Yeah, but I feel like it's better for the Ripper to... Seems like you have a change of mindset. I'm not too certain if this is the best idea, because the ciphers... he's actually going for a full field on control right now, aiming to like just getting someone down very fast, and manages to get that hit from the Enchantress. So now there's a risk of the Enchantress dying here, and she actually still staggered around the area. I'm not too sure if that's the best idea.
Yes, and the worst part is that basement is nearby. So if Enchantress unfortunately dies around here, Hunter chairs her in basement, it's going to be a very risky thing.
Yeah, but the one saving grace though is the Enchantress counters Ripper, because her stun can knock the Ripper out of Foggy Blade form. Able to dodge that pallet. Right now the Enchantress is just doing whatever he takes in the mind-clutching moment to stay alive. And it's gonna go down, but did manage to contain quite amount of time.
Yes, and now we can see the CN Prospector actually manages to heal up to full. And from what we can tell, Hunter is going to chair Enchantress at the last cipher, but unknown to Hunter, if Hunter didn't realize, Seer was doing another cipher at the cipher beside Graveyard.
Yeah, but we can see that they're actually starting a new cipher at the center. I think right now the correct point of play is to either have two people rushing the cipher, or 2 people to rescue, just to ensure that there are no stuffs. So it seems that here the case will be 2 survivors going for rescue, as the Seer will be able to pull off the Enchantress. But hold on, he's actually delaying for time. I'm not sure if I agree with this though.
Yes.
Never mind, go ahead.
No, but the Seer was able, unfortunately getting Foggied, but was able to actually body block the Enchantress from getting instant down. So this actually helps extend the kite by a little bit more.
Yeah, so now the Enchantress will be going down, but we can see the last cipher. There are 2 ciphers being decoded, one is 73 and one is 60. So it seems that no matter what it do, the ciphers are about to be primed at this point, as the Ripper here will just stand still for a moment, collect his thoughts, going to be chasing back this Prospector dead on chair, but never mind, just going to scare. And actually, they send both survivors into rescue. I don't think this is the best move, because that is the one thing you shouldn't do, because you should always have someone at the cipher.
Yes, but from what you can see, the Prospector actually was able to not to use a flying wheel against the Ripper. So because of this, they're actually pressuring the last cipher, which is at middle, which is already almost 90%. So Hunter now knows that it's prime, so Hunter has to try and foggy hit. And yes, it was a foggy hit, but he misses the swing on the Enchantress. Enchantress is dead on chair as well as the Prospector, and both of them are actually near each other. So right now, in all hopes is that the gate can actually be opened before Enchantress gets completely checked, because remember, Hunter does have teleport ready.
Yeah, but we can see that they only just started popping the gate. I do not think that the survivors can make it out in time. The Enchantress will be sent back to the Manor here, and let's see what will the Hunter's play be here. Is that the Hunter is going to teleport as we predicted, and it's going to be the Embalmer at his face, and that's the worst target.
Yeah. Okay, the Ripper getting hit by the tram, so this actually helps buy a lot of time for the entire team because of what just happened. And remember, Embalmer still has a coffin, so he can just put down a coffin and just put in for whoever who's opening the gate. And we can tell Hunter's already gonna go to the gate itself, and Prospector is dead on chair. Hunter unfortunately getting hit by the tram, so lost complete track of where the Embalmer is at.
Hold on, but it seems that the Hunter actually made a counter loop around the obstacle here. I think he was thinking that the Embalmer was there, but there's no one, so now actually there is a chance for both survivors to escape out of the gate, and the Embalmer will be able to make a beeline towards the dungeon. So actually this may be a free escape here, NX.
Yes, and from the looks of it, Embalmer still also has a coffin at the dungeon, so it's gonna be a 3 escape for Team Shadows, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, talk about having to stand up and withhold pressure. Shadows manages to pull it off, so now they're able to get one back on Tibet. So Shadows are don't count us out yet. We are still in this.
Yes, and right now it's quite shocking that Shadows was able to finally clutch that, and it was really unfortunate for the Ripper where he actually got hit by the tram.
Yeah, but I feel like he also like judged the situation wrongly because feel like he did like when he eliminated the Enchantress, he knew that no one was at the graveyard gate. That means that all the survivors are definitely at the school gate or at the front gate, or rather. Then when he teleported and lost sight of everyone, then he should have realized that they will not be able to pop the back gate in time, so he should have prioritized in stopping the back gate and not making a loop trying to find the Embalmer, because the Embalmer has a coffin anyway, so it'll be hard to like eliminate the Embalmer anyways too.
Yeah, and right now from what we can tell, the unfortunately for Ripper, he really did lose the Embalmer, and as like what's strange is that he still followed the tram direction because the tram does stop at the Dragon Gate area and then drop off the survivor where the survivor can't enter back. But surprisingly, the hunter still followed through the tram, and despite losing Tinnitus, the hunter didn't try and backtrack to find the Embalmer because at that rate with what's happening, hunter's wasting too much time, so the other gate would have been able to have opened, which can lead to a potential 3-man escape.
Yeah, that's what I've been saying. He should not have wasted time trying to follow the tracks of the Embalmer. He should just make a beeline to try and stop someone else at the back gate. He did not do that. It seemed like he got confused. And overall, Ripper is just not a good comp against this team, just because we can see the Enchantress keeps preventing the Ripper entering Foggy form. But anyways,
Yes, and
you finish up?
and despite Enchantress stopping the Ripper from entering Foggy form, the Ripper keeps panicking and like instead of like using his Foggy when Enchantress is about to stun or when going through pallets, because the most strongest suit for Ripper is actually by being when he's invisible he can mind game you a lot, and when you're going through a pallet he can just swing into the pallet without worrying. But the Ripper here had a few doubts here and there, so it's like quite a panic scenario for the hunter as well, once again.
Yeah, so we're gonna hop into a quick commercial break, and after the break, we'll be continuing as the game between Shadow and Tibet will be heading on to round 3, and round 3 will be the end no matter what. So see you guys in a bit as we'll be hopping into a quick commercial break.
See you.
Welcome back. We're now back at definitely the final round between Tibet and Shadows. So Tibet wins the first round by 8-1, but Shadows are not going to give up, and they won the second round by 3-5. So now everything rests on whatever happens in this final round. But Tibet still has the round of point advantage, so if Tibet ties this round, they'll still win, and Shadows must win this round in order to advance.
Yes, and I don't feel like it's gonna be a scenario where like let's say if Tibet, if they get, okay, let's say if Shadows get a draw, and then is it considered ending already, or is it just
yes
so they don't have a opportunity for the next one?
I mean BO4? No.
So,
There's no BO4 no matter what.
alright.
I like how the fact that we saw Ever Sleeping Town twice a day, and both times we see the Mr. Tram. Tram is the most OP. Oh, so we received news on the pick. It's Chinatown, but I'm not too certain about this pick because from what we know, I think Jafet is still playing for BO3. Let me check. Yeah, Jafet's still playing for BO3, so I don't know if I would agree with this this selection because both of Jafet's hunters are viable in Chinatown, but then there is the option to just remove both the Breaking Wheel and the Wax Artist, I guess.
Yeah, and they already know, like we can tell Tibet knows Jafet's main, so they're most likely just gonna ban like all of his mains, even in his own comfort map.
Yeah, for certain. So currently, because sorry, I knocked over my mic. Sorry about that. Tibet is the one with the map advantage. So let me see what faction order did Shadows choose. Let's see. Here I think it's very crucial because whoever comes last will play according to the first, to what happened in game 1. So we received news that the hunter will be playing first in BO3 first half. So this is something to be considered. So now Jafet will once again be taking the seat, and I am excited to see what will he be playing.
Yes, and from what we can tell, that time, Jafet is still quite good with what he plays, but the most scariest thing is whether they are going to ban one of his mains, because they already know that he mains Breaking Wheel, Wax Artist, and even Sculptor, right? But right now, it's either they are going to ban those, or they're gonna ban other characters that other hunters that have more risk, and just pick survivors that can counter his hunters.
Yeah, I agree. So here I think if Tibet is going to ban both the Wax and the Breaking Wheel that we see, then the real test here is what other hunters does Jafet have in his arsenal, because the difference between BO3 and BO1 is that BO3 is where it's really a good testament to your character pool.
Yeah, because from what we can tell, Jafet also did admit it in the public chat that he does also play Sculptor. So if Tibet, and we know that Tibet has wait, was it Team Tibet that has issues? No, it was Team Shadows that has issues with rescuing, right?
Yeah.
So if Team Tibet doesn't want to be the one that risk the fail rescue, because remember, Sculptor can potentially fail a rescue. So if they really do not want to risk that, they'll most likely ban Wax Artist and Sculptor, leaving the Breaking Wheel open for Jafet to actually pick. And if Jafet picks Breaking Wheel, all of them can just bring in Flying Wheel, which means it'll be a very challenging thing for him. Because and it's not, and despite them picking the persona first, they are most likely going to be expecting the Breaking Wheel. So I feel like most of them will be picking Flying Wheel.
Well, we received news on the first 3 bans: Merchant, Priestess, and Antiquarian. Like the Toy Merchant being such a utility character in this map, Priestess self-explanatory, Antiquarian popular in this meta, so no surprise, I guess he wanted to play the Wax, but I'm pretty certain that Tibet is ready this time, as they are going to be removing both the Wax Artist and the Breaking Wheel as I predicted. So the question here is now, what else does Jafet have? Because Jafet can no longer rely on his 2 go-to hunters moving on.
Yes, and right now, because he doesn't have his 2 main comfort hunters, he has to play something that he's a little less comfortable with, which, from what he said just now, might be actually the sculptor.
Yeah, might be. And he actually here, this is interesting because he banned both the mercenary and the first officer. It seems to me that he's opting to go for a camping hunter because camping hunter does not like Merc and first officer. It might be the Bonbon because if you recall back at IMR chapter 2, we did see Japhet's Bonbon making an appearance. So I wonder, would this be the case here or would it be something entirely different?
Yes, and usually Bonbons do ban the first officer, but not the mercenary, interestingly. But I feel like him banning the mercenary is just as a precaution, just in case mercenary is able to actually pull off such a rescue. Because remember, first officer, because of all the most recent buffs, first officer is able to take any chip damage while he's in pocket watch formation, and he can rescue without even worrying about a single terror shot.
Yeah, but while we're here, let me hurry up and complete up the survivor team comp because I forgot to mention what are the first two picks. But Seer and Patient. So Seer I understand, and Patient I guess is, I'm wondering what does Patient counter, but Patient is strong at this map because he can go at a 2-story, hook the side of the building and fly halfway across the map like a butterfly. So I think at this scenario, as long as Japhet does not have a geisha, this Patient is strong almost against most of the hunters around.
Yes, and also Jong, it's not anti-current ban, it's better.
Oh, sorry, my bad. I'll change that. Oh yeah, Japhet does not want a battery Lamar.
Yes, batters are the most annoying.
Yeah, speak to Mix about that.
Mix, you are the most annoying harasser that I've ever seen.
Mix, if you're here, someone's complimenting you.
Totally complimenting, not hate criming, yeah?
Yeah. So, until it's up, let's see, the last pick I believe is... Last ban is Wait, hold on. Okay, last ban was the Prospector, and last pick was the Cowboy. So, hold on as I work on that real quick. So, Prospector being banned, nothing much of, don't want harassers, but the Cowboy being this map, so Cowboy is actually a good counter to the Bonbon if that is what Japhet is aiming for here. So, I think here Tibet definitely has Japhet's number if we're just looking on this pure team comp alone, because the Cowboy can potentially screw Bonbon over to cover up their bases. So here Japhet will have to consider if he wants the Bonbon, or will he surprise us again with something else?
Yes, and from what we can recall, Cowboy is good against Bonbons because he doesn't really have to go close to the Bonbon to actually pressure.
Yeah.
And the most scary thing right now is, from the looks of how Japhet replied to the Cowboy being picked, he was probably planning to actually play Bonbon to begin with.
Well, maybe not, hard to tell, because Japhet played so many hundred at this point that I don't even know. But we are waiting. Oh, hold on, something's going on. Oh, never mind. I thought there were some lagging issues. So let's see though. Is that if I wonder what can be selected here. Actually, if Japhet has a geisha, now may be a good time to pull it out, just to target the flying patient with one butterfly. But if he doesn't, then maybe Galatea can be considered. Just Camping Hunter and Galatea can sort of hold her own against Cowboy. Not necessarily counter, but hold her own.
Yeah, and usually, from what he keeps mentioning, I really feel like he is gonna just end up playing Sculptor because he's gonna try and prove me wrong that it is his comfort character. He can do it like that.
And look at us, we're completely right. A Sculptor is indeed going to be the pick here, so this will be the Sculptor, and this will be the final match of Japhet playing for today. So, and what happens today will also affect directly on the strategies of next game. So, if we look at this, the Sears Owl is definitely going to give the Galatea a hassle because it's not like Bonbon. Because Galatea statues can be avoided if you are conscious enough and run towards the center, and that is a perfect opportunity for Sears Owl to be used. So
yes, most of the time we've seen scenarios where Galatea uses a sculpture and it goes against her because some survivors use it as a speed boost, which makes it even funnier sometimes.
Yeah, well, let's see who's the best target here. I feel like Galatea can chase anyone apart from the patient because patient will be harder at 2-story. Cowboy, there is the potential to use the hooks, to use the statues to block off the lassos, and the entomologist to like push her off the bees. But the bees in support will be a bit of a hassle for the Galatea too.
Yeah, so right now the Galatea's like the most best character to choose to chase. I mean, will actually be the seer and the entomologist because, like Cowboy, despite Cowboy being a good chase as well, if he uses the lasso on a pallet, let's say, he has a very extreme speed boost, which can throw the Galatea off.
Hold on, you got cut off. Yeah, we can throw the Galatea off. Yeah, I mean, 50-50. Like, if the Galatea can block off the Cowboy with the statues, then she wins. But if she's not able to do so, then she loses. It's just that simple, right?
Yes, and right now, it really is a 50-50, and the worst part is Cowboy, if he doesn't get chased first, he is going to start harassing, and hopefully on the Tibet side, they are going to get the lasso successful. If unfortunate, but it's still going to buy time for their team to actually continue cipher rushing. So both ways, it's still going to be like a win-win scenario for Tibet's Cowboy in harassing mode.
Yeah, so in the end, but remember, Galatea may be weaker and has fewer counterplays against Cowboy in normal form, but once we enter like full presence, then that's where Galatea truly shines because her statues then can be used to like completely screw any harassers over. And yay, I make it into the game again.
Hey.
So
right.
Yeah. Side eye.
Side eye. So right now, who do you think will actually get first chase in this type of scenario?
Well, it depends on the spawns. Wait, hold on. There's a problem.
Why?
The Tibet survivor did not lock in what they agreed to.
Oh no.
Yeah, we'll have to restart that.
Yeah. Oh no, because one of the members actually had a issue where their members was left behind in lobby.
Restart.
Yeah. It's okay, at least you know that you're able to enter this. Now the next one, pray.
Yeah. Oh, so sorry about that, but I guess like this slight hiccup is just going to like be like a stepping stone into what's bigger because again, I remind you guys, you can see that the score is currently 1 win and 1 loss, but Tibet is ahead in terms of points because Tibet won BO1 by 8-1, whipping 8-1, while Shadows only won by 5-3, so Shadows cannot afford to tie this round. They must win. And NX, you're not hunting.
Let me hunt.
No. If you dare to hunt, I'll fire you on spot, and everyone can see how someone loses their job live on stream.
I don't even get paid for this.
Haha, I don't care.
This is torture. Okay, so.
Well,
so
at least
right
everyone's
now,
back. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, at least everyone's back. So hopefully they manage to all load in and not get stuck in the lobby.
Yay, I'm in.
Nice. Okay, good. No one's stuck in lobby. I hope, and hopefully they also can pick the correct personas for their characters.
Or no, pick the correct characters because someone did not enter the lobby just now. So we're currently looking at the personas. I believe Cowboy is the only person with Tide Turner. So there is a potential stuff rescue situation from Galatea, because as we mentioned, the Galatea full presence are terrifying. But then again, Galatea, like if the first down is too fast, the survivors can actually just consider to sell and play for tie, because without full presence, Galatea's chase is just not that effective. NX.
Yes, and Galatea usually they really require their max presence. So from the looks of it, it's like they are going to just pressure. If they manage to down the first survivor, they are going to try and actually get a second down as well to actually get their max presence up.
Yeah, exactly. So we're looking at the spawn location. So once again, we're seeing a diagonal pick. I think it's a very popular choice in this tournament for Team Comp to go diagonal. I wonder will the Galatea spawn at the top right corner, because then he can potentially pressure two survivors. Or never mind, goes at the bottom, has 3 targets, but I think you have to be very careful on who he chases, because the entomologist can kite in the hotel, which is arguably the strongest kiting area in Chinatown, while Cowboy has lasso to potentially transition very far away. So both of those targets are not favorable.
Yes, but from my feeling, usually hunters would chase the weaker survivor actually not even weakest. They would chase the survivor at hotel first, because they usually spawn right beside hotel, so they know for a fact the survivor is not upstairs. Oh, but from the looks of it, he is going after the Cowboy first from the looks of it.
Yeah, you do not want to chase the entomologist in the hotel, as that's too strong of a spot. But hold on, we can see that Mochiru will be rotating, actually almost rotating into front of the hunter, but end up going up to the 2-story to be safe. And the Cowboy will be the one taking the first cut here, as I believe the lasso is going to be into play here. And Cowboy here just a lasso preparing the transition, not going to allow the hunter enter statue range, but you have to be very careful to not get blocked off, as that chip unfortunately did not work.
Yeah, unfortunately the chip didn't work, and we can see that Cowboy's kiting route is actually affecting both the Seer and the Ento at the same time. So right now, if Hunter does unfortunately change target all of a sudden back to Seer and Ento are both going to get chased down, and they would not be prepared for it. But unfortunately, Hunter is deciding to just decide, I'm gonna go chase the Cowboy because he's half HP.
Yeah, I feel like after taking that hit, the Cowboy should have rotated back to the center, because by chasing the hotel there, as you said, he's affecting 2 survivors at the same time. The beast here is going to do a bit of delaying, but not for long, because remember, Hunter here has blink. So if the Cowboy slams the pallet, the Hunter can just blink. Will he be doing so? Yep. Blink is going to come into play. And oh, the owl is going to come into play though, so we have to see. But there's a very good statue clipping the owl, and down goes the Cowboy, and it's very early.
Yes. And we can see where Cowboy is at. Cowboy is right beside the basement. So Hunter's just gonna chair the Cowboy in basement. So right now, the rescue is gonna be very risky, because the Seer is already wasted. Entomologist has to do a whole nother cipher, so one cipher is left blank behind hotel, and patient is too far away. So right now, for the people to rescue, it's gonna be very risky, because Hunter knows that the Seer and patient are not the one rescuing. It's gonna be the entomologist.
I feel like
all Hunter can do is just pressure.
I feel like the best point of play here is for the survivors to just sell, because the Cowboy is the only survivor with Tide Turner, and the fact that they have no outs, they have just no items to ensure like an effective rescue. Unless they want to like do a sneaky rescue or something, which we can see the Seer is sneaking in, but Jafet doesn't seem to realize it, and I think the Seer actually snuck in after Ento goes in half health here. Never mind, the Seer's still around.
But yeah, the Seer still. I think the Seer is just giving off tinnitus. I don't believe the Seer is going to be rescuing.
Yeah, because the thing is that the Cowboy, the only one with Tide Turner, as I was trying to say, is that even though if you pull off the Cowboy from the basement, you just cannot get out the basement at all. So this is something to note of. So now after the Cowboy gets sent back to the manor, if the survivors want a tie now, then the next chase must be very long. The next person must kite for a long amount of time.
Yes, but right now we can tell there's like 2 ciphers with high, actually 3 ciphers with high progress, which one is at behind hotel, one is beside tunnel, and the other is where the hunter was at originally, now chasing the patient.
Yeah, here I actually think that Jafet shouldn't be chasing the patient due to the fact that the patient at 2-story is just too much of a pain, and considering due to the cell, he currently has no full presence, he may be better off just finding the Seer and Entomologist, because they don't have any items that have like a fast shifting ability, and manages to catch them here.
Yeah, and I believe the hunter managed to catch them not because of the cipher popping. I think it's because the hunter suspected, hey, since the cipher did pop here, that means Ento and Seer should be around this area because those were their main ciphers.
Yeah, so now the Hunter here will be inching closer and closer towards the Seer, going to be placing a couple statues, hoping to clip, but nope, as the Seer is able to run out to the open, forcing out that blink, but using that blink now means that you have no ability to use endgame, but able to get that hit, and now we're at full presence Galatea. That's terrifying.
Yes, and the Seer is only like 1 chip damage, so all Hunter has to do is just, the max presence will damage the Seer and down him. So now it's just up to the Ento to actually be the one decoding while the Seer actually patient is actually the one rescuing.
Yeah, but he
And
actually...
from what we can see, the Hunter seems like he wants to bring him to basement? No, near basement. Okay.
I think he must have thought that the cipher at the hotel has already been completed by a lot, but in reality, I believe there are no last cipher. They're missing one whole cipher at this point of time, so the survivor should probably wait before the last cipher is complete. But we can see that the entomologist is still running to the last cipher, so this is not a good situation for the survivors at all, because the ciphers are just not enough.
Yes, no ciphers are actually have, like 0 ciphers actually have progress right now. And as we can tell, Hunter's aiming for Terror Shock on the patient, where he...
Wasn't over half!
And it was over half, and you can tell right now, the Ento cipher is only 15%. So even if patient body blocks, it's up to the Seer to do an extended kite.
Yeah, and a massive extended kite we're talking about here. But currently we can see that the one saving grace is that Japhet has no statues. So this means the Seer is able to survive for quite a bit of time. As the chase continues, and Seer will be looping up the 2-story, not getting line of sight, and now Japhet knows that he cannot continue on, so it seems like he wants to be switching chairs to this patient and dropping them in the basement.
Yes, and right now Seer doesn't have an hour prepared, so he has to find a way to actually sneak in. And it is... and the Hunter's actually carrying the patient closer to the Ento to actually prevent her from finishing up her cipher.
Yeah, that's actually a better idea, because this ensures that no matter what, the ciphers will not be enough. And due to the fact that everyone is in a critical amount of health, so right now no one can pull off the rescue effectively at all. And then Ento got
actually
down!
went down! So now it's just the Seer with only 1 chip damage away. And that means it's most likely just gonna be a win for Team Shadows in a 4k instead of even the expected 3k.
Yeah, no, it was a 4K from the start due to the fact of how fast the cowboy went down. So, and just disrupting cipher in general. So here Japhet can just play it safe, make sure that no matter what, the patient will be sent back to the manor, because you do have to be a bit mindful on the entomologist self-healing up, which is going to happen. And yep, Japhet is conscious enough, so it seems that now there's nothing the survivors can do, as the patient will be sending back to the manor soon.
Yeah, so right now it's just guaranteeing that 2 survivors are gonna be left, and right now Ento has a prime cipher already, and she popped it.
Hold on, the rescue!
Oh, and the rescue actually paid off because Japhet actually panicked because of the prime cipher. So the rescue was able to pull off, and now he has to chase the Seer. So the patient. So this actually might end off with him losing with a draw.
Yeah, which is an unfortunate situation, because he was not conscious enough of any back doors. So now he actually has to teleport to the gate, because if he's going to continue to chase... Oh, but that's actually a bad hook though. So yep, teleport for sure, teleport.
Yeah, so now he really has to get one of them, and the most likely he should be targeting would be the Ento, because Seer has self-heal and the gate is open.
No, actually the best part...
and it will be a draw!
Yeah, who would have thought that? It looked closer and closer to a 4th survivor elimination at any point of time, but it ended up being a tie in the end, because Japhet was not conscious enough and sort of like lost his focus.
Yeah, and once again, we've seen this happen for the past few rounds already, where the Hunter keeps panicking, and every time a Hunter panics, and they always make the worst possible decisions, because the Hunter saw the Ento popping the cipher. So when Ento self-heals, she's doing the cipher's prime, you wanna stop her from doing the cipher. But then the thing is, you completely forgot that there is a Seer waiting to rescue, and despite it looking like you cannot rescue, it still is a possibility. So him actually not paying enough attention to the Seer and panicking because of the prime cipher, it actually changed the entire game.
Well, here's the thing though, is that there's actually two options here that's better. One is that you're going to actually commit on the Ento and forget about the dead on chair the dead on chair patient. And then the Ento goes down, and at that point the ciphers would not be enough, forcing them to like do the entire thing over. And this can go for a free K. The other is to just stay guard at the chair, and then even if they pop the cipher, the Seer, the Ento has no self-heal, Seer is dead on chair, it still could have been a 3 to 4K. Like if he chose, like he had two options, and if he committed on either one of them, it would still have been a free 4K, but he decided he did not commit to an option and ended up failing both.
Yes. So thankfully the Ento did have wait. Sorry. Thankfully the survivor Ento did have flying wheel. If not, she would have been down before even getting to the exit gate. So this actually just ended up with a draw on both sides instead of a lose on team's Tibet side.
Yeah, but now the pressure is back on Shadow Survivor, because now they'll have to achieve a free escape in order to win the last round. And yeah, but felt like just so unfortunate because Jafet could have really gotten a 3 to 4K, but then he made a series of wrong decisions that really just screwed over his potential free 4K.
Yes. So this is another reason why hunters should be told by the team like calm down, don't panic like that.
Yeah, for certain, man. So now we are going to be, this is definitely the last game for sure. Shadow Survivor must achieve a free escape in order to win the game, so they cannot afford any sort of mistakes. So hold on, let's see, are the bans going to be occurring? But yeah, it's been a long day, guys. Just thank you for sticking around for a 5-hour stream. And actually there's also a potentially better choice at endgame, is that he should have targeted the Seer, not the patient. The Seer was also dead on chair too, and the patient was running in the hotel, while the Seer is actually running closer towards the gate. And at this point, whoever is touching the gate should be the one that dies. Hello?
Yes, sorry, I'm doing something for my school.
Yeah, so let's move on to the last game. Definitely the last game for today, so... Okay, let's see the bans.
Okay, you are able to see the bans right now?
Yeah, Seer, Priestess, and Antiquarian. So, yeah, at this game you don't want to release like free escape. You want to like remove the characters that are winnable characters or just the strongest characters to just weaken the team comp from the survivor side by making sure they don't have the stronger characters in their arsenal. So this ban here completely makes sense, and I wonder what will Tibet Survivor pick, because they really have to think carefully. I believe Toy Merchant or Embalmer might be a favorable option, just because the fact that the Embalmers have a coffin potential, as I mentioned, and the Toy Merchant can also fly around with her glider too.
Yes, and from this scenario, I can't recall, but which team is still in the more advantage, or are they both at equal advantage?
Free escape Shadows wins. Anything under Tibet wins.
So this is where Team Shadows really have to pray that they can finally clutch this round.
Yeah, for certain. So, we received news that the Mercenary and the Prospector are the first two being picked. Yeah, I think the Mercenary makes sense for free escape. You know, just ensures a rescue no matter what, and also endgame, if the Mercenary is still at full health, can tank a hit for the teammates to make it out towards the gate.
Yes, and Team Shadow should be praying that the next survivor that's going to get banned will not be the Psychologist, because I would highly recommend a Psychologist in this team, especially for Mercenary to actually pull off another rescue just in case.
Yeah, I'll agree. So we received the Hunter ban. It's going to be the Bonbon and Breaking Wheel. So yeah, Breaking Wheel makes sense because you don't want something rolling and rolling around. And this is also a very good map for the wheel as well. And as for the Bonbon, I guess it's just more of like shadows. We see them often failed rescues. Just do not want that to happen again, I guess.
Yes, but we have to hope that they don't have any other hunters that can cancel rescues, like Gamekeeper once again.
Oh yeah, the Gamekeeper has been let out, so this is definitely something we should keep in mind of.
Yes, and from what we can see, Tibet did end up banning what I said, the psychologist, and they also banned the Embomber, so that means they actually just want to get rid of Team Shadows at this rate.
Yeah, because the Embomber did play a huge factor in BO2. With the Coffin endgame, there's just not much the Hunter could have done. So it makes sense because the Embomber has a high potential due to her Coffin endgame. So I believe here, Team Shadows will probably have to consider to go for a more of a fighting team comp, a riskier team comp. Because at this point of time, it's really just go big or go home for Team Shadows.
Yes, and right now, it's go big or go home, but right now for them to pick Ento, meaning that they really want to pray, because like so far for all the times that we've seen, we've never really seen Team Shadows or Team Tibet's entomologists actually harass, like help body block for the survivors and stopping the hunters at their track. Instead, we usually just see the Entos bees at like some random location just idle there.
Yeah, but the good thing with the entomologist bees here is that there is a potential for the bees to have a huge effect during rescue. For example, push the hunter backwards after the hunter is in attack recovery, then this ensures that no matter what, there will be a rebound kite. So maybe that is what Team Shadows are aiming for here, as, oh, Enchantress will be banned, I guess. Team Tibet.
No more.
I guess Team Tibet just does not want the same Enchantress that screwed them over just now.
Does that mean that they actually might end up playing... Actually no, because Team Shadows did pick Ento, there is a least likely chance of them actually picking Ripper once again, because Ento is a bigger counter against Ripper than Enchantress.
Yeah, but the last pick we received is the Magician. I mean, I'm not sure if I really agree with this, because the Magician, while he can like survive and kite on its own with his free wands, but the downside of this is that he doesn't have any team supports. So I guess the thing is that it's the ideas for the Prospector and the Entomologist bugs to help him out to escape, I guess.
Yes, but we can tell, like Magician, like, because there's always this controversy between Magician and Perfumer now, right? Because of Magician having this buff, because last time, like I think a few years back, when Magician uses his magic wand and he gets hit, it's considered a terror shock, which was one of the most torturing things for Magician mains. But now Magician has such a big buff where you don't even have a delay because there was a time period where Magician, when you rescue Magician, the time to rescue takes like forever. Do you remember that time?
Yeah.
So now it's even better because there's no delay with the rescue speed, and at the same time, when you rescue Magician for the first time, he'll leave a hallucination behind, so that can hopefully throw the hunter off.
Yeah, but to be fair, you can only really gain like a couple of steps with that illusion image though, so I don't think that it would really do much, but it depends on the hunter specific, because here if Shadows or rather Tibet wants to tie, they can go for a tie hunter, like maybe the Disciple is such a tie hunter, or maybe Bloody Queen and Geisha, maybe a tie hunter too. We'll have to see, but I feel like tying in this team comp for Tibet, there are a lot of potential options.
Yes, and tying is like, in tournament but wise, it's very difficult to tie for survivors because usually the hunters are extremely tryhards. But at the same time, it is still a possibility. It's just based on how, for the survivor side, it's how they work as a team, and for the hunter side, it's how they predict your movements and mind games, which is all the basic that you need to know in the tournament.
Yeah, oh my goodness. This is the first time we're seeing this hunter. It's actually going to be the Hermit. This is the first time we actually see the Hermit in play here. But Hermit actually, from what I noticed, is I don't necessarily agree with this pick, because I feel like Hermit is a hunter that can be gambled for free 4k, but in a scenario where you only need to tie, I feel like there may be potential better options. Because the thing though is that the Hermit with the shared charge, it may work against him at late game because there's a potential for the teammate to tank an extra hit for them to run out of the gate or something.
Yes, but we have to recall if because Hermit's logic is if they manage to gain a stun on you like a stack, and all the other survivors, they are also going to take the same damage if they have the same color. So we have to see that if the survivors don't change their colors correctly and they don't coordinate properly, then it might be very disadvantageous, especially for the ones that's coming to rescue, because if the ones coming for rescue is too low of a HP, Hunter can just stun and really just stop the whole rescue in general.
Yeah, that is definitely a potential, but one thing though is that the Prospector is not that afraid of the Hermit because his Magnets can sort of cancel the stun, so that means the rescuing stuff would not be that effective. And oh, by the way, I just received news that Fluffy is playing in this round. So Fluffy, if you're watching this, Fluffy 我及住你㗎，我及住你㗎，你同我好期待你嘅表現啊 Yeah, and Nick's getting confused once again, haha.
I feel like you're just trying to tell Fluffy you better win.
No, I'm not saying you better win. I'm just saying that I'm very excited towards her performance because I know her in real life.
Which one is Fluffy right now?
Oh, I'm in the game, yay! I don't know yet, but I believe it's the Magician.
Ooh, okay.
Oh, bruh, I forgot to change the scoreboard. Yeah, it's a Magician.
Nice. So right now we can tell, like, because Hermit also has this thing where he really slows down the cipher progress. Like, the cipher progress are all evened out, yes, but it's going to be very difficult to manage because, like, you're gonna take forever to just finish one cipher. So it's up to the first kite, especially.
So yeah, it's up to the first kite. If the first kite is long, then there's no way the Hermit can come back. But if the first kite is fast, then actually the Hermit wins. So I said it before the game just now, is that I believe Hermit... Oh my gosh, hold on, I'll just hide this. I believe Hermit to be like a high-risk, high-reward character, which is why I do not agree with him being selected at this point of time, because the Hermit only needs a tie. He does not need a free escape, or a free K or more.
Yes, but I feel like the Hunter just wanted to pull in some extra risks and pray that because remember, Hermit does slow down Cypher, like, not slow down, but like evens out the Cypher progress to other ciphers that's not even being worked on. So doing so actually just annoys the survivor with the Cypher Rush a little.
Yeah, but actually based on this selection, it's highly likely that the Magician will be taking the first kite. Because the thing is that the Magician is not that effective in front of a Hermit due to the fact that once the Hermit lands an electro charge on the Magician, then he can sort of seize the Magician even though he uses an illusion. So there's a potential for the Magician to go down very fast.
Yes, and from what we can tell, Prospector being middle instead of Mercenary is a very interesting pick as well.
Yeah, so now we're going to be endgame instant connect, and who will be the first kite? Yep, oh, never mind, it's going to be the Prospector who's sort of rotated in front of the Hunter's face, which I do not exactly understand, so... Well, let's see how this first kite be.
I think the Prospector checked the map wrongly, potentially.
Oh, wanted to cancel that... do a cancel attack recovery did not exactly work off, so the Prospector just playing merry-go-round and avoiding that hit, able to survive much longer, not wanting to take the first hit within seconds, and manages to pull off that stun!
Yeah, the Hunter is being a little too greedy with the stun, so right now it's just going to be a very risky factor for the Hunter, because if the Hunter keeps panic and rush swinging like that, the Hunter isn't going to be able to hit anyone.
Yeah, so currently we can see that the first damage has been taken by 3 survivors, which means the Prospector is in 1.6 health and can still tank when extra hit. And oh, it's actually an insolence Hermit. This is interesting because he also has fast pallet breaking. So I wonder, does he have detention or not?
Well, usually Hermits would bring detention, but the only question is whether this... Wow, that is a long stun from... That is interesting. But the only question right now is how, like, because I believe the Hunter only has blink and not really teleport.
Yeah, and he even misses the blink. So this is not a good situation, right, for the Hermit at all, because the Hermit expended both his jumping teleport and his blink, so now he has no abilities and will be relying on raw foot in order to close up the gap between him and the Prospector, and the Prospector can still potentially have his teammates to tank one extra hit if that's going to be a case.
Yes, and if the doesn't seem like the teammates want to tank, and right now the basement is right there once again. So if the Hermit does do this, then that is going to be a very troublesome thing, because right now no one was willing enough to tank the hit, especially characters like, because Entomologist already switched to help tank for the Prospector, but Magician didn't seem to be willing to do such the same thing.
Yeah.
Mercenary is understandable, but for Magician to not do this and having the Prospector being checked in basement is a very big game changer.
Hold on.
And from looks of it, I don't think the Hermit noticed that the Mercenary went to basement first.
Yeah, he did not. The Mercenary tanked that hit though, so currently they're going to get to the dungeon, the bees are there to slow down, but not going to work out, so the Prospector will be taking a hit, but now the Prospector can utilize this opportunity and kite away from the dungeon as safe as possible, and the Mercenary can actually... Or never mind, I was thinking can the Mercenary go to rescue again, but I think he still can, to be honest.
He still can, but he'll most likely get down unless he gets a charge on him where someone can change. But it seems like the Hunter already knows no one is coming to rescue except for those two people over there. So right now with what's happening, one survivor is still decoding, the Magician is decoding further away from the entire thing. And from the looks of it, Ento is trying to rescue, but the time frame is already too little, so the chances of her actually reaching that on time is very small.
No, hold on. I think there's a chance though, because the Hermit does not aim this teleport correctly, so the rescue is going to be in play. There's a second tide turner to help this Prospector stay alive, and the bees are here just to slow down, and this forces the Hunter to hit the Entomologist instead, allowing the Prospector dead on chair to get away scot-free for now.
Yes, but from what we can tell, if you don't realize, Hermits usually have this method where they don't care who they hit, because anyone they hit with the charge, it'll affect everyone in general. So the Hermit doing that also screwed with the Magician, because as you can tell, Magician's doing a cipher that's prime, so when he pops that cipher, he won't be able to change his thing anymore. So meaning, if Prospector, like you see, he got red. Whoa! He actually dodged that. But right now, Magician cannot switch, so he's gonna get down with
and cancels the attack recovery, and the blanket down goes the Prospector. That is definitely an unfortunate situation. One thing that you should be a bit mindful of, it's unfortunate that he cancelled the attack recovery at the last minute there.
Yes, because remember, the moment someone gets stunned, like if Prospector gets... but Cypher was prime and Cypher was able to pop, and I doubt that Hunter, because Hunter used Blink, Hunter doesn't have any abilities anymore except for his skill to just teleport further in front. So he just decides to lock the gates, and now both Mercenary and Ento will be at the same area. Actually, all three of the survivors are at the same area, which isn't really a recommended idea.
Yeah, but it seemed that they got a bit too rushed, but now they have to think, like stand still, think carefully on what they want to do, as no one can go down right now as the Magician got caught, so the Magician will have to use his wand. As we're talking, the Hermit can easily locate the Magician who uses the illusion.
Yes, and right now, Magician's praying that he can kite long enough to actually get into basement. And but unfortunately he got down, and because of his health, he went down with the Merc also getting damaged. So the Mercenary is not able to actually go for a potential rescue. And if Mercenary stays there any longer, and Hunter probably saw him, Hunter did see the Mercenary, I believe. So Hunter's still going to stay around the area, so at most it's going to be a draw scenario in this situation.
Yeah, it was not enough for a free kick. I feel like it was just unfortunate because Shadows actually got very close at one point, but if there's one good news is that they can actually wait it out for the detention to be expired. But the bad news here is that the Mercenary is gonna go down in one hit anyways.
Yes, and the thing we have to look at is they really need a 3-man, if not they already lose this, right?
Yeah.
So because of this, and the gate nearest to Magician isn't even open yet. So in this scenario, I'm hoping that Mercenary is able to actually open the gate. So Hunter sees the Mercenary open the gate and crashes the Mercenary. So because of that, then now the Ento can actually go and save the Magician.
Yeah, so Hermit here is going to opt for a chair, but I think right now the survivors will have to like find a person to loop their way towards and like pop the gate, because that is the most important part. If the gate is open, they still have a chance.
Yes, and from the looks of it, Ento is planning on being the one that actually opens the gate, and unfortunately, Magician seems to be just running to the other side of the exit gate instead of helping the Entomologist.
But hold on, the entomologist got fine. There's an opportunity the entomologist cannot make it to the rescue though, because he just fly across. And let's see, is it? Yeah, not able to pull off the rescue.
Yeah.
And I believe that's the end for Shadows.
Yes, and the strange thing I'm wondering right now in this scenario is, why did Magician leave the Entomologist by herself?
Yeah, I wonder that too.
Because right now they require to have a three-man escape, so they have to really force the rescue of Mercenary. If not, it's a lost scenario. So what I recommend is like the Magician should have just forced the gate open, or Ento force the gate open and make the Hunter go towards her. So when Hunter does that, then Magician can sneak in a rescue. But instead, he just left completely.
Yeah, so with that, I believe we have a winner. So congratulations goes to
Team Tibet.
Team Tibet for managing to pull off the win after things got very scary. So I just felt a bit of pity because Shadows could have won because of Japhet's because both sides made a couple of critical errors towards the end.
Yes, like on when Japhet was the Hunter, he panicked a little too much with the last cipher, so that unfortunately led to the loss of his on his end, where he could have gotten a 3-man kill or even a 4-man kill in that scenario.
So yeah, congratulations to Tibet. Tibet will be playing against Fruit Juice this coming weekend. So hold on. Yeah, I'm gonna go to interview VC and let's call it a day, as this is 5-hour stream, Lamal.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello, who? Oh, Sandostellar. Hello, you guys just won and advanced to the semi-finals. How does it feel?
Actually, I don't really play Hunter, and that game really took all my energy.
Yeah, Hunter player can be a bit exhausting.
That's why I didn't play. Like after first time I played is the Hunter box artist, and then I never played again because when I closed my eyes, it was one cipher already.
Yeah,
I was shaking.
as a Hunter player, I feel your pain. So I can see that you guys were actually a pretty dominant force of how well like the team coordination was at the first round, and also so the third round when things seemed bad, you guys actually managed to clutch it out. That was a very good showcasing of teamwork from your Survivor side.
We were really just having fun, I guess.
Yeah, having fun.
If you can hear us from the VC, I mean, you can ask the Addy how loud we are in the VC.
Well, you guys are just going to have fun, and you guys have fun all the way to the semifinals.
Yeah.
Yeah, even the Hunter played pretty well too. Yeah, go ahead.
The Hunter picks was so random, actually. We don't really play that Hunters.
Yet you still won. That's impressive.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, so, yeah, I can see your survivors are also pretty good too. So one thing though is that you guys will be playing against Fruit Juice next week. Are you guys confident with that?
Not really. Not with that. not with that Scouter. We hate Scouter so much. All of us.
Well, I guess this is a huge neon sign to Fruit Juice next week of saying play Sculptor. Fruit Juice, if you're listening, you know what to do.
No, we're gonna ban that. No one's playing. No one's playing Sculptor.
Haha. Yeah, so anything else to say to all your audience and fans first before we end the live stream today?
Buy my sandals, please. Thank you.
Wow, promotion! Wow, live! Wow. Anyways, thanks for the interview, Sando. And yeah, thank you everyone for tuning in the stream today. Even though it's been long, I'm glad you all enjoyed it, as the matches today were amazing. So Shadows and Calamity, thank you for playing. Unfortunately, your journey ends here. And for Asian Minions, Fruit Juice, Tibet and Scouts, I'll see you all next week, where we'll have Asian minions playing against Scouts, and then Fruit Juice playing against Tibet. So yeah, guys, I'll see you all next week where more action continues. This is your lovely caster, Invisible Joan, and with NX, and we'll see you all next week. Bye bye. Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.